I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. You know, I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used, the technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project. And this is big. Getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Ooh, hey, well, hello there. Lord Squattington here of the Royal Society of Big Feet with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DAO, also known as the Digital Decentralized Autonomous Organization. Alternatively, the first known example of a DAO was named the DAO. The DAO served as a form of investor-directed venture capital fund which sought to provide enterprises with new decentralized business models, Ethereum-based. The DAO's code was open source. The organization set the record for the most crowd-funded project in 2016. However, those funds were partially stolen by hackers. The hack caused an Ethereum hard fork, which led to the creation of Ethereum Classic.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
So welcome back to Reimagine. Here we are at the 10th iteration of this conference. So, it's so amazing to see how much has changed throughout that time. When we kicked this off, we're at the height of COVID. Crypto markets were only starting their major run up throughout 2020. And yet here we are now at a time where, signals seem to be mixed. If I'd been recording this even a couple of days ago, I would have been telling you that the markets were sour, that the crypto was in a full bear market, and that things were looking a little quiet. Maybe a fresh winter was on its way. As of now, at the time of this recording, I don't know if that's so true anymore. And you know what? I think talking about markets, talking about crypto sentiment, and more importantly, talking about crypto community is something that's very important to do right now. So I've got a very special guest right now that I think embodies all of those elements and so much more. Of course, I'm talking about Sam Bankman-Fried, CEO of FTX. Sam, firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, so Sam, let's kick this off right now. Again, kick off with a bit of the freshest, the latest, whatever you want to call it, news about you guys, about FTX, and what's going on with you guys right now. So the number to throw out there is $18 billion, the fresh valuation of FTX. Straight up, what does this mean to you? What does this valuation mean? What does it signify? How do you feel about such a number?
Yeah, it's been really cool seeing the growth of the company over the last few years. And, we'd mostly been staying internal to the, crypto ecosystem until recently. But as we start to poke our head out, it's really great to get a lot of partners, outside of the traditional ecosystem. And I think that was sort of like the biggest goal of that raise.
Yeah, right. And it is such a threshold crossing, right now. So in that sense, looking towards the bigger space, and I've got a few more questions in that regard shortly, but just to start simple, what are your next goals, expanding out into the wider space? You go beyond crypto, let's say you've conquered large parts of the crypto world. If you're looking further afield, what are those targets? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I think payments is sort of one obvious angle with crypto in tow, but I think, we're also looking at, being exchanged for non-crypto assets. And I think that we've done some of that internationally. And I think that we're looking to get licensed in more and more jurisdictions. And I think that we're also looking to, be able to add our products into a lot of different partners.
Yeah, an important goal, no doubt. But I suppose to get a little more specific and maybe bring up something that has come up recently in your history. Now, the Financial Times recently wrote of you with intent to purchase Goldman Sachs in the future. Now, you clarified that in your tweet, sort of saying that was not quite what you said, but could you clear history there? Is FTX buying Goldman Sachs in the next few years, or what exactly is your sentiment there?
Yeah, no. I do think that we might be making some acquisitions that are bleeding into the traditional financial ecosystem a little bit. It certainly isn't going to be Goldman. And it's not going to be anything that big, certainly. But I do think that we are looking to potentially make some acquisitions, and I think that was a part of what the raise was looking at. And I think some of these are looking at applications that have large user bases and are looking for a technology partner. I think that some of this is looking at companies that have really strong relationships that we can build off of.
Absolutely, but I suppose it brings a lot of the question, and this is I'm not bringing in a new sentiment here by any means, but a question that comes up a lot in the crypto space at the moment, which is the goal of crypto still the crypto revolution? Is it the crypto evolution? Is it to replace the legacy financial system, to subsume it, to consume it? How do you see that role, getting a little, less tangible here? What do you see the role of the crypto space, now that there is so much interest and intrigue from the institutional space? How do you see that balance playing out?
I think when you zoom in, some of the barriers between those start to dissolve a little bit. And especially when you think about taking it step by step, because you're never going to go from 0 to 60 immediately. And I think that sort of, the first goal is just figure out how it is that, crypto can start to interface more. with the existing financial ecosystem, and how it can really spread its user base more. And I think that's step one. Um, and that doesn't need to be the final step. But I think that you certainly can't go from nothing to creating a whole new financial ecosystem you know all at once, because that's not going to be a system that people are used to or able to interface with. And so I think it needs to be able to integrate into existing systems.
Okay, so if I'm sort of and not to be pushy here, but if I'm sort of to hit you, hone in on a particular attitude that you would have to it, you would say what? It's a bit of a stepping on the shoulders of giants when it comes to building an accessible crypto space that maybe can be adopted by the mainstream. Would that be a fair assessment?
I think that's right. And I think that it has to have ramps to and from existing applications that people can actually interface with it, so that can actually get the funds in and out. It has to have interfaces which are intuitive and familiar for people. And it has to add something that doesn't exist right now. I think that that's right. That like the first step is add something new, move the space forward, without sort of like throwing out everything that's been done, or forgetting about how the existing ecosystem works or anything like that.
Yes, I mean, certainly, I guess people have to be comfortable with making that transition, and I think so much of it is actually not necessarily at that retail user level, but perhaps at the institutional level that brings people on board in that large scale. We saw that with PayPal bringing in access to millions of new retailers and individuals wanting to having the access points to now say, hey, I use PayPal, and now they've got crypto, so now I can use crypto on PayPal, and that opens it up to a whole lot of things. But I suppose history is, and I believe you've used similar words in the past. History is contingent on so many factors, and we saw in 2017-18 in the bull run then that institutions almost got on board, and then sort of got a little afraid as the market pulled back and let that slide for a while. Here in 2021. And it's so interesting because we're still living and there's still so many elements to it. But as the market has cooled down over the last few months, I mean, are institutions going to retain that interest? Have we crossed the Rubicon? Have we hit that threshold yet where institutions are definitely on board?
I think we mostly have. It's not going to happen tomorrow. These are sort of medium to the long-term plans that institutions have. But I do think that they have mostly decided that they are going to do something in the ecosystem. I think they got a lot further along this time than they did in 2017, 2018. And so, I do think that sort of the cooling off is going to mean that it'll take longer for them to get involved than it otherwise would. But I do think that they are coming.
Certainly maybe coming, and it's interesting. What even this space is so volatile, and I'm not saying anything new in stating that. That when I was preparing initially for this interview and thinking about questions I wanted to speak about, I was planning talking about how we've had a soured market and everything is looking a bit bearish, and is this a new time for good development? And I wanted to ask you a lot of questions around that frame, some of which is still relevant. But in the last 24 hours, we've seen a massive run up in crypto markets, which makes me think maybe there's still a bit of hype left in this cycle, and maybe a lot. I suppose I wonder, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think there is still a bit of life left in this sort of current cycle as we're in right now? And in a more general sense, do you think that sort of energy of new players coming into the market is still alive, or we should start preparing because winter is coming?
And I think that often we split things up into cycles because it seems easy to do so, but sure. I don't think that has to be the case. And you can see cycles bleeding into each other. You can see one coming right on the heels of another. You can see long periods without a clear cycle. And I think more generally, it doesn't have to either be the case that this is one big cycle, or that there's a winter in between and then a second cycle. Anything can happen. And I think that you can have mini cycles, which is just another way of saying that cycles are just a psychological construct that we use to try to make sense of the data we see. They're not fundamentally necessarily meaningful, although sometimes they fit the data well, but not always. And I think in this case, I don't think that it's clear whether this is the same cycle or a new cycle. I don't think it has to be clear. I think that in the end, it is what it is. And, there is a run up, there's some drop, there's a little bit of a run up again, and that's okay. And, I think the world hasn't forgotten about what happened the previous time. I definitely don't think that it's a completely new cycle. But I also think that there was a little bit of time for cooling off. So yeah, I think the answer is somewhere in between, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, the nuance in your answer makes me question, I suppose, are we in maybe a more mature space than crypto has been, in the past? And I guess you could argue by process of time, of course, it's more mature, it's been around longer, but, is there a maturity in this space now that says, hey, we don't need to work in the sense of just, bull run, crash, bull run, crash, bull run, crash. We can start to have a little nuance. We can start to have, more, nuanced movement either side and start to look at this in beyond that certain sort of singular wave idea. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do think that we are more nuanced, and I think we are a little bit more mature. I also think it was always more mature than the cycle narrative made it seem, and that people were sort of trying to overfit data to their priors a little bit with that. But I think that we have seen obviously huge increase in volume, a huge increase in interest and activity, more and more diverse types of players starting to dip their toes in crypto. And I do think that that does signal to some extent, a little bit more built out of a system.
And I suppose I wonder how that affects, a company like FTX. You guys have used so much of sort of targeted sponsorships, naming rights deals, things that try and get your brand out into the mainstream. You're not just on the same forums and cycling through the same trade media that so many of your competitors maybe are. You're trying to really break into that wider space. And when you see, these cycles shifting and, maybe things are looking a little more bearish for a little while or something like that, does that give you cause to readjust your strategy, or is it just you push ahead no matter what and, the next sunny days are coming?
I mostly think we're just pushing ahead. I think that if anything, this is a good time to build out. And I don't think that there's any need to to stop trying to grow. And I think that, we're fortunately in a place where we have the flexibility to do that as a company. And so we should take advantage of that.
And I mean, in terms of taking advantage of that, is there something you feel that FTX is doing better than its competitors, that it is outclassing its competitors on, or is it, all things to all people, or different types of elements that you're working on? Would you say there's one singular focus or a widespread approach that you're taking?
I think that there are a lot of pieces to it. But, I think we've always started with product first. We've tried to build the best product and then build out from that and, try and grow organically first, get users based on the product before trying to really supercharge it. And, I think we're at the point where we're pretty happy with our product and pretty excited to, to start building out the user base more. And so I think that's definitely something that we started on while we are still working on more pieces of product at the same time.
So then in terms of that strategy, I mean, is there anything in particular you guys are looking out for? Any goals, any, either whether that be numbers you want to cross in terms of users or particular strategies you're planning to use without, obviously giving away the full playbook?
Right. And, I think sort of there aren't any really arbitrary cutoffs here in terms of numbers, like the more the better. But, I think in terms of other things, we want to build the products people want. And I think, part of that means building out more types of products. And I think that, that's something that we started to do internationally, something we're working on in the US as well. I think that means looking at building a more integrated financial product where people can access a lot of different types of products all at once, and in a way which feels natural.
Absolutely. But, I suppose, and, it's all good to talk about, feeling natural and trying to get sort of that natural sort of idea into the way the community may grow. But I think, and this is a good segue to think about that sense of community. How well do you sort of feel the cohesion in the crypto space really is, that you're getting that natural growth? In a space where so much is built on word of mouth reputation, where so much is built on this idea of, one good review from a user anywhere in the world can do great things, but one bad review can ripple out across a whole ecosystem. How do you feel you're sort of primed for that natural growth?
I mean, that makes it a lot easier to grow naturally, certainly in this space, because it means that if you can give users a great experience, that will travel. And so I do think that means that it is a lot easier to get non-paid growth. I think that's super important. I think outside of that it means that when we start looking more broadly at the world, we do have to try different strategies, and we do have to try to reach tens of millions of people in a way that word of mouth alone is not going to get.
So when sort of like projecting out to those wider circles, as you say, like you can get that word of mouth to a certain degree, but like exactly as you say, that's got a limit, right? Not everyone is going to be able to tell every other person, and not everyone's grandma is going to listen to the grandson or whatever. You need at some point to like, whatever it be, whether it be hitting mainstream advertising, you had like the sort of somewhat viral ad campaign of something like Grayscale a while back, the Drop Gold campaign that seemed to cut through a lot in the mainstream. And there are various times like that when ad campaigns from crypto or certain ideas from crypto are bled into the mainstream. But I suppose I wonder, like, what do you think is a winning strategy in that sense? Do you think you can explain the crypto story to a mainstream audience, or do you need a different tactic when it comes to moving that broad?
Oh, I certainly think you can. I mean, I think everyone is very curious about it already. I think when you combine in a naturally 24/7 market with instant deposits and withdrawals, a natively built GUI mobile app and API that are free to use for everyone, I think all of that is a really compelling picture of a product that you just don't see in the rest of finance. And I think that combines with a lot of the natural excitement that people have around crypto right now.
Okay, so you'd say you think that actually the products almost sell themselves. This is a product market fit that just, it's filling that niche that exists there anyway. Would that be fair?
I think that's a part of it, but I also think that to the extent that, the message is something that's important to get to people, I think it already has. I think that like that has been traveling on its own for the last few years, and especially the last 9 months, and that people are pretty primed right now to be willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
So and that's a sort of a great point to my next idea that I want to hit on as well, which is what is the salience of a lot of the issues that the crypto industry is trying to deal with? Because on the one hand, I'd say if we look, I'm talking small timeframes here, but if we look the last couple of months, people have sort of, crypto, obviously most people on the mainstream focus on Bitcoin. It hit its high, 64,000. That was cool, but it's fallen off a lot. If you made some money, great. But, a lot of people weren't in there early, so fine. But something that I think's really come to salience right now, and something that I think people are very aware of, is inflation, right? Inflation is something that I think a lot of people are thinking about now and thinking, hey, my savings are being inflated away, and this house I wanted to buy is now double the price, and this lumber I wanted to buy for a little DIY home project is now 50% higher. What the hell's going on? Why is my money worth less and my wage isn't increasing? Hey, maybe there can be a transition to crypto. I mean, what is the salient issue to you? Is that inflation there? Is it sustainable? Is it an issue people are actually going to focus on?
I do think that there is and it's a good question. And I do think, obviously inflation's been a big piece of the narrative, and I think rightly so. And I think that people have been looking for, for harder currencies because of that. And that's been a big narrative in the direction of crypto. We're going to have to see what happens going forward, because some of this was somewhat specific to COVID. And, now maybe COVID's going to keep going, in which case maybe this whole narrative will keep going, right? But I also think that we're going to have to see if COVID does wind down, what happens with that narrative when, less short-term stimulus is necessary for the economy.
Right. And this is something like inflation, I feel, is a bit of a generational divide here. Previous older generations, sort of our parents' generation, perhaps, were very aware of, the inflationary runs of the 70s and 80s and they're around. And there was a lot of concern that, okay, inflation's a real issue. But I feel like, for those who've grown up in the last, 10, 20 years into financial maturity and sort of seen, a low inflationary environment where lending is relatively and borrowing is relatively cheap and they can get access to cash flow pretty availably.
Yep.
Their prices haven't gone up in a long time. They don't know what it means for prices to really go up. It can be hard to get that message across. There's still that sort of sticky mind mentality of, oh, this is what something costs. What do you mean it goes up in price? That doesn't make sense. Obviously, I'm talking country specific. I've got friends from Argentina who live in a very different world. But in sort of the States and in the sort of the Anglosphere, let's say, that inflation hasn't existed for so long.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think that a lot of people have been paying attention to that, and I think frankly for a lot of people, even if you don't see the direct inflation, you see some pieces of that are particularly stark. There's a lot of bespoke weird asset classes that have been massively increasing in price over the last years. I think that for a while Bitcoin was viewed as one of those, but I think you see it in a lot of other areas which are becoming more and more part of the national conversation and the global conversation. And I think people are sort of aware of that, and maybe even in a way that banana prices aren't necessarily as prominent in the global discourse. But when you look at sort of anything from giffen goods for rich collectors, to looking at what the scale of budgets of nations are, to and bailouts, to looking at how some of the biggest companies are doing, and looking at the scale of trading and investing on in terms of impact, especially from retail. I think there are a lot of numbers that have been getting bigger in a pretty prominent way over the last few years.
Right, certainly. I mean, the classic example, of course, is we were talking about $900 billion in the global recession back in 2008 for a bailout, and now suddenly we're talking in the $4 to $6 trillion
exactly.
in this current. I mean, that's it. The order of magnitude has just exploded, right?
That's exactly right, and I do think that's I basically think that's something which is really clear and prominent to people, and I don't think that people are sort of I don't think people are going to be are sort of surprised by the overall narrative, in part because of that, because there's something so prominent that is so clearly pointing in that direction.
Right. So then, I mean, let me ask you the straight up question: with these numbers inflating, with these sort of warping of sort of economies at all scales, whether we be talking from
Yep.
Pokemon cards to government bailouts, so many soothsayers and doomsayers will say, the big crash is coming. Just wait. It's all inevitable. This is unsustainable. What's your take?
It might be, it might not be. I mean, it's sort of a boring answer, but I think you look back to the 2000 tech bubble, so to speak, and I think that there are a lot of people at the time who felt that was sort of a sign that things were overheated, and certainly in some ways, and in some cases they locally were. But if you've been calling that a bubble the whole way up, you have been right at the top, but you would have been way more wrong your whole right then you're right. You have whiffed so many times. Things ended way higher than they started, and in fact they're way higher now than they were pre-crash.
Right.
And so I think it's one of these things where after pops, people always talk about how obviously inflated things were, but of course they missed that on the way up. People are saying the same thing, and I think you see that a little bit with crypto now, where people talk a lot about the crash from 60K to 30K, forgetting about the run up from 10K to 60K in the first place, as if were crypto just to be a mature, stable asset, everything would have been great. And I think that's just like, that's not the reality. The reality is that like there's a lot of price discovery left for it. No one knows what the fair price is. And you can't go up if you never go down. And that, people are sort of trying to have the good without the bad.
Right, a bit of having a cake and eat it too sort of situation.
Yeah,
as you say, where people don't want to see the growth, but don't want to sort of bear the consequences of that. And I guess, I don't know. I mean, maybe is that a reflection? And I want to sort of pull back from institutions and think more about that sort of community retail sort of idea again. Something you mentioned earlier sort of tweaked me, which was that you said that the sort of COVID awareness of what's going on and inflationary salience and all these sort of things was something that I think, for a while there, I don't know if it still is sort of hip to say this, but was called a retail revolution. And, everyone sort of getting in and doing a lot of, couch trading and sort of in a retail sort of way. I sort of wonder, are those the guys most at risk in this situation? The ones who, rode some sort of, as you called them, what was it, bespoke, weird assets sort of, up the line and now sort of leverage beyond the point where they might end up hurting themselves and, might end up in sort of a long-term financial ruin. Is that who we're concerned about? Or we're more concerned about the institutions doing it? And what are the sort of impacts from those different markets?
I don't think there's a lot of clarity on that. To be clear, like, I basically think that like, both when you look at retail and when you look at institutions, there's some that made a lot on the way up. There's some that lost some on the way down. And I don't think that there's a very clear narrative there. One thing which I think is sort of true here, which was maybe less true in past markets, is that retail has been playing a role from the beginning. I think that there used to be sort of, that there used to be this sort of sense that, that it was all institutions until the last minute when retail would get involved and then sort of end up basically getting picked off at the top. And I think one unique thing about this is that there's retail from the beginning and retail made a lot of the money in the run up. And so I do think that this was a much more diverse and a sort of much more balanced, market cycle in that sense.
Okay, so if anything, I mean, some called this a distorting of markets, and this is not how markets are intended to be used. And there was not a lot of that narrative running around, particularly if you were to read sort of, the financial media in particular. But you're actually saying in your mind, this is actually a rebalancing of a situation where retail maybe, had their day in the sun, as is sort of right. Sometimes institutions get it right, sometimes retail gets it right. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that's becoming increasingly true, because I think increasingly there are ways for enough retail traders to join together online that they become as large as some institutions are. Okay,
the informal hedge funds of the future that are based off varied Reddit forums and the like.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a brave new world. That sounds a bit of fun to be a part of, I guess.
Maybe
a new financial tool.
Pros and cons.
Yeah, until someone takes advantage of it, as they inevitably do. All right, so I'd be remiss at this moment if I didn't ask you. I've got you, here for a conversation. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. We've just seen the likes of Bezos and Branson rocket off up into space recently. You represent the sort of the new technological crypto billionaire. When are you taking it off into space, and who are you bringing with you?
I'm scared of heights, so I don't know about that
one. So no big plans to ride the FTX rocket anytime soon?
No, it sounds pretty terrifying.
All right. What do you think okay, so then a more speculative question, I guess, without involving heights, obviously. What do you think that the new crypto billionaire does in comparison to this? So you've got the sort of these guys riding rockets into space to sort of show they're pushing the boundaries of new frontiers. What's sort of your version of this?
Donating.
Okay. All right. I guess that is probably a lot more in line with with a lot of the action that people seem to want, right? Like people see, there wasn't a lot of great press from the sort of the retail investor space, as it were, when it came to those sort of actions.
I think it started off exciting when it was just Elon. I think when it came to the point that there were like, three people competing for it, I think the narrative soured quite a bit.
Right. Then it seems to become, it goes from like a one-off cool event to like a bit of a trend. It's sort of like, wait, where are these billions going? Being shot off into, it's literally turned into vapor and blasted off into space.
I think that's right.
So then, okay, looking at the donation space, is there anything in particular in your eye line at the moment? Obviously, you've got varied and many causes that you've been known for donating to in the past. Is there anything in particular you're looking out for? Any industries you feel really need to see some of that more attention, more love, more care, whatever it may be?
And there's a lot of things that we're doing there, and I think one is we're looking at the climate space, both for offsetting our impact and for doing more, but I think that's only one piece of it, and ultimately, I think the answer is whatever has the most impact on the world.
Okay, fair enough. And I guess I'll ask you one last question in that regard. You were, sort of made headlines for being, the biggest donator to the Biden campaign back in the 2020 campaign. Do you feel that investment paid off?
Yeah, I do.
Fair enough.
I think the data backs that one up.
Okay, nice. Well, good to see an investment that bears fruit. I think that's the most important thing you can do. All right, Sam, I always like to sort of end these interviews with, a bit of a last word on the future and sort of, whether it be a personal project or a general project or, a sort of wider scale focus that you're thinking of, but sort of projecting ahead over, you pick a period, the next year, the next, 6 months, the next 5 years, whatever it may be. What is it you're most looking forward to? What is it you're most looking out for? What is it you're most excited about?
I think certainly developing regulation is like one of the biggest narratives in crypto right now, and probably will remain so. But I think outside of that, like just continuing to really try and build the product base and the user base a lot. I think this is our time to really try and grow a ton, and hopefully we do a good job of it.
Mm-hmm. An absolutely noble goal, no doubt. Growth, development, getting more people into crypto. I think that's a fair goal for any respectable company in this space. Sam Bankman-Fried, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. A pleasure speaking to you, and look forward to seeing where things take you next.
Thank you too.
All right. For those watching, make sure you stay with Reimagine. So much more amazing content still to come in this conference.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbricht. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Oh, hi! Felix the Phoenix here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Air gapping, a method for securing computers in which the device does not connect to the internet or any other open networks. Ooh, that sounds fancy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is our 10th edition anniversary. We've been doing virtual conference events for a whole year now. We've done over 500 interviews, and we really strive to bring you the latest news on founders, innovators, and just current news in our industry. There's tons of innovative and important people building out there. So we're excited to bring you new guests and returning guests. I'm Roshan Marajkar. I'll be your host for this event, and I'm very excited to be joined here with a very important guest who's doing some important work. With me here today, I have Dave Jevons, who's the CEO at CipherTrace. Dave, welcome to the Reimagine show. And why don't we, just to get started off with, tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into the space, and also just how have the first 2 quarters of the year been for you and your team.
Roshan, it's great to be with you, and congratulations on the 10th episode of Reimagine. It's exciting to be with you. So my name's Dave Jevons. I'm CEO and founder, on the founding team at CipherTrace, and we're a company that provides regulatory compliance and controls for cryptocurrency companies, for financial institutions like banks to get into crypto, and for regulatory agencies as well. my background is 20 years in computer security and cryptography. So I started out as a crypto geek, I guess, and eventually founded 3 other companies that are in the encryption space. A company called IronKey. You may know that there's a gentleman who's got $250 million of Bitcoin locked up on his IronKey. So we built that device. So trying to advise him about what he might want to do to unlock his Bitcoin. Long history in encryption and crypto. I'd say I really got interested in this stuff in about the year 2000. So I went to the Financial Cryptography Conference. I think it was the second one. They're always held on a different island, typically in the Caribbean. And I would encourage anyone who has a scholarly interest in cryptocurrencies to check out Financial Cryptography, FC, the conference. And hopefully we'll all be able to go there next year, post this pandemic thing. But I went there in 2000 and I got to meet some of the early innovators in cryptocurrencies before Bitcoin. So this was, 9 years before the Bitcoin paper, but, the zero knowledge guys, some of the folks out of DigiCash who had some of the seminal patents on digital currencies, Mondex team, which was MasterCard's early foray into digital currencies. I met the eGold team about 5 years before they unfortunately had some troubles with the law on money laundering, but that was a gold-backed digital currency. So I got really interested in it back then. I used to meet with Nick Szabo all the time. Actually, we worked together. So I was a big fan of his work on smart contracts. He and I worked together at one of my companies for a number of years, and also would have dinners trying to figure out how to build a cryptocurrency and how do you get money in and out of the system from fiat. So I have a lot of respect for Nick and the work he did in really inventing, in my opinion, the field of smart contracts, which we now see realized in Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain and other systems. So that's how I got into it. Eventually I decided that, this is going to be big. I got late into Bitcoin. I didn't start in Bitcoin until 2011. But I knew at that time, this is the one. And I saw this, this can be a big, huge global thing. And then 2015, after we'd done a number of these businesses, we realized that this compliance piece is going to be big. If it's going to go global, it's going to be regulated, unfortunately. And there needs to be tools to help people when they get their stuff stolen. If there's ransomware things, just compliance stuff. So that's why we started CipherTrace.
That's an awesome story, and I love how you said you got into Bitcoin late in 2011. Although compared to most people, that's very, very early. But it's pretty interesting to hear you talk about even before just crypto, you were already interested in all these security frameworks and how important they were. So what can you tell me about from the past to where we are right now for something like institutions? What are the different security considerations that you have to tailor for them? And what do you think is kind of the future for things like custody of crypto?
So I think that for financial institutions, there's really 2 issues. One is, do you provide banking services to cryptocurrency companies? And the other one is, as you mentioned, how do I bring crypto to my customers, whether they're my only institution customers or my retail customers? So I think on banking crypto companies, anyone who's run an exchange will understand the difficulty in maintaining bank accounts that are active on a global basis. It's challenging. A lot of banks don't want to do it, but they're obviously have become a lot more aware and are realizing they're missing out and that this is big. So one of the things that we do at CipherTrace is help the banks gain a perspective on a prospective banking customer. So for example, we'll tell them things like, here's where they say they are. Here's where they really are registered and regulated. Here's what their know your customer procedures are, what their KYC is. Here's our hot wallets. And then also monitoring the blockchain and saying, okay, well, this is the percentage of transactions we see which look super clean. here's some dirty stuff that we can see. Maybe there's some money laundering going on. Maybe ransomware folks have accounts then or collecting money and cashing out there. So we give them a perspective to look at a company to make sure that they feel comfortable in opening corporate bank accounts for those companies and providing access to the banking system for the exchanges. And we view that as an important thing to happen here, that everyone in crypto who's running a cryptocurrency company or any kind of DeFi project needs to, at the end of the day, have access to the banking system to be able to get, fiat money in and out for customers. And then I'd say the second one is on custody. Major banks are moving into this area. They're starting in it. So there's either providing banking services or providing native custody. There's several hundred that we know at CipherTrace that are building out systems to provide custody services to their corporate customers or their high net worth individuals. Because, it's great to buy a hardware Bitcoin wallet, but if you're going to put more than $10 million on it, you might, there's a lot of people who are thinking, there's a lot of issues around that. And maybe if I'm buying $100 million of Ethereum or Bitcoin or something else, maybe I want someone else to manage it for me. And so that's where these custody services come in. And then I think the next step we're starting to hear interest from banks saying, I want to go beyond that. And I want to give access to my customers to buy and sell crypto, but also at a retail level to access the safe DeFi projects.
Yeah, and I think that's another topic that I was going to ask you about, right? Like DeFi, the total value locked has been growing so much. And everyone always, says there's no bounds to DeFi and different things like that. However, I know recently the Financial Action Task Force updated their guidelines and sort of included DeFi in some of the applications that's responsible for things like AML and CTF standards. So what is your perspective on that? Is that good for the industry? And is that just going to be like a precedent for the future?
I think it's a fact for the industry. So regulators regulate, they're put in place for a reason, I suppose, which is has largely historically been protection of investors and to some extent on the AML side and counter-terrorist side, protection of society from people who are sending money to folks who like to blow things up. Sure, there's a lot of political issues as well, but generally those things are in place for a reason. They're going to not ignore DeFi. That's just a fact. Whether it's good or whether it's bad is people's opinions, but that's just a fact. So you're going to see regulation in DeFi similar to what you've seen in other cryptocurrency markets and other stock trading markets. So if you think about, the free market and trading of stocks, it's regulated in the United States by the SEC. If it's commodities, CFTC. If it's currency, Treasury, IRS obviously wants their take of everything. That's not going to be different in DeFi, in my opinion. It's just a fact, and it's going to be a fact globally. So how do we do it and facilitate it in the best way possible that preserves people's privacy? Where if there has to be an investigation, then it can be done. But other than that, you're not just harvesting people's data. There's a lot of challenges around identity in DeFi. And I think this is up to the industry to move forward quickly with proposals around how to do it. Because I think if you layer down a lot of the old banking things about you have to identify your customer and KYC them this way and AML them that way and file SARS this way and all this other stuff, it's going to break DeFi. And we don't want to do that because it's, I think, that one of the most innovative things we've seen in the last 10 years in financial services. And it has so much promise. So these are the areas that I think we need to focus on. Today, it's largely unregulated, but as you've seen from the FATF guidance, there's a lot of discussions around it at a global side of things. We're going to see with the new regime in the United States, they're going to have their own opinions on it. They need to be educated fast and hard by industry and industry groups. So CipherTrace participates in a lot of those groups. And I would encourage other companies who have interest in this to get involved, get participating, and educate the lawmakers to help us make DeFi flourish and not crush it.
Definitely. And I think one of the issues is like there's no industry standard, so to speak, compared to like your standard precautions for things like cybersecurity or really any other industry. But it's kind of like a mix up of different industries. So I know you guys are one of the applied intelligence partners with BAA Systems as well for cryptocurrency intelligence solutions. So can you kind of talk about like what are some things you guys look at in terms of your role and establishing some of these standards? Are you guys kind of making them? Are you guys the ones making it as you go, or are you guys following something?
So we're trying to help in a number of ways. So at CipherTrace, we participated on travel rule standards, and we can talk about that later in our conversation. But what we did on there was create a nonprofit organization and enrolled over 150 other people from different crypto companies, projects, and regulators to build open standards. We've also been endorsing other open standards for movement of data and protection of information related to this compliance stuff. So yes, we participate in standards and we help build them where they don't exist and make all of it open sourced. I'd say on the DeFi side of things, one thing that we did was we put out a compliance oracle, CipherTrace DeFi Comply, about 2 months ago, that allows DeFi projects to connect into this oracle. And it's fairly basic right now, but it does sanction screening. And this is important because even though DeFi projects right now have a little, depending which country you're in, have a little bit of a gray area on, do you have to do AML or not? Do you have to do KYC or not? Because if you don't take custody of the funds, maybe you don't have to. This is this gray area. But I can tell you this, if you facilitate the movement of funds or virtual assets to sanctioned entities, whether they're known terrorists or known criminal organizations, you will have liability today. So we figured, let's just give the basic thing to the world. And then as the rules change, and as it becomes more clear on regulation, we'll provide solutions for everybody in DeFi to do their compliance. But I think it's nice to start with something simple, which is keep people out of jail and let them keep building.
Yeah, definitely. As I understand, there's kind of different levels to, what you're saying, whether you're actually transmitting money or doing the settlement and different things like that. So talk to me a little bit more about this travel rule. I don't think a lot of people actually know what it is. What are some of the immediate implications that you think are going to be in effect? Like, is it going to affect more retail users or institutions?
It's all going to affect institutions, meaning anybody who's a business that engages in cryptocurrencies will be affected by the travel. Well, they already are in the United States. They are in a number of different countries. They will be in most of Europe shortly. They already are in Japan. They are in Singapore, Switzerland, but you'll see it in the UK and throughout Europe. Travel rule basically is trying to turn cryptocurrency exchanges and other business entities into money service businesses, or making them look like banks, which is that when funds are sent from one of these businesses to another. So let's say I have an account at crypto exchange A, and I want to send money to you, Roshan, and you have an account at crypto exchange B. Today, I just do that. You tell me your Bitcoin address, let's say, and I send it to you, and it's fine, right? Travel rule says that those VASPs, virtual asset service providers, those exchanges, will have to send my name, first name, last name, and my account information with that transaction, and your name too, so that both sides of the exchanges can check those names against terrorist lists, other sanctions lists. And that if there was an investigation, because, maybe, I don't know, I'm laundering stolen funds and sending it to you, for example, they would be able to find out where I sent it. And, through appropriate court orders and things of that nature for investigation. So that's what travel rule is. It's basically the same way when you wire funds from one bank to another, you have to put in the account number and the name of the person you're sending it to, plus your name and your account number, and that gets transmitted along with the money. That's what the travel rule is. Now, I think everybody who's watching this can appreciate that that's actually more difficult than you think, because it can't be native to blockchains. There's so many chains. We don't want that stuff sitting on public chains. So it cannot be transmitted over blockchains. You're not going to go modify Ethereum or Bitcoin or Tron or anything else. It has to be done out of band. So then that gets down to interesting challenges about how do I know who controls which account number or on which chain, which address, where do I send it to? How do I do it securely? How do I ensure end-to-end encryption and make sure that it really is exchange A and it really is exchange B, and where are they and all that. So there's a ton of data protection issues and security issues that come along with the travel rule issue.
Thanks for the explanation, because I think everyone's kind of confused out there. But a lot of those things actually sounds tricky to actually impose, or maybe they can just do the detection. But I don't know about the enforcement. So that's one of my questions. Like, how far are we from using a lot of the information on the blockchain, and where the government can or other entities can actually do the enforcement? And like, do you have any interesting stories of maybe you've been part of some of that enforcement?
So I think enforcement is, at the end of the day, the issue here. We don't need more rules. We don't need more regulation. Leave us alone, in my opinion. There's enough stuff out there. What I think is the real issue here is enforcement is not being done uniformly around the world. When you think about travel rule or any other regulation, that's done by the countries themselves. So if United States, who has a travel rule requirement, has had one, by the way, on crypto for more than 5 years, but hasn't enforced it, I mean, one day they will. They haven't yet, but that's because they know that there's not, that solutions are emerging. So CipherTrace has a solution, but we also sit on the board of TRISA, the Travel Rule Information Sharing Alliance. We work closely with OpenVasp and InterVasp and US Travel Working Group to some extent, and a number of other working groups around the world, TRP, Europe. So there's the standards are still evolving. So that's why the US government hasn't come down and said, okay, if you're in the US and you want to send money outside of the US via crypto as a company, not as an individual, they haven't done any enforcement yet, but that's going to change over the next year or so. Singapore is much more strict about that. They're like, if you want to set up an exchange in Singapore, you have to get a license to do it. I mean, here you still have to. In the United States, you have to register with FinCEN, but in Singapore, you have to get a license, and that you have to have travel rule compliance. So you're going to see that around the world. But enforcement, I think, is the challenge. So at CipherTrace, we did a survey of over 800 cryptocurrency exchanges in 80 countries, and we found that more than half of them have either really crappy or non-existent KYC, like they don't check who you are, even though they might be required to in the country that they're in. So no one's enforcing it. So what this means is that the bad guys move their operations to those exchanges. And this is where you see, the bad guys being like the guys who are doing the ransomware stuff. They got to cash it out somewhere. They'll go to an exchange where no one's enforcing the regulations, even though they may exist. You'll see people who are stealing funds, right? So anyone who's hacking into exchanges, people who are finding vulnerabilities in DeFi contracts and stealing funds out of DeFi contracts, people who are doing rug pulls in DeFi or exit scams in an exchange. they're moving a lot of that money out to these unregulated exchanges, well, or the ones that have no enforcement. So I think, like I say, I don't think we need more regulations. It just needs to get better enforced and coordinated around the world so that if people do get ripped off, there's a way better chance of getting their money back.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I didn't even know that, the rule like that in the US existed. But yeah, totally. Enforcement is a totally different thing. And, going back to like institutions, everyone knows that, these companies like MasterCard, other banks, they spend millions every year, like using things like AI and machine learning to, fight fraud, spot patterns, different things like that. So do you think in the future these companies like Square and others, like they're rolling out their own services? But my question is, would they come to someone like you who has kind of like a SME in the crypto area specifically for this? Because like, what are some of the important knowledge or skills do you think is required for the work that you guys do? Like, what are unique things to our industry only?
Companies like you mentioned, payment processors who are involved in crypto, like Square and PayPal and Visa and MasterCard and these other folks, they all purchase services from CipherTrace or our competitors. They can't build it themselves. There is so much investment that has been put into the technologies that we've built around managing, 800 tokens across many, many different blockchains, being able to do the identification of the criminal activity, being able to provide visualization tools for investigators, simple risk management scoring, fraud prevention, ransomware detection, malware detection related to crypto, smart contract stuff, chain hopping, all of that. I mean, the R&D that has been built by companies like CipherTrace and others, I mean, there's probably been, I'd say, $500 million invested in that so far. So probably 500 million in R&D has been invested in that, and it's not stopping anytime soon because the business continues to get more and more complex. So yeah, there's a big market for these technologies, and our view is obviously we want to be the biggest player in the market or one of the biggest players. We are one of the biggest right now, as you know. But we do have these other missions. We believe in open standards so that if you do want to build it yourself, you can. And we also believe a lot in user privacy. So we, for example, are presenting to FinCEN in the next couple of weeks about how do you do travel rule with privacy preserving technologies? How do you use zero knowledge systems to do sanction screening and things of that nature? What does self-sovereign identity mean as we think about DeFi and the need to identify, for example, who's using these systems in case something goes wrong, but otherwise keep everyone's information private? And where does that come from without centralized identity providers? So those are some of the missions that CipherTrace and our founders and our executives and our employees take forward, not just like, hey, we're gonna provide these AML, KYC compliance tools.
I think that's super important. And, if they're going to roll out these regulations anyway, then I think it's great that someone like you and your team are there for the educational aspect and also the implementation. Because, who knows if they try to do it themselves, it would take them much longer. So I'd rather
they'll never do it. Yeah, I mean, they'll never do it. Like, our experience is just working with a number of the big banks, for example. They invest, they build, they do things, they get a result, but they'll miss 80-90% of the bad stuff, and they'll have false positives like crazy, meaning they'll identify good cryptocurrency transactions as bad, and then that causes pain for the customer and it causes pain for their internal compliance staff. So you've got to evolve this to a much higher level of technology. And that's why, partnerships that CipherTrace has with companies like BAE Systems, as you mentioned, Nice Actimize, and a number of others, Feature Space, and a number of other of these technology companies, They have embedded roots in the financial infrastructure for fraud detection, anti-money laundering controls, detecting terrorist financing. We've integrated with a number of these top players, and we're very proud to be working with these companies. And by putting these things together, you get the benefit of advanced AI, machine learning, also workflow, case management across all of these systems and integrating crypto in. And it just makes crypto bigger. It means that hundreds of millions of more people can have access to the system in a safer way, and that, you know, we can continue to grow this thing.
Yeah, those are all, I think, really positive ideas, right? There's, I think, almost 90 billion in total value locked in DeFi right now, but there's trillions in other assets. So there's a lot of upward potential. And, you know, congrats to you guys for recently raising your Series B, I think $27 million Series B. So can you tell me, like, internally, what do you plan on, you know, doing with some of those funds? For you all, is it more about expanding your headcount, hiring more analysts, or are you looking to expand to more features? And is that more important, you think?
So we do have a strong analyst team, and they do a lot of work around, you know, okay, that's criminal activity and these kind of marketplaces that buy and sell stolen credit cards or other, you know, illicit things. This is terrorist stuff. This is ransomware, all that. A little bit of that for sure. Technology development, absolutely. You know, as I mentioned, we launched our first DeFi compliance product, but, you know, there's a lot more work to be done in this area. Also global expansion. So, you know, we see certain markets where there's just going to be a ton of growth there. So supporting customers around the world. And then we do, as I said, we do work on some nonprofit projects as well. So we work on the Travel Information Sharing Alliance, trissa.io, and helping get all of that going around, you know, effectively open source standards, standards of behavior. How do you identify cryptocurrency exchanges and VASPs around the world, educational efforts, conferences and things that we run around the world, either virtually or they used to be in person. But, you know, we want to continue to grow that as well.
Yeah, those are all very important things. And, you know, a little more about just your product itself, like how many different blockchains do you guys support? And what can you personally tell us, like, working or analyzing these different blockchains? Is there any one that's more difficult than the other, or is it all the same to you guys?
No, they're not all the same. So yeah, we support many tens of blockchains. We support the biggest blockchains out there. We continue to add new ones. And then on top of that, there's the currencies and tokens themselves. So we support over 800 of them right now. And then and tens of blockchains. Are some more difficult than others? Yeah, things that aren't open source are difficult because, you know, we want to work with the developer. Fortunately, most are open source. And also most developer communities are interested in having support on the compliance side, because they know that if they don't, then a lot of exchanges and other folks can't use it or won't use it or will deplatform it. So we got a lot of help from the community. It's fantastic. I'd say the most challenging one for us has been Monero. And so we've been working on Monero now for 2.5 years. We've made quite a lot of progress in that. But it's a moving target, you know. I mean, there's a lot of incredibly intelligent people working on the Monero project, and my hat is off to those people. They're doing amazing work there. But, you know, we've made quite a bit of progress on Monero. That's so far, that's been the most difficult one.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, things like Bitcoin, they don't have state. Things like Ethereum, you have a lot more data. So that definitely makes sense. One of my last questions, kind of forward reaching, but, you know, for the future of, like, you know, when people are launching things like CBDCs, how do you think having a lot of that information, like, publicly out there, because let's say it is a public blockchain, what do you think will be different in terms of maybe the power struggles, or will it just be a more efficient world?
You mean particularly for CBDCs?
Yeah, if you could just trace everything, and even for companies, like you can see commerce. How do you think that will change what's important to companies or countries?
So I'd like to talk about that, and then I also want to just finish up on some thoughts around DeFi and things, because a lot of people don't seem to understand it and why it's important. But let's just talk about CBDCs. You're assuming in your question that they're going to be on blockchains. Yes. That is not the default government mentality. I have dealt with government agencies all around the world and central banks. I can tell you there's a lot of people who think that they're going to run a centralized database at a central bank to run CBDCs, that they have nothing to do with blockchains, that they will be centrally operated. China, is obviously, they have a dual reason, right? They want currency control. They want to try to take away the US dollar as the petrodollar. And there's a lot of, currency wars that's real, that's happening. But they also want to track all their population. Or at least that's what it appears from the outside by having a centralized system operated by one government agency. When people come to CipherTrace for consultation on government central banks on this, what I advocate is it should be more of a blockchain-based technology. It needs to be co-operated with the major commercial banks in your country. So bring the banks in so that they're all operating part of this chain themselves. And then this does several things. One, it makes a system far more secure. If we have a central bank running a big database tracking everyone's stuff, I don't think any of us want it. But secondarily, it's the target for every nation state and every hacker in the world to go in and attack it, get the data, or pay someone who works there, $5-10 million a year to infiltrate it and get all the data out or modify it or something like that, right? So you want to make it a blockchain-based system, a DLT at least, so that central banks are involved in it, because it's much more secure. In that case, you have to go hack half or more of the banks. Secondarily, right? So that's security controls. Secondarily, who's going to issue the credentials to people to access CBDCs? Well, it's not going to be central banks. I mean, I don't know my central banker. I mean, I know them, but you know what I mean? Like, you don't know them probably, and most of our listeners don't. But I know my banker down the street or at my local branch. So they're the people who are going to issue, whether it's a digital wallet on your phone or a card that you can use at a credit and debit card reader. So you want to enroll them for those dual reasons. They have the customer relationship. They can bring the unbanked in. They can bring the banked in. And there's the security issue. And then there's also the privacy issue too, right? Because then they'll know who their customers are, which they do today, right? Your credit card issuer knows every single thing you buy. But the world doesn't. And this is the same thing here. You can still see transactions, and it could be a ledger that other people can read, but the only people who'll be able to de-anonymize it and know who's who is the issuers of the identity and the credential. And that requires court orders and due process and investigation and all that other stuff, subpoenas. So this is when I talk to central bankers, this is how I feel like they should be thinking. And but I can tell you there are other vendors out there that come from legacy banking that have been providing banking security products and banking transaction products for 20, 30, 40, 50, 80, 100 years, who are thinking about it much more in a centralized fashion and are saying, hey, central bank, buy this giant database from us and we'll run your CBDC for you. So obviously that's not the way forward. And one of our educational things is how do we educate central bankers about this topic?
I see. So what they're trying to build I can see how it might be a bit different goals. It might not be a completely native public blockchain. You could have private blockchains. But yeah, kind of going back to DeFi, like one of my questions I had was, in the traditional world, you have things like FDIC insurance. And then in things like DeFi, you don't really have any of that, but sometimes you have a lot of on-chain assurance, right? Like it won't get liquidated or as long as your collateral is safe. So do you think in the future, like what would you tell the people that are maybe don't trust DeFi as much? Do you think we need a FDIC insurance type of product where it's like government or backed by regulation, or will the technology sort of triumph in the end?
You need insurance products. I'm not saying it has to be a government controlled entity like FDIC. You need insurance products, you need auditability, you need ratings agencies in the same way that we have ratings agencies on stocks and bonds, and we have rating agencies on credit. All of us have a rating, right? We've all got a credit rating through the various credit rating agencies. D&B rates the credit of companies. Moody's and others rate the credit of stocks and of bonds. There's all kinds of things. That also all has to happen. There has to be insurance. It doesn't necessarily have to be government insured. But I think this is why some of the more forward-thinking financial institutions are saying, I want to be able to provide safe access to DeFi, which would be, how do you analyze a product, a project, to ensure that it's relatively safe? Because let's face it, there's attackers, there's scammers, there's bugs in code. All of these things happen. It's going to keep happening. And unless you are very astute at reading code and also debugging code and looking at the interactions, because DeFi is very complicated, right? Like there's very few things that are just one contract. Contracts call other contracts at other places, and oracles over here, and all this other stuff's going on. When you start to trace how like DeFi actually works, which is what we do at CipherTrace, like it blows your mind how incredibly complex these are, and we're just starting. So yes, all of that will evolve, and then you'll have ratings around these DeFi projects where you can say, look, if I lose my money, I'm insured up to this rate, or someone's done a security audit of this thing and it's audited every 3 months or every release, or et cetera, right? Again, that doesn't necessarily have to be government. It can be private industry doing it, and it probably will evolve that way, and there'll be a thriving market for that. And this will set apart DeFi projects that actually have done a proper job of security, compliance, and have the reserves in case something goes wrong, from those that don't. And I'd also like to just say on the DeFi thing why I'm a big fan of it. And I saw an article today in the Financial Times, which was about Man Group. It's a big hedge fund type of thing. And CEO was saying, we trade crypto because we can make money because there's a lot of volatility, but it has no net value. It's just the tulip bubble. My view on this is that person does not understand DeFi at all. Because DeFi is all about taking those middlemen financial institutions away, but more importantly, it creates auditability and transparency because they're on blockchains, which means we can figure out what's actually happening with our money. We can all get access to way better products without, we call up our broker or say, I want this derivatives contract. You have no idea what they're actually doing. DeFi transforms the world in this way, and there's billions of dollars being invested in these projects by very smart people. And it's just interesting to see some of these, folks who say crypto has no value other than trading. They just don't get it.
No, that's 100%. That's a great point. Like auditability is already built in, and on top of that, people are trying to add things like governance and it all together. So yeah, and I wonder if you have any thoughts there as well. Like with a lot of these DeFi protocols, governance is popular. So do you think like long-term, just talking about open source technologies and different things like that, like the collective people, like a large group of people will do a better job at maybe even securing a protocol? Or do you think, again, like all DeFi protocols should have a minimum standard of you've passed this audit or something like that?
Large groups of people have historically proven to be better at finding security vulnerabilities in cryptographic protocols. So when we think about, I've spent a lot of time in cryptography, as you know. I've got 20 years of background in cryptography, and then applying it here in applied cryptography, which is cryptocurrencies. My golden rule is don't invent your own crypto, because you're going to get it wrong. Just don't. And it's almost always been proven to be true. And I think every professional cryptographer would say the same thing. what you have to do is put these things through peer reviews, open reviews, testing cycles, have the open community look at them, attack them, understand how everything works. That's the only way to make robust systems that rely on cryptography, is to have lots of people look at them in a very transparent fashion and beat them up and find other problems and all that. So yes, I think the broader community can be much more effective than having a checklist of, you did A, B, C. Now you can still have an A, B, C checklist, particularly if you're trying to get an insurance policy against a thing or something like that. Sure, there can be baseline standards, but with the pace of innovation and what's being done here, yeah, having an educated community is important as well. But, vetting that community matters too, because if it's just a vote, like, I know nothing about it, I just voted it's secure, that's not good either, right? So you do need to have a way to vet people who really understand cryptography, protocol design, to weigh in on it. So I think it's a combination. I would say also, in my experience, doesn't mean it's true all the time, but to get a lot of people coordinated around governance issues and things of that nature, generally very difficult to be successful. Typically, these things tend to be more CeFi than DeFi. So they're more centralized often than you think. That, there's really 4 or 5 people who do most of the work, who do most of the coordination, and then maybe there's a layer of 20 that are doing it, and then you can say there's hundreds, but successful projects are always driven by smaller teams that maybe have a layer of a bigger team. Anyone who's done open source development will know that.
100%. And I think this positive sentiment is a great way to end things off. And yeah, one of my last questions is, I know we had you as, involved in our Coins podcast production. So yeah, if you want to talk a little bit about how your experience was with that, that'd be great.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
Awesome. Yeah, we're excited that you were a part of it, a part of that story, and part of the Reimagine story as well. So yeah, lastly, if you want to shout out, like, how can people get in touch with you, your team, or any websites you recommend them visiting?
Sure. All I can recommend, go to ciphertrace.com, check it out. I'd also say, if you have interest in evolving regulatory things, visit trisa.io, trsa.io. So that is this open source development and open governance model development for how we're going to implement these regulations globally. And there's meetings twice a week. There's a technical meeting, and there's also more of a coordination meeting. And sometimes we'll get regulators from different countries to come on, maybe once or twice a month, to come and talk. And you can have an open dialogue with many of the top cryptocurrency exchanges, technical developers, projects in the area of building open protocols for compliance that will work globally. And we've also, as I mentioned, we've been with that TRISA group, we've been working on ways to use privacy enhancing technologies to protect people's privacy rather than spraying people's names and addresses and account numbers all over the world, which is often how people are trying to do this. We really believe, let's use the cryptography that we have today to really solve that. So come and join the conversation at trisa.io.
Yeah, awesome. And thank you all for doing the important work you guys are doing. Dave, it was a pleasure speaking with you here today. Look forward to speaking to you again in a few months, hopefully.
Roshan, it's always great to talk to you.
For sure. And I'll let you all tune back in to Reimagine 2021. We have countless more interviews. And if you want to check out our full library, go to Reimagine 2021 on our YouTube channel. We have over 500 interviews. And yeah, I look forward to the rest of the event. I'll let you all tune back in. Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Veyer, Lynn Ulbricht, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hey there! I am Maurice the Cow, and I'm here with an utter crypto vocabulary lesson, okay? Brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Non-fungible token, NFT. Fungibility refers to an object's ability to be exchanged for another. For example, an individual dollar is considered fungible, as we can trade dollars with one another. Artwork is usually deemed non-fungible, as paintings, sculptures, or masterpieces are likely to be unequal in quality or value. A non-fungible token is a type of token that is a unique digital asset and has no equal token. This is in contrast to cryptocurrencies like Ether that are fungible in nature. And that's no bull.
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is actually our 10th anniversary edition of our event. We've been doing it for a whole year now, bringing you the latest founders, innovators, and the latest news in the space. I'm Roshan Marachkar, one of your hosts for this event, and I'm very excited to be here with a returning Reimagine guest. So with me here today, I have Scott Melker, who's the host of the Wolf of Wall Street's podcast. Scott, welcome back to the show. And it's been a crazy time in the crypto market, like in the past couple of months. So, what are some of the most important factors you see like affecting the market right now? Let's just start with that, maybe.
Well, I think number one is probably leverage. And it's the one that's least talked about because obviously there's all kinds of mainstream narratives from people that don't understand the market. But if you really look at the price action, when you talk about the roller coaster of the past few months, I assume you mean the very parabolic rise and more importantly, the equally parabolic dip to the downside of around 55% drop for Bitcoin. And primarily that's a function of the system having too much leverage, right? We have exchanges that historically have been able to offer traders up to 100, 125x leverage, meaning that if Bitcoin, which has implied volatility of 5 or 6% a day, moves 1%, you get liquidated, right? And each of those liquidation orders on the way down becomes a sell order, causing more sell orders on the way down. And we saw about $10 billion liquidated from 60,000 down to 50,000 and almost 1 million individual traders' accounts. So there's your story, which is how a small problem becomes a very large problem. And that was the same story basically from $40,000 down to 30,000. So if you're wondering how the crypto market moves so fast and so violently, primarily it's because of cascading liquidations on leverage exchanges. So you have all the mainstream narratives, all the news medias, ransomware, electricity, you name it, the same ones that are recycled every time Bitcoin drops, but those are just very small catalysts or stories that are used to pile on when kicking a man when he's down, so to speak. So I would say that if you zoom out and you look at the market with some perspective, Bitcoin was trading under $4,000 in March of 2020 and is trading almost at 40,000 as we're speaking today. That's approximately a 10x gain. So remove the crazy price action up to 65 and back down to 29, and you'd be very, very happy if you entered almost at any point over the last year. You could potentially be up 10x. So I think it's all very natural market movement in a nascent market. It's a free market. And so there's no centralized authority that's going to step in and help if price drops. But more importantly, it doesn't require centralized authority to step in and help. If the stock market dropped 55%, and we've seen what happens when it drops 35%, we would have the Fed stepping in, printing money endlessly, quantitative easing, buying bonds, buying stocks, buying everything to make sure the market goes down. In the Bitcoin market, it drops 55% and everything continues to work as normal, right? So, and to me, that's a huge indictment of the other system and a huge plus and positive for Bitcoin and this market. So the reality is, yes, it's been a major roller coaster, but we're seeing a nice bounce now. And I think we'll probably talk about all the different narratives, institutional adoption, the things I mentioned, ransomware and energy, if those are interesting or not, and probably more importantly, impending regulation. All the things that potentially are weighing it down for the moment, but I believe once we have clarity, will allow it to spread its wings and fly once again.
Yeah, definitely. And, in our market, there's no bailouts, no one to really come in and save the day when we have all these liquidations and different things like that. In the traditional market, you sort of have these circuit breakers. And I think, I don't know if that's always a positive thing, because it's like a net for these companies, even when they do nefarious things. These institutions, they sort of don't really get in lots of trouble, but
nobody gets in trouble.
Yeah. So even I know you're a big fan of some of your trading strategies. You're a big fan of dollar cost averaging and buying daily. And I know you spend a lot of time with just educating retail users through your newsletter and different forms. So what are some general tips that you give to your community and how to safeguard your assets and not necessarily make a lot of money, but yeah, what do you tell them in these times where everything is so volatile?
Buy. right? You buy the dip. That's what you do. And you continue buying the dip because you believe that over time an asset will trend. But the caveat of buying the dip is you have to have a multi-decade timeline. You don't buy the dip and expect not to lose money in the next 5 days or 5 months. You buy because you're investing and anticipate that you'll be holding these assets in your retirement, the same way that you would approach the stock market. If you look at a chart of the Dow Jones in its history, there's never been greater opportunity than the Great Depression, the Great Recession, the dot-com boom. Every time that the market had a tremendous drop, it was temporary and the market continued up. And so anyone who was cash flush and willing to buy when there was fear was rewarded handsomely, right? And so I stress very heavily to people, and I'm not a financial advisor, I just tell them what I'm doing. But I stress very heavily that you should be an investor first. If you're going to trade, you're probably going to lose. So do it with a very small percentage of your capital, and probably you will lose that money. But as an investor, if you want to take all of the emotion and stress out of it, you just dollar cost average, right? Buy every Monday at 9 a.m., regardless of the price, a fixed amount, and don't look at it and don't touch it. And it has to be money that you're willing to put away and not touch for years and years, if not decades and decades. But it's funny, there's a famous quote, and I'm trying to remember who said it, but it was effectively that, human beings will buy anything when it's on sale except for stocks, right? And so for some reason, when you see a financial instrument drop 50%, that gives you panic and fear. But if it was anything else in the world, you would buy it without even a hesitation, looking at it as a 50% discount. That's how I view Bitcoin right now. Even if it goes to a 60% discount, I don't care, because I believe that one day it'll trade 6 figures, potentially even 7 figures, much, much higher. The reality is I just tell people to zoom out, not get fixated on price action at all. Remind them that most people who have accumulated wealth over time have never looked at a chart or worried about a trade. They've just bought things and closed their portfolio and checked it quarterly and readjusted and waited years to see if there was a benefit.
Yeah, I mean, the best feelings are those people that locked away their Bitcoin, or they forgot they even mined it, and they check it years later, redeeming it now. And some people have lost keys and different things like that. So definitely longevity is the name of the game in our industry, whether that is holding your position or remembering your keys.
In every industry. Right. In every industry. Mark Yusko, the principal at Morgan Creek, shared a great story with me recently. And he told me that, he said, Scott, do you know what the best performing assets and portfolios are at Fidelity? And I said, no, I have no idea. He said, deceased. He said, the people who died and nobody claimed them, those have performed the best. The disabled, inactive, and deceased. The ones who have never touched it are the accounts by far that have performed the best. People are their own worst enemies. They get in their way because they're impatient or fearful. The reality is, if you just buy and wait a very long time, you will most likely do exceptionally well.
Yeah, and a lot of these assets are still maturing. So like no one's held Bitcoin for 20 plus years, for example. Gold, yes. So I think it's like different cycles. And like, while we're talking about maturity, when do you think the crypto market will sort of diverge from its reliance on just Bitcoin? Because you're kind of talking about stocks and the market there. So do you think that we'll always have this reliance? Will there be some kind of breakaway?
I mean, if we're talking about Bitcoin's correlation to other markets, I don't believe that there is one. If we're talking about Bitcoin's correlation to the rest of the crypto market, then we obviously know that that's very strong. Like altcoins suffer tremendously when Bitcoin drops. Altcoins tend to suffer tremendously when Bitcoin rises fast as well. But if we're talking about other assets, I don't believe that Bitcoin is in any way correlated to the stock market, metals, or any other market. And if you look at it over its 12-year history, that's mathematically proven, right? The correlation is almost zero on the scale of -1 to +1. Of course, in a major risk-off environment, a black swan like COVID, everything crashes at once. But we saw that Bitcoin rose, like I said, from that point. I mean, it went up over 20 times, from the bottom to the top, much more than any other market. I mean, in fact, the reason a lot of people want exposure to Bitcoin, the Paul Tudor Jones and the Bill Millers and the Druckenmillers and all these billionaires, is because they believe that it offers idiosyncratic risk, meaning that it's not correlated to other assets, right? You can buy every stock, every bond, everything. When it all crashes, it goes together, right? You have systematic risk, which was proven over and over and over again through time. So even if you can put 5% of your portfolio in something that has even the chance to not react the same as everything else, that's like a unicorn for an investor in their portfolio. Even if you think that asset will perform poorly, the fact that it will not perform the same as everything else in the same situation is extremely valuable. So that's why you see these guys talking about put 1% in, put 5% in, put 10%. If everything crashes and Bitcoin goes up 100 times, you've covered your ass on your entire portfolio just by holding a small amount of this asset. And if it goes to zero, which it won't, but if you're thinking that it could, you lose almost nothing. You lose a few percent of your portfolio.
Definitely. And, everyone's been talking about, is Bitcoin an inflation hedge in the past month and different things like that. On the concept, on the topic of institutions, just looking forward in the next couple of years, or even what we've seen in the past years, do you think that like Bitcoin whales, or will it be institutions that sort of control more of the market going forward?
First of all, the inflation hedge thing makes me laugh every single time, as if you can judge the success of an inflation hedge over 3 months, right? It's the notion of it is so stupid. You're buying as a hedge against a consistent devaluing of the United States dollar for 50 or 100 years, not what's going to happen between June and July. So that whole notion is absurd. I just want to put that out there. As for institutions, I believe that a lot of the whales already are institutions, hedge funds and institutions that have been aggressively trading the asset. There's quite a bit of data that would show that. Those are not the OG whales that we all talk about who have had Bitcoin since 2010, 2011, 2012, and have these huge old wallets. But I do think that those institutions are already playing a role. The thing is, there's all kinds of different institutions, right? There are crypto hedge funds. They count as institutions, but that's not the same as a MicroStrategy or a Goldman Sachs or, these kind of household names. So I think that we are still in the infancy of institutional adoption in that regard, right? We've obviously MicroStrategy and Tesla and, Square starting to talk about putting Bitcoin in their treasury, taking a small bite. MicroStrategy much larger than a small bite, I think, per market cap. But we haven't really seen, beyond banks starting to open the doors to their clients to touch crypto, we haven't really seen that large of institutional adoption as far as they themselves gaining exposure to the asset. And I think that they're very interested. I think that just takes a lot of time to get past the risk managers and to be vetted. I think that we will see a time in the future when the huge wall of money, the endowments, the pensions, sovereign wealth, central banks themselves will have exposure to Bitcoin for the same reasons that we sort of discussed before. And to me, one of the keys to that would be the approval of a ETF in the United States, a Bitcoin ETF, right? Because then you would have an instrument that the risk managers would be easily able to push past without the security concerns, the custody concerns, the insurance concerns, without having to ever hold the underlying asset, right? Right now, they can do it with GBTC. We've seen a lot of institutions go through Grayscale, but it's a crappy product, right? I mean, right now it's trading at a 20% discount. It went up to 50, 60% premium, and you're paying 2%. So that's just it's a poor man's ETF. When we have a real ETF that trades within, 1% of net asset value and can be traded publicly by anyone, I think that will be really the key to that wall of money. And I think then, for better or for worse, those kind of institutions will become the true whales and will largely dictate price action. But to that end, it should become less volatile because a pension, which is good or bad, depending on your view, but a pension doesn't buy something to flip it in 6 months, right? They can't. So when that wall of money comes in, endowments and pensions, they're buying it to hold it for a very, very long time.
I think that's a good thing, especially seeing these large pools of money that people forget that are kind of at the backbone of a lot of things. And I thought it was interesting that just recently Goldman Sachs, I think they announced like a DeFi ETF. It didn't even have many crypto companies in there, and it didn't even stand for like decentralized finance. But what do you think about things like that when you see Goldman Sachs or other companies kind of launching their own crypto versions that don't really hold the fundamental nature or the values of crypto? Like, like, is this going to be a problem for new retail investors? Like, they're going to be very confused.
I think they will be very confused. And I think I tweeted something recently about this. It was like breaking news, centralized mega bank, Goldman Sachs, offering decentralized finance product. Like, oh, the irony, and the irony of that should not be lost. But like you said, you remember in 2017, there was a iced tea company that was publicly traded that added blockchain to their name and the stock went up like hundreds of percent. I think that's what we're seeing here, right? DeFi is a catchphrase, and Goldman Sachs, being the dinosaur, but capitalist dinosaur who wants to capitalize on the trend, is doing this. And like you said, there's no DeFi in it. I read it, then it's pretty cryptic, but like it's a ETF that has companies like Microsoft in it, and they're pitching it as decentralized finance. It has nothing to do with it. And yes, I think it's intentionally made to take advantage of the term without exposing their clients in their mind probably to the risk. And it's just making an attractive name. It's a clickbait product for their customers. I do think it's dangerous and bad, but that said, it'll probably do pretty well. And in that regard, would be a net positive for the industry. I just think it's funny, the very notion of them doing something around decentralization. But the big banks are coming, right? We've seen, JP Morgan has now opened the doors to almost all of their wealth clients to be able to touch crypto. Of course, their CEO also said that he would fire anyone who traded it, and that it was a dangerous asset. But they watch what they do, not what they say, I guess. Bank of America is opening futures trading to crypto clients. They're all coming, right? And it's not because they want to. It's because they have customers who call and say, hey, man, do you guys have Bitcoin services? I want to get in on that. And if they don't want to lose their customers, they need to find a way to give the customers what they want, which is exposure to Bitcoin and crypto assets.
The demand is certainly there. And, these traditional companies, the way their business models are, they sort of adapt anything that, just makes them money. I'm not even sure what their real ethos are, right? Some of it is really messed up, giving out loans that they shouldn't. And that's what I really like about the crypto market. Even when you're taking a loan on chain, there's no other counterparty that's really judging you. You just have your counterparty risk. But while we're still talking about institutions, what effect do you think the custody nature of the funds like Grayscale or even these other companies custodying a lot of the Bitcoin, does that have any impact on the actual trading in the market? Do you think all of that money just sort of becomes illiquid? And how does that affect large movements in the market? Where do they come from?
Well, with time, it should increase the supply side shock that's already somewhat built into Bitcoin with the halving and obviously the mathematical scarcity and deflationary nature of the asset. We talk about it all the time. When you see a huge purchase, talk billions of dollars on an exchange, and you see those coins moved into custody, well, that's $1 billion more of Bitcoin removed from the supply side. So assuming demand remains the same or increases, we should eventually see price go up if we see enough of that supply removed from the active trading market. I think custody is important, and there's a lot of hardcore Bitcoiners who would disagree, right? Not your keys, not your coins. If you're not custodying your own coins, they're not yours. But your average person, especially your average wealthy person who's used to other markets, is used to having a bank or a third party that they can trust with insurance to custody and hold their assets. There's a lot of people out there that don't want to be their own bank, right? They don't want to risk losing their keys. They don't want to risk a house fire and, the joke, losing their assets in a boating accident, right? Nobody wants to risk that. So I think for us to get the institutional demand and money, there have to be safe places for them to custody their assets. And we're seeing the PNY Mellons and State Streets, the biggest custodians in the world, are now talking about crypto and custodying assets, right? But if we're simply talking about as traders, it's always a good thing to see supply removed from the market. And like I said, the halving every 4 years, you basically have this, doubling in difficulty to mine Bitcoin, which effectively cuts the supply in half. So at the most basic level of supply and demand, if supply is cut in half and demand stays the same, price should double, right? And so with time, that tends to happen and more.
You're right. We have all these at least baked in mechanisms that gives a little bit of a predictability, at least for the amount of Bitcoins that are out there, the halving cycle. So I think all of that is really great stuff. But kind of going back to what we were talking about, just the maturity of the space and where we are right now. How much do you think like crypto sentiment, what a lot of these new players coming in, like someone like Elon Musk per se, it's not like he's been in he started the crypto market when it was a while back, like he's kind of a new entrant. But how much do you think crypto sentiment is still affecting the market? And is it always going to be this way?
No, it won't always be this way. It's only been 12 years, and so I think that it's important to keep that perspective. I also, as I said before, I think that, the people that are moving the market with huge amounts of coins are likely using this news to sort of make frictionless trades and cause those cascading liquidations that we talk about, more than it is, oh my God, Elon Musk tweeted 1 million people are selling their Bitcoin. That's just not the case, right? Doesn't happen. And we're already seeing his impact reduce. I mean, he tweets about Doge now and the price doesn't even move. And that's a far smaller asset than Bitcoin. I think that there will be a time down the road when Bitcoin is viewed like every other asset. It's just a part of your portfolio, right? Even if it's small, you have some Bitcoin, you have some bonds, you have some stocks, you have some real estate, you have some gold, whatever it is, and it'll be considered a normal asset for people. I already think we're starting to see that happen. And at that point, the tweets of a, erratic billionaire will be irrelevant. But Elon Musk can tweet about anything and the price will move. Right. So it's funny that we focus on Bitcoin and Doge, but you can't tell me that if Elon Musk didn't tweet about some random, 10 billion market cap stock, that it wouldn't have a tremendous effect on that stock. So it's more about him and his influence than it is about the crypto market in my mind. But yet again, I don't believe that it's the news that's moving the price. I think we had this parabolic run up. There was a ton of FOMO, and every time that happens in every market, the late entrants are punished, right? You buy the top, you could have bought at 10. I'm not going to buy at 10. It's never going to go up. It's too expensive. Goes to 20. Well, now it's really too expensive. Goes to 40. I can't buy it. It's $40,000 going to drop. Hit 60. I got to get in. This thing's going to 1 million, right? That's when it drops. And so you can see that in any market. And that's what happened here largely.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. You're right. Like Elon Musk and some Michael Saylor, a lot of these people, I mean, they've built up influence over a large period of time. And we still have other like crypto influencers in the industry. So one thing I wanted to ask you is, have you seen anything from, I guess, your followers and their sentiment when these price crashes happen? Like what can you tell me about when the price crashes happen and we see a rebound? Do you think it's just the same people in our industry rebuying, or do you actually think new money comes in with something like stable coins? Do you track that at all? I'm just curious.
I don't think we're seeing a ton of new money come in right now. I think we saw that new money come in on the big rise, and some of those people sold and some of them are still holding. Again, if we're talking about very specifically as we're recording, we're a day after price sort of bounced from 30 to 40, in a very short period of time after dropping. Once again, that was leverage, right? There's no question that was a short squeeze. Funding for shorts, funding for perpetual swaps was negative. A ton of people were shorting. There was extremely negative sentiment, sort of the opposite of what we talked about at the top. And someone took advantage, just like you saw with GameStop on Robinhood or on the stock market, and price rose based on all those shorts. So I think that right now we're basically seeing money moved around. We're seeing the same people who know how to trade this market, trading it effectively. I think that it'll take some sort of catalyst to get retail really interested. Once again, like I said, I mean, if you see a Bitcoin ETF approved or something like that, I think that there'll be quite a lot of interest, a positive news cycle, more retail and those things. But if you look at the on-chain data, almost all of the selling was done by wallets that have held Bitcoin for under a year, mostly under 6 or 3 months. So people came in heavily, they bought near the top, it dropped. They were either in profit and said, I'm locking in my profit, or they took a quick loss and said, I'm out of here, man, and they sold their assets. The large wallets that have existed for a long time have added to their positions. right? So smart big money has been buying in the 30,000s while retail sold back down. And that tends to be how it works, right? Yet again, it's Warren Buffett, right? The market is a mechanism for moving money from the impatient to the patient. And that's generally what you see every single time on a massive drop. You see, retail who didn't necessarily have a belief in the asset, who just bought because they wanted to get rich. They panic and they sell right into the hands of those bigger players that are eagerly waiting to buy that 55% discount.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues there is, like, for some reason, crypto is highly emotional. I would say, like, most investors and even traders, you're not going to do too well if you get attached to your assets. Although you have your Bitcoin holders, but from your perspective, because you're a trader in the space and you're giving a lot of great not investment advice, but a lot of knowledge and just education for how these different mechanisms work. With something like Ethereum and DeFi, like how do you distinguish between things trading at the fundamental value or even like at the leveraged value, where you can do things like synthetic assets and it's not real money, it's leverage money? So how do you make that distinction while just looking at new assets to invest in?
I mean, DeFi is complicated for sure. And so I think that most people are better off concentrating on Ethereum or the larger DeFi platforms. And you have to be very experienced and knowledgeable, I think, to go further down the rabbit hole to these literally now thousands of platforms within DeFi. Because as you mentioned, it becomes very complex. I mean, obviously last year we saw sort of the rise and somewhat fall of yield farming, right? Where people would borrow from one pool and take those assets and borrow it somewhere else for a higher rate, and take those assets and borrow somewhere else, lending, right? And those houses of cards tend to fail, but out of that comes sort of the stronger platforms. And I believe certainly that there are plenty of people, I should say, who believe that DeFi will replace the global banking system. I think that it will run in parallel to it for those who are unbanked, underbanked, or want to opt out of legacy systems, and will offer another alternative. Just the very fact that you can get yield in DeFi and you can't in your bank account is a huge plus, right? Just the fact that you can earn any sort of interest on your assets. But I would say that what I tell people is stay away in general unless you've been in this market for years and years and years, and just focus on Ethereum, right? I mean, you can buy Bitcoin and view it as a store of value, digital gold, I think, inflation hedge, whichever narrative you choose for Bitcoin. That's one thing, right? And then you have Ethereum, which is really more akin to an investment in the internet in the late 80s or the early 90s. You're investing in a platform that allows people to exchange value, right? So you have the internet, which is the internet of information. I can send you an email privately, really without a third party, or information that's readily available on Google or anywhere on the web, from you to me for free, right? Well, what if you could do that with your money? Right. And that's what DeFi is. It's eliminating the third parties, the toll collectors, the unnecessary middlemen in every one of our transactions. And that's important for people all around the world, especially when they don't even have access to a bank account. Right. And so that's all being built on Ethereum right now. There are plenty of platforms that are interesting. I wouldn't call them competitive. I think they'll each find their own lane, and then they'll be interoperable using other platforms, right? And they'll just talk to one another. But you can buy Ethereum right now and effectively invest in that entire ecosystem without going down the rabbit hole. So for your average person, that's certainly what I would suggest.
That's really good advice, and especially about Ethereum. I think it's almost like it's just like the rails for decentralized finance right now. So that's a really good point. Just holding Ethereum. When we're talking about things like, I guess, inflation, how do you think the inflation in, the traditional world of finance will affect crypto? Like, again, kind of talking about the inflation hedge, but I'm more so talking about, is our world of all our crypto products, is it safe from the inflation happening? Because people are also talking about and monitoring how many, the stable coin input. And a lot of people think that that's going to give rise, maybe even before Bitcoin. So do you kind of feel the same way?
Stable coins are dollars, right? So they're susceptible to inflation. They're pegged to a dollar. They should be backed by dollars. Therefore, they have the same inflation risk as a dollar. I have nothing against stable coins. I hold quite a bit of stable coins because, as I said, I can get 10% interest on those stable coins on a platform like Voyager that I use for trading. And, they offer me a 10% yield on my stable coins. So I'll hold them because that's obviously theoretically beating or at least competing with inflation. But the answer is nuanced, right? Bitcoin is an inflation hedge. Crypto is not an inflation hedge, right? And so you have to choose wisely and understand why you're buying an asset. If you buy one of these smaller coins that you're investing in a platform or the utility of that platform, that has nothing to do with hedging against inflation. In my mind, Bitcoin is the only asset that you buy as a long-term inflation hedge. And there are plenty other cryptos to buy for other reasons. It's just not it. That's just not what the reason is, right? So I think that crypto is very susceptible to inflation, just not Bitcoin.
Definitely, because Bitcoin, you kind of have that. I guess it's deflationary. It's built into the protocol. I think one interesting thing I was thinking about while you were talking was, now that we have the rise of things like NFTs, and it looks like everybody wants to create a market for everything and make everything liquid. How do you see this affecting just general markets and even in trading markets in the future? If everything becomes liquids, like assets that were not liquid before and assets that you sort of couldn't split up. I think recently there was like a project 2 days ago, is like fractionalized NFTs. So do you think this is good for the market in the future?
That's like Inception, right? You go deeper down fractionalization to the point where you don't even know what you own at that point. I think it's good for the market, absolutely. I think that NFTs have just scratched the surface of their real use cases. It's kind of interesting. If you were looking at NFTs in 2017, 2018, I think art and collectibles was a very small part of what was exciting about that. And that's still the case. They've just been the use case that have seen mainstream awareness. But as you said, you can tokenize effectively anything and make it liquid. And those are also NFTs, tokenizing stocks, tokenizing your mortgage, tokenizing your car title, right? Literally anything, as I was talking about earlier, that can be transferred between two people that presently requires a third party. You can eliminate that third party and transfer it directly and know exactly who owns that asset through an NFT. That's a better world, right? In my mind, removing centralization from transactions and removing the fees associated and the predatory third parties that usually are in between, try to send a bank wire from the United States to Nigeria in the amount of $10, and you'll see what I'm talking about. You can do that easily with a stable coin. That's part of decentralization, right? So we're looking at any system that allows us to remove the third party. And for all of these other assets, NFTs will be that system. Once again, mostly built on Ethereum, right? So buying Ethereum is also investing in the potential of all of these things. And so I think that, it would remove a lot of the problems that we have with transacting directly. Even going back to GameStop and Robinhood and what we saw there, Robinhood had to freeze trading on GameStop. Now they could have also turned off the sell button and not just the buy button, but they had to because they couldn't cover the costs of filling orders when it was a 48-hour time to clear those orders through a third party. Now imagine if all of those stocks were tokenized and it was instantaneous, they wouldn't have had any of those problems, right? So I believe that tokenizing everything is absolutely the future, and eliminating third parties and allowing for it to be decentralized is just a necessary step in the evolution of transacting.
Definitely. Everyone's talking about building new bridges. Interoperability, of course, is a huge theme still. I think everyone's starting to figure out that, in order to get the mass market, you need to get out of your corner of the space and even bridge to even some of your competitor tokens. How do you think people can most benefit with using crypto in their daily lives right now? Like anything further than just buying and selling?
Depends on where you live. It's really hard in the United States. And that's just a fact because it's not viewed as money, it's viewed as property. So buying coffee with your Bitcoin, as attractive as that may sound to some people, is a taxable sale of your Bitcoin. If I want to send you Bitcoin, I have to pay the taxes on selling it effectively to send it to you, right? And so I think that the laws right now, the tax law certainly is very prohibitive for us here, but there are places in the world where they don't have those laws. And I think if you live in Venezuela and you have hyperinflation and your currency is worth nothing, you can probably live for a month on $100 worth of Bitcoin, right? So I think it's location to location and use case to use case. I think there are plenty of places in the world where using Bitcoin on a daily basis is valuable. And there are probably more places in the world where right now it's best to buy it and hold it and wait and see what happens.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, it depends on where you are in the world. In some parts of the world, that's pretty much the only currency that you have to use now, right? It's becoming legal tender in many areas. And I think that's really great to see the different utilities around the world for sure. And looking forward, what's the most exciting use case that you're currently excited about in the next year? Like, do you think it will still be around like crypto products, or do you think there'll be kind of like a blended product from one of these companies? Like, any guesses on which company will announce a more crypto native product next, like similarly to Square?
I'm really not sure. And I hate to conjecture, but for me, it's not what's happening in the legacy systems that excites me. It really goes back to DeFi, I think, and I'm not talking about that as an investor or a trader. I just think that when you drill into what crypto was created for, the real importance of it, the real use case, it's to have decentralized money, to not be controlled by your government, and have the ability to transact freely with whoever you want, whenever you want. And I think as we see the market mature and as we see these platforms develop, I think that we will truly see this become a competitor, not a replacement, but a competitor for those global systems, and if you want to talk about the institutional side, the OCC has said banks can test stablecoins now instead of SWIFT transactions and, ACH. They can custody these assets. So I do think that we will see a blending of, legacy systems, utilizing them just because they're superior and faster, and the people, retail, using it completely outside of that system and not having to touch those predatory systems. So for me, what I'm most excited about in crypto is not about the number going up or, how much profit we can make trading it. It really is about the, paradigm shift to better systems that help people all over the world.
Definitely. And it's also hard, although these are great core principles, it's really hard for new people, I think, coming in to, not everyone is interested in those things to get exposure for crypto in the sense of, not everybody outside of the market shares those same principles. So to sort of wrap things up, what are 2 to 3 of your ethos or principles that you kind of tell new people getting into the market? Just general advice.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I would say, first of all, if you're interested in this space or any space, do your research, right? It's just like, it's exactly what you just said. Most people are buying it because they're speculating and somebody has told them to buy it and that it might go up. And they don't understand all of the use cases or the importance of the asset as I've sort of described, right? They don't understand it's an inflation hedge. Maybe they don't understand inflation at all, right? Most people, I think, are not even aware of what money is or where money comes from or why it's such a risk to have your government printing money endlessly. What does that mean, right? They don't teach us financial education in the United States. Most countries, I would imagine, is the same. Maybe you learn how to balance your checkbook in school or something like that, but nobody teaches you about credit and loans and debt and money. Don't even know what it is, right? You just take it for granted. It's the stuff that you exchange for goods. And so I think if you go down the rabbit hole, which I tell people to, and have a better understanding of money, read the book Sapiens. For example, if you want a quick start, I always tell people just read Sapiens. It'll give you a much better understanding of why Bitcoin is important first, right? And then I tell people just start dollar cost averaging really small. Get a little bit of it, touch it, move it around, learn how to send it, learn how to receive it, learn how to buy it, learn how to custody it. And then after that, maybe consider Ethereum. Once you've got some Bitcoin, take a look at Ethereum, do the same process, go through the research, understand why it's important, understand what it is. And then you're a year or two deep and you start looking at all the other assets, right? And it's funny, I used to think that Bitcoin was sort of the gateway drug to all of these other coins and assets. But I had all these people in my life who are, in their 40s like me, who I always said, buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. And I gave them these lectures and they didn't care. Like you said, they don't understand, or they just never have thought that deeply about money. Then I say, go buy some USDC and park it and get 10% interest, just like you did in the 1980s on your savings account. And they go, really? And they do that, right? So now I think actually like CeFi, the Voyagers, BlockFi, Celsius, Nexo, Amber, Abras of the world, right? I think those are the gateway now into crypto, because your average person says, I can get 9 or 10% on dollars with no volatility, and they're willing to do that. And then they start thinking about Bitcoin and other assets. So I tell people to check that out as well. Understand the counterparty risk, understand how they're gaining that yield, but maybe consider just doing anything in the crypto space to sort of hedge against what's happening with your money.
That's a great way to end things off. You kind of described the ultimate flywheel. Like that's the best way to de-risk yourself in that sense. Yeah, Scott, thank you so much for being here today. And lastly, I want to give you a chance to shout out your newsletter. How can people connect with you and just follow your thoughts?
Sure. Twitter is the best place, at Scott Melker, SCOTTMELKER. And from there, you can kind of find everything else, go down the rabbit hole. I have a podcast, the Wolf of Wall Street's podcast, that comes out twice a week, something I'm very passionate about. It's the best job in the world. Get to call anyone you want and ask them questions for an hour who would have never given you the time of day otherwise. It really is the greatest thing. It's like, I get paid to do this. It's incredible. And then, as you mentioned, I have a newsletter that comes out 5 days a week, and a YouTube channel where I have multiple pieces of content coming out every day. I mean, my goal really is mainstream adoption of cryptocurrency, and so I work every day pretty tirelessly to try to make that happen, putting out educational content and trying to make it accessible to brand new people. I think the people that are here already get it, right? So it's kind of banging your head against the wall to focus exclusively on them. I really want the average person who can benefit from this to understand the importance and to jump on board.
Definitely. You make great points. Really love your ethos. And I might be a little biased because I'm a fan of you myself, but no, definitely check out Scott's work. He's, I don't even know when you get the time to sleep, but the market doesn't sleep. I don't think you
sleeps.
do too, but
we don't sleep. I've slept more actually since price has gone from 65 to 30 than I ever did on the way up. So
we'll just hold and figure it out along the way. But Scott, thank you so much for returning to Reimagine. It's always a pleasure speaking with you. Market is different. Our conversations and thoughts are different, but as always, we're very excited for the future.
Thank you so much.
And for the rest of you still watching, we're bringing you more interviews here at Reimagine 2021 version 10. Check out our full YouTube library. We've done over 500 interviews now. And as usual, we always return every single month, bringing you the latest founders and new news in the space. Thank you, everyone.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, The only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver, Lynn Ulbricht, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Oh, hey there, pallies. It's your old pal Paulie here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. AML, Anti-Money Laundering, a set of international laws enacted to diminish the potential for criminal organizations, or individuals to launder money through cryptocurrencies. But I wouldn't know nothing about that. And neither would you, capiche?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Oh, hi there! Frederick the Yeti here, and it's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Cold wallet or cold storage, an offline wallet that is never connected to the internet. These wallets protect cryptocurrencies from getting hacked online. Of course, where I come from, up in Saskatchewan, every wallet is a cold wallet, eh?
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brad, co-founder of Unstoppable Domains. Happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary, actually, and our 10th edition of this conference that's been going on. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects. as well as education within our Mousebot University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's straightforward. It's increasing adoption, use cases, real world applications, and not only that, obviously like education of what we're doing, what we're building. So I'm very fortunate here to have Brad Cam. Him and his team are becoming a regular on the show, and we're very fortunate to have you back again. How you doing, Brad? Thanks for taking time out of your day.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me back.
Awesome. So like prior to this, I was kind of thinking like, man, what am I going to talk about? Right. Like you guys have been on and there's so much going on, so much been going on in the space as always, as the pace of innovation continues. One thing that what was kind of cool, and we'll kind of dive right into it. I wasn't aware of this, but talk about the wallet, right? Where your wallet holds your NFTs. Now you can connect it to your domain, and now it can become an NFT like your art gallery. Is that right?
So the domain names are NFTs, and so every single blockchain domain name is an NFT. They're ERC 721 tokens on Ethereum, just like probably most other or many other NFTs you're interacting with. So you store that in your wallet, and then what you do is you point the domain name to various other wallets where you want to receive money. So I could have my domain name in MetaMask, and then I could be directing my Bitcoin to go to Coinbase wallet. And then I could be directing my Ethereum or my Litecoin to my Trust wallet or something else like that. So it's like a universal, decentralized ID. It's a username that you as the user control. And you can use it for any of your crypto apps, any currency.
Yeah, no, that's great. What do you think about NFTs then? Is it a fad? Is it a bubble? What's your take on it? A lot of it's around art. There's a lot of kind of use cases coming out or applications of it for artists, musicians. What's your take in NFTs? We just had an event a couple months ago. That was the theme. Obviously, that was the boom. And it's, NFTs have become more popular than DeFi in terms of maybe more awareness or more people knowing about it, as opposed to DeFi, which has more value in terms of like the market. But how do you see NFTs playing out? You guys are obviously involved in it as well.
It's like all of these it's like all of these industries, all these tech industries. It takes 5 years to be an overnight success. So all of those projects that are popular now, almost all have been building, or those people have been building in crypto for many, many years. If you go back to 2019, so there's a great conference called NFT NYC that is just a community of builders, all different types of NFT related apps. There's like ticketing, and there's gaming, and there's art, like you mentioned, and there's domains. There's all different types of stuff. And that community is vibrant. And that event was packed in 2019 in February during the crypto winter. So all of this stuff has been brewing, and this excitement has been building for many years. These companies have been maturing, and it was the latest wave of people coming into crypto that weren't previously in crypto. And that has been a lot of the art community, various other celebrities, some other groups of people that had previously not been in. And that's awesome. That's just a new wave though. DeFi was a wave that peaked a bit before NFTs. But when these waves peak, they peak in the sense that people gain awareness of them, not in the sense that they don't go down necessarily after their peaks. Maybe in the short term they do. But what's actually happening is they're growing. So like DeFi peaked, DeFi summer was 2020, but DeFi is bigger than it was during that peak. It's just that this other narrative grabbed the popular opinion because that's the new thing. So each time there's a new thing, that'll take over the narrative. It's going to be something beyond NFTs pretty soon. There's going to be another thing that's going to grab it. But NFTs will continue to grow in the background.
Where do you think the demand's going to come? Where do you think the demand's going to come from? Do you think it's going to come from, the producers in terms of minting NFTs? Do you think it's going to come from like the buy side, consumers, individuals wanting NFTs? Where do you see the demand lying? And my question revolves around like tangible versus intangible. Actually owning something, in the physical world as opposed to the metaverse. Where do you think like the demand is now, and do you think it's just going to pick up in terms of like who wants this? Younger generations? Do you think artists want to make NFTs for their life, but there still needs to be, a demand, a marketplace for this?
Digital assets are better than physical assets, and over time, the world is going digital. And our assets are moving digital. Young people are more likely to embrace this than older people, but that's true for every technology trend. That it's the people that have the least at stake in the old system that go and embrace the new one. And it's just better. The assets are more secure, they're more liquid, they can be much more easily traded, they can be much more easily protected. And it's a better way. So just like having physical art is hard to handle and it has to be locked in some vault or be secured, and it's difficult to move around and difficult to trade. Digital art solves that. It's just over and over and over again. That's what crypto does. It gives users custody of digital assets, and all of a sudden, they become like the superhero versions of their analog versions.
And what about like if you were gonna turn I don't know, like a building into an NFT, or like, what do you think is going to happen to the physical item? Almost like CDs, right? Like right now we stream it. We actually don't have any CDs anymore. We used to have vinyls, CDs, cassettes, and now we're just streaming. Is there some kind of an analogy there in terms of we're not going to really care about physical items, or that's going to be very, limited in terms of, I don't know, converting your NFT into the physical item?
I don't really know how they're going to do physical world to digital world type stuff. I think that's actually super hard. I think taking something that used to be physical and making it completely digital native is easier. And so that's what you've seen most right now. That's just better. That's just an improvement on the way that physical assets used to work. And you see that a lot just with physical art versus digital art. You see it with money, like money itself. Like money itself is analog, physical, has like a paper representation, and then it's supposed to have a paper representation. It doesn't 100% have a paper representation, but it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And you watch that move into the digital, user-controlled, clear when new money is being printed. All of these are representations. Domain names sitting on a centralized server to domain names being issued on a blockchain and stored inside of a user's wallet. Collector cards, all of these businesses, all of these different industries, they all stem from the same premise, which is the crypto premise. User is in control of the digital asset. They store it in their wallet. That's what makes all the other stuff happen.
Yeah. Yeah, no, interesting. I mean, there's a lot going on. Do you see any other use cases outside of art and like music? Have you seen anything?
So there's art, there's music, there's gaming collectibles, there's items in the metaverse, there's domain names, which are actually identities. Those are some of the biggest ones that have emerged so far. There's going to be so many more, like ticketing, access. Ticketing is really just access to something. That's another really big category. All subscriptions, like subscription products, those can be, those have already been represented as NFTs. NFT, it's amazing that NFT actually wound up being the category, because it's not a category.
Yeah.
It's a catch-all for everything that's not a currency.
Totally.
So literally everything that's not a currency. It's kind of, I wouldn't have guessed 3 years ago that was going to be the term that people rallied around to describe this stuff, because it's just not very specific. Literally everything.
Yeah, you're right. And you can tag anything as an NFT, and it's just basically a unique identifier, right? That's one of a kind. And NFT kind of makes it more of a token, which it is, but the use case kind of spans. I mean, you could use it for for record keeping, anything really that's to its unique purpose, which is kind of cool. So within blockchain, everything's kind of decentralized, peer to peer. And I'm going to stick to NFTs for a little bit or a couple more questions, but in terms of like one thing that I didn't think about is we're kind of using NFTs in a decentralized version, but like, what about like, is it really disruptive when we have an NFT, but we're using like still a centralized like middleman, in terms of it, people taking cuts off the top? How do you see kind of that funnel maybe opening up a little bit? Because one thing, you create an NFT, and then you got to go sell it, and then you got to go to a marketplace, then they take cuts, and it's just kind of like reliving a little bit of what we do now. Do you kind of see any issues there?
I don't think that anyone knows what they mean when they talk about decentralization. It doesn't have any one specific meaning.
Yeah.
The thing that I think is important is custody. The user has custody. The user gets to choose. So the user gets to choose what to do. The user wasn't forced to go and sell their NFT on that marketplace. The user chose to because that was the best option for them. And I think services taking cuts and having revenue is a good thing. It leads to healthy and efficient systems. So systems that don't have business models or don't have incentive structures to scale, or have unhealthy incentives when they scale, are not impactful. So I celebrate situations where somebody has come up with an incentive that is both good for me, the user, and good for themselves, because I can see how that will could create big impact. So no, I think that there's a confusion between ownership and custody and decision-making governance. And decision-making governance, there's just going to be all kinds of different types. There's going to be the current type where there's going to be like the dictator projects. There's going to be the board, the board member version where there's a handful of insiders in the dark room. And there's going to be the duocracy, only the people that have done stuff. Yeah. And there's going to be every person on the planet all gets a vote in this decision, completely nonprofit. There's going to be all types, and all of these types are have the potential to offer something to the market. Yeah. And so there's not one thing. I remember these debates in the crypto community where people were talking about how Coinbase was bad because Coinbase was a centralized provider. But what Coinbase did is they figured out how to onboard tens of millions of people into crypto, and now crypto is way bigger. So you have to ask yourself, when you're thinking about how you feel philosophically about somebody's business model, are they growing crypto? Yes or no? If yes, it's good for you.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I'm and that's going to lead me into my next question, which I just thought right now was, I feel like you guys are doing that in the domain space. I didn't lead in with it because we have a lot of interviews, but let me, I'm getting new audiences now, so I should touch on it. Give me what Unstoppable Domains is, because I feel like you're leading that path in this kind of vertical, this part of blockchain, and I think everybody can relate to domain names. So give us a quick little, insight into Unstoppable Domains.
Yeah, so we build domain names on blockchains. They are NFTs. They're stored inside of your wallet. This is different than a traditional domain name that would be stored by your registrar, like a GoDaddy or something like that. The other thing that's very different about blockchain domains is they do more than just your websites. They are your digital identity on the internet. You can use them to receive money, to receive crypto. So you can send me Bitcoin or ETH or any other cryptocurrency to brad.crypto. You can go check out my website at brad.crypto, and I can log into apps using brad.crypto. It's kind of like how I would with Facebook OAuth or Gmail OAuth or something like that. So it does a lot more things than a traditional domain name. We've been doing this for about 3 years, integrated with about 60 different wallets and exchanges, a couple of browsers, Brave browser and Opera browser. It's early days. for this technology, the decentralized web and digital identity. But there's a good number of people that have already claimed domains. I think there's like 1.2 million domains registered so far.
Wow.
And they're also collectibles, just like other NFTs. So they have all those same dynamics. You can trade them on OpenSea, all that good stuff.
Talk about like the value or the impacts of integrating browsers into your domain. What does that do to your, I guess your identity or this wallet? Like, how does it all work together?
So the thing about blockchain domains is that their goal is just to make it so I've got like a username, and then I can associate information with it. But the problem is that all that information, somebody needs to go and decide. An application needs to decide to go and support this username system. So the way the Web 2 works, I build my own username system into my app. The way Web 3 works, the user has a username already, and they just log into my app. And so each app needs to decide to support the domain name system. And so all these crypto wallets have had to decide to support this standard, and browsers also need to decide to support them for websites. The crazy thing here, just so people make sure that it's clear, Brad.crypto is like my decentralized Venmo account. You can send me money in Coinbase wallet or blockchain.com or bitcoin.com or many, many other wallets, same username in every one. And you can go and check out my website, Brad.crypto, inside a Brave browser and Opera browser, and see and you can see my website content. So same domain name, same username works for both.
How do you direct what payment goes to what? You said at the beginning, like you can have this payment go here or this coin go there. Is that an option when it populates like on the receiving end?
So when I configure my domain name, I can configure it to whatever wallets I want, and it's on a per currency basis. So I send my Bitcoin here, I send my ETH there, etc.
Yeah. No, that's super cool. And like, why do you think this is? And how do you think this impacts like the normal daily user, right? That's looking into crypto. Maybe they're brand new. Does this kind of keep them on the path of the UI UX that they're accustomed to, and how they operate in their current apps and payment, fintech payment operators?
Yeah, and there's a big missing piece right now in crypto payments where it doesn't really work as well as Web 2 payments in some ways, because like with Venmo, when I want to pay you, I go and I type in your username, I see your face, I can verify some social information about you before I send you the money. In crypto, I get nothing. I just have this random address, and I just got to hope it's the right person. And so we're missing that identity piece. And so this is the identity piece, the blockchain domain. It's actually better than the Web 2 version because my username in Venmo only works in Venmo. My username here works in every crypto app. So you and I don't need to be using the same app in order for us to transact. That is a completely different way for the internet to work.
And is that a benefit that you guys provide, or is that a blockchain technology thing?
That's whole technology thing, that like this idea that you can sign in with your wallet and the application can have 100% assurance about certain things. Certain things about other people who are transacting with you. So what we're doing is we're adding a human readable username on top of that. That's the piece that we're doing. So right now, if you wanted to tell me what your wallet was so that we could transact, you would need to memorize your 40 character address, and you need to communicate that to me somehow. Here, I've got this username. I can actually abstract it away from any particular wallet. I can tie tons of different wallets to it. That's the superpower.
I'm always double checking that copy and paste when transacting, right? To make sure I got the whole thing, didn't leave off one digit or one letter at the end.
So we've asked our users about this a lot. Like, what is it about regular crypto payments that's a problem? And the way that it was most commonly described is it's scary.
Yeah.
And that was the word that came up the most. And so this is a way to make sending crypto less scary because you have the address verified. Like, you can just look and you can see that you typed in brad.crypto correctly, and this address is tied to it. So it's going to the address of the person who you intended it to.
And you guys are developed on Ethereum?
Yeah.
Any other chain?
We have a registry that's on another chain that we launched very early on, .zil on Zilliqa.
Oh, that's right.
In general, we are blockchain agnostic.
Yeah.
The way that the system works, you can send any cryptocurrency using any domain name. So you as the user don't actually need to care which blockchain it's on. It actually just works this way, where you can send Bitcoin or ETH or any cryptocurrency to any domain name. But there's a lot of advantages to being on Ethereum because it's where all the integrations already are. All these apps already have it supported, and so it becomes a lot easier for them to integrate domain names.
How has the infrastructure, I mean, you guys are early on, so how has the infrastructure matured? You guys are growing with it. Have you guys had to build your own tooling and infrastructure to maintain some of this operation? Is it available?
So we're launching smart contracts directly on the blockchain. And one thing that we just did that was a pretty major architecture update for us is, so we announced 8 new TLDs. So this was pretty big for us. It was .coin, .wallet, .nft, .dao, .bitcoin. I'm sure I'm going to leave a couple out. .blockchain. And the idea was to have registries for more crypto communities. The NFT community is vibrant. We think the DAO community is going to be vibrant. Like you were talking about, this wave of NFTs being the narrative. I think there's going to be a very near future where DAOs are the narrative, and they're in the New York Times all the time too. So I think it's just a matter of time there. But anyway, when we did this launch, we updated our system and created what's essentially a meta registry. So one giant system that can create multiple domain name systems. And this is very new architecture for us, but ultimately what it would need to look like to be kind of the next generation, blockchain based domain name registry system.
And is this like proprietary or is this open source?
Well, it's all on chain. The writing of the smart contracts part is actually not the hard part. The hard part is getting applications to read it. So like if you're in the woods all by yourself and no applications are listening, it doesn't really matter what you launched. So that's really the hard part, and that's also the thing that gives your system legitimacy, is that it works in all these various places, and that users can use it, and users do use it.
And what's smart contracts going to do, this implementation?
So it's a registry. So what happens is that you ask it, hey, does this domain name exist? If no, mint it.
And you brought this up a little bit earlier. You listened to feedback, and during all my discussions, right, community is, especially in blockchain, community is pretty important, right? You can have the best tech, no community, it's not going to work. You have a good product, maybe no community, like it's just kind of an uphill battle. You can have a great community and your product or tech may not be the best, but it's working, it's functioning, it gets the job done. And you brought it up about listening to kind of your user base. Like, how do you do that? Or not how do you do that, but elaborate on that a little bit. I think product market fit is kind of where I'm going. You guys are evolving. You guys are providing solutions. You guys are listening. How do you maintain kind of that? I don't know. How do you maintain that effort to evolve, with your user base, and not only that, like the industry?
Well, we have a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week community chat in Telegram. So, the nice thing about crypto is that users are very engaged, and they're also very vocal. And I don't think they're super shy about, when they don't like stuff. Exactly. So I feel like, unlike other businesses, you tend to get your feedback, positive and negative, very quickly and continually. And so it's more about figuring out how to having a system for taking that in, like getting good as a company at, okay, we know this is a problem, or we know this is an opportunity. Let's make it happen let's make it happen for everybody.
And act on it, right? Yeah, you're right. And act on it. No, you're totally right. Like I've noticed, and we all know this in the blockchain, it's just kind of, you live and die a little bit by, your followers, your users, you listen to them, you have to continuously answer questions, provide updates and insights, a lot of blog writing, a lot of content distribution to just keep everybody aware. We're building a bridge too as well, and same thing, about ETAs, and ideally they're not even worried about the development part. They're just like, we need to keep our community happy. They're asking us, and it's probably one of the only spaces where they're pretty aggressive, or in a good way. It keeps you accountable, on your roadmap and milestones and deliverables.
Mm-hmm. We also have a one-to-one chat, which I think is a little bit less common. But on the website, you can just do one-to-one chat, and we learn a ton there, because somebody gets stuck on something and they don't understand why something is like it is. And sometimes it means we need to explain it better, and other times it means we should get rid of it because it didn't make sense.
Exactly. How do you see this playing into the hands of businesses, unstoppable domains? Right now, we're kind of talking about peer-to-peer, individual. How do you see institutions leveraging this technology? Because it's just a website to them. It's just, driving traffic. What you're offering is just more services available to transact, to interact.
I think they're going to use it. So I think that they're going to use it more as as users in the short term. I think this is more of a consumer identity crypto app login solution in the short term. I think eventually it will probably go much broader into just business use cases. But right now, the way that the data storage stuff works, as well as just the simplicity of the need of the consumer relative to the business, it just means the consumers are just going to happen way earlier. So I think that's probably kind of like a thing that's counterintuitive here. But we see all kinds of people buying their names, like their first and last name, first names, things like that. Like we see all of this more like your Twitter username type, your Twitter handle type names, type purchases, things like that. It's much more about this identifier, this ID, my decentralized ID, kind of that's been the pattern so far. And so it's been less of a focus on people actually building websites or displaying content. You can do that. You can also do that with a traditional website. So it's been more around this ID that I control, that I can use to log in, and I'm signing in I'm logging in this secure way that's not controlled by Facebook or anybody else. It's really just relying on the blockchain.
And would you say, people that are looking into this, we have an audience here, from students to industry professionals to people looking to get into crypto, right? I feel like it's kind of inevitable, what you guys have built, how we're going to operate moving forward. I would say this is kind of a good way to position themselves in an easy way for Web3, right? The Web3 feature.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got a couple more minutes here. You had mentioned something pretty kind of stuck with me. When I think about unstoppable domains, I've interviewed you before. We've interviewed your team quite a few times, and one thing you said in the past, and it's cool. It's there's this thing like censorship resistant versus control of your own identity and kind of operating yourself. And when I first heard of unstoppable domains a few years ago now, I thought it was really censorship resistant in terms of resisting, or being kind of siloed and anti-government and all that. But it's just more than that. It's about kind of just owning your own shit, right? And being able to control what you want to control in terms of your identity, your payments. Can you elaborate? So what I've heard you say, like censorship resistant is different than, versus like self control of your own assets.
Well, so censorship resistance is a small market relative to most people on the planet who are not concerned directly about censorship but are concerned about ownership. And so the problem in America, for American users in particular, is not censorship. People say it's censorship. Getting kicked off of Facebook is not censorship. Censorship is referring to the government. The problem that we have in America is about ownership. Those platforms own you and own your information, and there's no way for you to get off of them, so you own it. That's actually the core problem. And the same happened in crypto. We're very, very early on with cryptocurrencies. People were talking about, wow, this is going to be, censorship resistant money for drug markets and for all of this other kind of extreme stuff. And those were some of the early people that got excited about it. But that was not what crypto turned into. Cryptocurrencies turned into this thing that was about storing and controlling your own assets for the whole planet. And did not wind up being about those things that people. So it's a little bit more of like a way that it's kind of like the fear argument. It's like saying, if you have this tech, like, the people that are going to use it are the people that are using it for antisocial things. But that's just not painting the picture of what people are actually doing. And so I think that's been true for all these crypto markets. That's true for blockchain domains, centralized web. It's true for DeFi. It's been true for cryptocurrencies themselves. It's just most people are just trying to own their own stuff and pursue wealth and happiness and all these other things. It's just there's some kind of, I think mostly the arguments that focus on the antisocial behaviors are coming from outside. The people that are worried about crypto, but it's just not most people, and it's not most crypto users.
And I couldn't think of the word, but that's what it was, ownership. I was kind of drawing a blank there. And that's kind of important. Like you said, in the crypto space, it's not so much about all these other kind of narratives of like, you're right, like, running away from the government, hiding things. In fact, it's kind of the quite opposite. Like, they could easily track a lot of this stuff, but the difference is that we own it. We're in control of our data. We're in control and own our own, assets and financials. And same thing here. Like, a lot of people think, like you said, when I've heard about people talking about unstoppable domains, which again, I've known for like a few years here based out of SF, people right off the bat thought it was like more of a website thing and like censor, which that works, but like that wasn't the use case, right? It's more than that. It's bigger than that. And I just wanted to clarify that and provide our viewers like what you meant by that, because I heard you say that in another interview, and that really stuck with me because I was like, yeah, you're right. Actually, that's what it's about. That's what crypto's about in general. It's about a lot of things, and it touches a lot of aspects of our lives that we currently aren't aware of, because we've all been in Web 2.0 for a little while, and that's giving up our info and just social securities left and right just to even get into the library, right? We give up so much nowadays, and I think this is going to, what blockchain is doing is just giving us back our control as much as we can, and operating in this alternate world where, we have a little bit more control and ownership, a lot more control and ownership. So thanks for kind of clarifying that, but I wanted to highlight that, especially in this discussion, because again, what you guys are working on is bigger than just censorship resistance. So I think we're all good here today. Where can people learn more about unstoppable domains? And I know you guys are like doing like your own videos, like daily content. Where can people view all this stuff?
Yeah, so check us out on YouTube. Check us out on Twitter at Unstoppable Web. And of course, just go to unstoppabledomains.com. You can find everything.
Awesome. So again, I know it's Friday. The weekend's coming. We're both back in the city here, living the life a little bit. It's a little bit cold, but we hope to have you back again. I'm sure we will. And again, thank you for taking that time out of your day to come chat about everything in crypto and enlightening us a little bit. So we'll hope to see you again. Thanks, Brad.
Thanks.
All right, for everybody watching, I'm Adam, your host. Hopefully you're enjoying the conference, and we'll see you again. Bye.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mouthbelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith with Mousebelt, and today we're bringing you a very special version of our virtual blockchain conference series. This is our 10th anniversary event. We've been bringing you content and community virtually for over a year now, since March 2020, while some of us have been stuck at home, and we're just so grateful and lucky to have been able to build the following that we have and to interview such amazing guests. And today I am pleased to introduce our next guest, Eric Pinos. He's the president of the Blockchain Education Network and America's ecosystem lead at Ontology. Welcome, Eric. How are you doing today?
Good, Ashley. Thanks for having me. The 10th conference. Wow, it's in a little over a year. You guys have been busy.
Absolutely. And we do about 30 to 40 interviews every time. So we're just trying to be right in the middle of these conversations. And it's been awesome to be able to do, our DeFi event right when DeFi was hot. We had, DeFi summer last year and an NFT event, 2 events ago, right when all of these artists and musicians were joining the space. So we've gotten to talk to some great people. Thank you so much for joining us. I was lucky enough to see you at Bitcoin 2021. Previously, the last time we saw each other was at ETH Denver, which was pretty much the last conference in the crypto space before lockdown. And then we kind of got to celebrate everyone being back together again in Miami. How was that for you, Bitcoin 2021?
It was overwhelming. I think after, spending a year just being at home and working online, Zoom calls and online conferences, suddenly being thrown back in a room with 10,000 other people, and everyone wanting to catch up was definitely a lot, but it was very exciting. It was very exciting to see everyone in person, especially because so many developments had happened since the last time everyone saw each other in person. I mean, when we saw each other at ETH Denver, which, yeah, you're right. It was I think it was the last major conference. After that, I went to the MIT Bitcoin Expo, which wasn't even supposed to happen. They had canceled it, but then they squeezed it through because people had already booked their flights for it. But after that, everything was done. But back then, right, yield farming didn't even really exist, at least as we know it today. NFTs hadn't really taken off that much. There weren't governance tokens. It wasn't like a trend yet. So seeing all of that happen, all of that stuff, launch and really take over the space, and then meeting back in person after all that stuff has happened, it was incredible to really see how much everyone has changed, people changing jobs, people founding new companies, these projects going from nothing to really, really huge. And I really enjoyed it. I think it was a really great experience.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just so true that crypto never sleeps, not just the market, but the people building this technology. It seemed like people wanted to stay busy. They believed in this technology and were able to still build it from home. And we just saw a lot of amazing developments. I saw a lot of the students that are involved with Mousebelt University and probably Blockchain Education Network as well continue to find jobs and even become CEOs of companies. So it was really exciting to get all that news in Florida back in June. But you've been on the show twice, back when we first started. So thank you so much for being, long time repeat guest, friend of the pod or the show, as we could say. So anyone who's just tuning in, head on over to our YouTube channel, Reimagine 2020. Search for Eric's other interviews there, catch up with some of the stuff he was working on last year and a lot of other amazing interviews. But you are working at Ontology still. What's happened in the last year? What are some of the big milestones?
Yeah, so last September, we launched our DeFi lending platform, Wing Finance. So, it's almost been a year. It's 11 months now. It's almost 1 year anniversary of that platform. So that's been exciting to see because that project really encompasses all of the exciting things that are happening in DeFi. First, just traditional as far as DeFi is concerned, over collateralized lending, not just on the Ontology chain, but also on the Ethereum chain. And we also launched it on the OKX chain as well. But beyond that, I think what's really been exciting about that is seeing the development of OScore, which is our decentralized credit scoring system, really expanded to become a decentralized reputation score. There's a lot of interesting applications for that. in our own platform, we use that to, the better people are at lending, right? The less DeFi degen they are, like, how many times have you been liquidated? How many do you pay back your loans? Do you default on your loans? You can improve your reputation score, and that'll give you access to better yield farming rates and under collateralization in the platform. So that in itself is one really exciting use case. But recently we've been really talking with a lot of different projects to kind of see how it plays into the greater ecosystem. I think that the space as a whole is really starting to think about decentralized identity and how NFTs and how DeFi can play a part in determining your online identity. And that's very useful for DeFi projects interested in under collateralized loans based off of credit scores. It's also really interesting for all of these DAOs and governance projects that want to reward participants. So like you want to be able to reward users that vote, users that participate, users that hold an NFT of that project, users that have been users of the project for a long time. Very concretely, you can reward them with airdrops, right? Like there's a lot of projects that have airdropped their governance tokens within the past year. But I think even more, you could also reward them with like increased voting power or other perks and benefits. So I think right now we're in a really exciting period where we get to focus on the tools for providing that data and providing those those points of reference. And then we get to work with dApps that can use that data and say, okay, yeah, we want to make these decisions based off of that. So I'm really excited for that. And then one last thing that we also came up with is a new pool called the Any Pool. And so that's a lending pool for fixed rate loans. And it works for like regular coins, but it also works for NFTs. And so that's a really exciting concept, the idea of like NFT lending. That's something that I've explored a lot because I love NFTs and all of the stuff that's been happening with NFTs. But, within bringing NFTs to DeFi, I think is a very exciting thing that we can do.
Yeah, is that like putting up an NFT as collateral in order to borrow against an NFT that you own, or actually loaning the NFT to someone?
The first one. I think the second one's interesting to explore and to do, especially for some of these projects like Axie Infinity. I know that they do that now because there's a lot of people that want Axies, but one Axie now costs like $300. So there's a lot of NFT lending that happens there. But the collateralization, I think, is very interesting, and so that's what we explore: being able to collateralize your NFT, borrow against it, kind of like a pawn shop or like a mortgage.
Absolutely, because people don't always want to have to sell their assets just to make purchases or make other kind of financial moves. Yeah, that's awesome. I think the exciting stuff that's happening with DeFi, you're really seeing the financial services that people want really making more sense being done in crypto and being easier to use. Where do you see that going in the next year? And what's Ontology's role going to be in that? How long do you think it will take to kind of match up to traditional finance or to really marry the two?
Yeah, well, within the next year, I think it should be interesting to see you can kind of tell where it'll be, like maybe 5-10 years, but within the next year, like who knows, like maybe some regulation will come out that will cut off like all these DeFi projects and slow the growth down, kind of cause another bear market. But I do think that overall, the trend for getting more people involved, I think for the most part, is going to be through custodial services. So I think as like Coinbase and Gemini grow, and BlockFi, right? Like those kinds of companies, I think those are really the gateway for most people, right? You saw Coinbase go public, you saw Robinhood add crypto, Venmo added crypto, PayPal added crypto. And I think that, it's clear that they want to, it makes sense as a business model for them to add DeFi lending or, add like earn interest from within the app. They get the funds and then they go and use the DeFi protocols, like lend it out and compound, lend it out and off, whatever, and then take a percentage and pass off the rest of the interest to the typical user. I think most people are going to be okay with that, right? That's how most people like to use their stuff. They want it to be very simple. They want a username, password. They want a dashboard. They just want to lend it, get some interest. But I think there's always going to be like that, the subculture of people that are, like us, that we like going and using the protocol ourselves, like our own private key, maximize the amount of yield that we can get from it. But I think the cool thing about blockchain, right, and these dApps is that both of those solutions can coexist because you have different kinds of audiences. So I think like both of those are going to increase. I don't think it's going to be like, custodians are going to take over, Coinbase or Binance are going to take over. But I also don't think it's going to be the opposite, where everybody's going to switch to using decentralized finance directly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're seeing more of these customer user experience focused companies that want to make it really easy for people to buy and sell crypto. We just interviewed the VP of markets at blockchain.com, and they've got lending now on their platform. And yeah, I think you're just going to see more and more of that, and it's going to be easier and easier for users to get in the door. And then if they want to experiment more and increase their yield, can go play around with some of these other protocols. So back in March, they actually had announced that their user base had tripled in the last 12 months. We've seen an incredible increase in interest in blockchain and these different apps. What kind of growth has Ontology seen? And even the Blockchain Education Network, what are you seeing as far as growth in the last 12 months?
There's been a lot of growth in the total value locked on Wing. So it's clear that people are interested in DeFi, right? And they want to lend, borrow on DeFi. We've seen a lot of cross-chain transactions as well. So we work with the Poly Network. And so the Poly Network is a project that lets you wrap Ethereum assets onto the Ontology chain. You can also wrap Ethereum assets onto the Neo chain, and you can wrap Neo and Ontology assets on each other's chains. They just added support for Binance Smart Chain as well. So like every new chain just adds like, the ability to wrap the assets on those different chains. And there's a lot of demand for that, right? That flow. Because people want their favorite Ethereum tokens, but they don't want to pay Ethereum gas fees. So I think that's why projects like Ontology, Polygon, Solana, right, even Binance Smart Chain, what they really get right is the ability to like have those wrappers. I started messing around with the Tezos wrapper the other day, and it was like, okay, yeah, I can see that it's very clear that like, for any new blockchain or layer one that really wants to like compete in this market, you really need to have a DEX, a lending platform, and then a wrapper. So like something to be able to wrap people's assets because they want to use their favorite assets. So we really focused on that. And so we have those three things. And so we've seen a lot of growth of our protocol there. We're working on EVM compatibility as well. So people can deploy, EVM-based smart contracts directly, on the Ontology chain. I think that that's important because I think that it's become clear that EVM or, Solidity is really the standard now, which is funny because we all thought that, we all thought that it would be an advantage to have smart contracts being able to be made in Python or JavaScript because that's the language that developers already know. But I think enough time has passed now that Solidity has really become the standard, right? So it just makes sense that like, if you want to develop on blockchain, you have to learn Solidity. And that's okay. That's actually not as big of a barrier as we all thought it would be. And that's what I've been seeing with the Blockchain Education Network is that a lot of students are on board with the idea. They want to learn Solidity because they want to get these jobs. And they want to be able to work for DeFi projects. We've seen a lot of companies want to hire students, but we've also seen a lot of bounties pop up. A lot of these DeFi projects have launched their grants programs, and they're giving out big grants for anybody that wants to come in and help develop. And so we've been focusing on getting students more involved in that. So that's been really exciting to see. But yeah, we've seen students from all over getting more involved. We've seen students, in other countries. We've focused a lot on international content. We have our students volunteer to create content, translate content into different languages. And those lessons are everything from intro to DeFi, intro to Solidity, and intro to NFTs, right? Like we have a lot of students that are interested in NFTs as well, and intro to DAOs. So like getting involved in governance, getting involved in voting, and getting involved in participating in all these projects.
Yeah. So what again were the three things that any new layer one protocol should really be focusing on? I just think that's a good tidbit for people to think about when they're exploring protocols and their development milestones and whether they think a project is focusing on the right things.
Well, I think this is my opinion, right? Because I'm not sure, I could be wrong, but I think it's a DEX, a lending platform, and a wrapper. If you have those three things, then the project can can grow, right? Like it'll naturally grow. DEX, because you need to be able to swap assets directly on the chain. A lending platform, because you have to introduce that level of like DeFi where people can lend and borrow. Otherwise, people are just trading, right? But now you have a whole new level of strategies that people can do. People can short, people can collateralize, people can earn yield. And the last is the wrapper, because if you have a DEX and a DAO, but it's just like a bunch of like new projects that don't have any brand value yet, you're not going to get that much attention. But if you have the wrapper, and this is what I noticed because I noticed this with Polygon, right? That they had some users, but then they had QuickSwap. So the DEX came in. Then they had the wrapper. I guess the wrapper came first, that you can wrap assets over to QuickSwap. So you can trade your favorite assets right on the chain for really low gas fees. And then they had a lending platform. The OV came in, right, and launched on them. So it really took off. Same thing with Solana, same thing we're seeing that now a bit with Tezos. Right? We saw that with Ontology. We have a lot of total value lock there now. But yeah, I think that those are the three things that an L1 would need to stay competitive in this market.
Absolutely. So you've been playing around a bit with Tezos?
Yeah. Well, our director of tech, Jeremy Guzman, he's the Tezos mastermind. He's been buying NFT colors and all his plenty farming and doing all this stuff on Tezos, and he pushed me to do it. So I did it for a bit, and I was like, oh wow, there is a whole ecosystem here, and it's growing rapidly. Like he brought me back into it.
Awesome. Yeah, we just interviewed the CEO of a company called One Of. So anyone who's just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2020. Head over to our YouTube channel to check out some of our other interviews. But One Of is a music NFT platform, billing itself as like the first green NFT platform because they're building on Tezos. And when I wanted to play around minting NFTs, this is back when like gas fees, it was going to cost me like $100 to mint an NFT, and I'm just trying to do it for fun. And I'm like, this is a barrier for people who are trying to learn about this stuff. But with Tezos, it's like 4 cents or something. So that's how I first got into that.
Nice. I think fortunately the gas fees on ETH don't seem to be too bad right now. And with the London hard fork, it seems like things are going to get better. I just minted an NFT the other day. So it was my birthday on Monday. And the Ben team that was in Portugal, thank you. The Ben team that was in Portugal, they're like an Airbnb there. They threw a birthday party that I wasn't at, but they sent me a video with a cake with my name on it. They're like, Eric, happy birthday. And they like sang the birthday. And so I was like, oh, let me show my appreciation in a very Eric way. So I minted it as an NFT. It was only $20 like in gas fees. So I'm like, okay, yeah, it's worth it for like this. But that was fun because now it's like as an NFT. And I'm like, don't tell me like this isn't fun. Like, you know what? It's just fun. Like, it's just fun minting NFTs. And Chris Dixon wrote like, in his blog like a long time ago saying that the next big thing is going to look like a toy. And that's what the internet did. That's how all of these like new innovations, Snapchat and everything, like it's just a toy. And then it became like really big. So I think it's the same thing with NFTs. Like we shouldn't discount the fact that, just because it's fun, that it's probably like for children or like not something that's going to be like revolutionary.
Absolutely. I love that. And I tend to agree with that. The next best thing is going to look like a toy. Speaking of like kind of the next big thing, what do you think the most significant developments in the blockchain crypto sector has been this year?
I think this year, definitely in DAOs, because there's been a lot more participation in in governance, in delegates, in meta delegates. There's been a lot of controversy, right? Like for example, at the Uniswap, the DeFi Education Fund, everything that's been happening with that. So I think people are really starting to pay attention to, who holds governance tokens, how are governance tokens allocated, how is voting done, how is participation done, in these big protocols. And so every project now, every DeFi project seems to be moving towards that direction, having more robust tools for managing their DAOs. Even like it also like this is what gives the value to the majority of these tokens, right? Like the majority of these tokens build themselves as governance tokens. Therefore, the value of it is just how robust the governance is. Look at Gitcoin, right? Because they launched their governance token, and immediately there was a very important decision for them to make, which was like, what should they do with the Akita tokens? I think it was Akita, right? But Vitalik sent like all of his Akita tokens that the Akita founder sent him. They sent it to the Gitcoin treasury, and it's like, well, what do we do with like this millions of dollars that was just dropped into our treasury? So I think that it's definitely been very important this year. How do we do these DAOs? How do we do this governance? How do we grow that? Bankless launched their DAO as well, right? Like all these projects are launching DAOs now. But I think that's been a big thing. NFTs as well, but I think NFTs has been more like artists coming in. Last year was more like art. I think I don't even remember if that was last year. Everything's been going by really fast. There was the art phase. I think now we're more in like the NFT avatar phase, right? Like the CryptoPunks, the Bored Apes, like all these NFTs that people want to have as their profile pictures. I think there's kind of been a little bit of a resurgence around that.
Yeah, absolutely. The governance piece is always so interesting to me because I'm interested in political philosophy and organizational psychology. And so it's like with the transparency that blockchain allows, like imagine if a corporation that you own stocks in announced to the world their org chart and how they make decisions, and you were able to like contribute to, you know, how you felt that process should go and complain about it online and give feedback, and the evolution just happens so quickly because of that constant feedback. So definitely really excited to see you know, how people collectively decide to govern these projects.
And Shapeshift did too, right? Shapeshift dissolved their company and became a DAO as well, right? So it's huge. This is a trend, and this is getting bigger. Big projects are doing this. So yeah, and your background is perfect for this. And I think it's exciting that the space now, you know, people that have similar backgrounds can now feel like they have a big role in this space, like a very important role. Because I feel like for a long time, you know, at least through the Blockchain Education Network, we've had a lot of students come to us, and if you're a coder, pretty straightforward what to do. But we have students that come to us that don't know how to code.
Solidity.
Yeah, exactly. We have a lot of students that come to us that don't know how to code, and they don't know what to do. They're like, how do I get involved? What can I do? Like, I don't know what to do. Now there's a really good way for them to get involved in the DAOs, get involved in the community, you know, be a governance champion, be a, you know, get involved in that side.
Absolutely. So speaking of Ben, you know, Mousebell, we have a university program as well. We've interacted with students from 100 universities in 24 different countries, and you were really focused on encouraging innovation and incubating startups. We launched a startup school in January, just online, giving some educational resources. I post some motivational blogs about entrepreneurship, leadership, communication. But Ben is doing a lot of the same stuff and has a lot of exciting initiatives going on. So tell us how the last year has been for the Blockchain Education Network.
Yeah, it's been very exciting. As mentioned, right, there's been a big focus on getting students involved, non-technical students involved in some way. And the two main ways that we found to get non-technical students involved has been one through the governance. So we've been helping a lot of the blockchain clubs set up set up delegates for Uniswap, for Compound, for Aave, even for Decentraland. I'm really pushing for Decentraland. I'm like, guys, come join me in the metaverse and do some voting there. We actually partnered with Decentraland University, and we hosted some workshops in I don't want to say virtual reality because it is virtual reality, right? But it's not VR yet. Like it wasn't a headset. It was just like on your computer. But you know, that'll be coming soon. So I'm actually really excited about that. But yeah, we hosted some events there, some workshops, how to get involved in DAOs, how to get involved in voting, how to set up a governance, you know, delegate for your club for participation in these big projects. We also started our own meta delegate. So, you know, if a club or if a student doesn't feel like they have the time or the resources to run their entire own delegate, because there is a level of responsibilities to it, they can just join our meta delegate where students come together intercollegiately and then do these discussions. And then we host them in English, we host them in Spanish, we host them in Turkish, you know, to help like get students from different countries more involved in that. That's one way for the governance people. Then, you know, if students want to be traders, we launched a crypto fund on token sets. So it's an entirely on-chain fund. Students can come, get involved as student analysts, do some trades, do some reports. We partnered with Messari. So Messari is giving free Messari Pro memberships to some students. So students can make their reports like really, really good. And our hope with that is that then the students can apply to, real hedge funds in the space and then be able to point to that on their resume. We really focus on like, how can we give students hands-on experience that they can then go and apply to the jobs on our jobs board, our partners, our alumni. Because what we're seeing is that, it's not so much about pedigree anymore, or like what classes you took. These, especially in blockchain, they want to know, what have you done already? Like what projects have you been involved in? Like show us your ether scan, like how many projects have you been in? How many things have you done? How many NFTs, how many times you got in rug pulls? Like I think people are really interested. How many times have you voted with your wallet? So we're really trying to help students build that on-chain resume so that they can, then stand out and then get these positions.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of blockchain and kind of owning tokens or this transaction history and the transparency, is that you kind of have this record, this proof of these learning experiences. And as an educator, I'm interested in educational technology applications of blockchain, and like the pie in the sky vision is that every learning experience you have is like an NFT that you own forever, that you can prove to an employer. But participating in DAOs and voting, there's a record of all this stuff you've done, and you'll be able to show a potential employer, here's the projects I've contributed to. So definitely encourage students tuning in to, check out Massachusetts University, check out Blockchain Education Network, get your hands dirty, right? Get that real world hands-on experience. And you don't have to be technical to do that. You were saying that there's a lot of interest from students in Turkey, and you have a couple of clubs there. I just thought that was kind of interesting, and maybe our viewers would like to hear more about what the crypto scene is like in Turkey, because we actually have quite a large audience tuning into Reimagine on YouTube or some other streaming platforms coming from Turkey. So I was surprised to see that.
Yeah, I think Turkey has been really interesting because, I was definitely trying to push for a big focus in Latin America. And so we've been doing that, right, like with a couple of clubs that we have in Colombia and Puerto Rico and Argentina. But Turkey kind of came to us. So these clubs that were started by themselves in Turkey, they reached out to us and they're like, hey, we want to join Ben. We really want to kickstart Ben Turkey and, just go right to it. So set them up, onboarded them. They've been participating a lot in translating content. So, the courses that were created in English by like MIT and Berkeley, they're translated into Turkish so they can kind of not have to reinvent the wheel from scratch. And that's also a really good learning experience we found. So for, our leaders that we have in Turkey, they got up to speed with the latest blockchain developments themselves by translating the content, right? Because I think that the best way to learn something is to teach it to someone else, because that's something you can't fake. You can always fake a quiz, you can always fake like a project, last minute, like essay, whatever. But when you have to teach something to someone else, you have to actually know what it is. So they're learning by teaching each other. And then that's just bringing in so many new people into the network. But yeah, Turkey has been explosive in terms of growth. I think a lot of it has to do with the state of the Turkish lira, right, which has been crashing a lot. And you can see it's evidenced by, or you can see that the demand is evidenced by, I think, even for Binance, a large percentage of their users. Turkey is like one of the largest regions for, traders and users of Binance. So it's clear that there's a lot of demand in there specifically. But we're also thinking about, the other countries. We do a lot of stuff in Africa now. We've hosted some events in person in Ghana and Nigeria. They're really interested in Cardano. I think Cardano has invested a lot in the education for that country. Hyperledger has invested a lot in India. Obviously like all the Asian blockchain projects in China and Japan and Korea. So I think it's been interesting how like layer ones have like tried to carve their niches by like targeting different regions. But I think ultimately it's about teaching students what it is that they want to learn, and then letting them decide for themselves what tools are right for the job.
And it's been great to see, I think, since I got started in the space, kind of working with universities, and you've been doing it longer than me, and kind of talking with these partners, about the importance of investing in education and, putting some of this, especially when we're in a bull market, putting some of this money back into the community. How almost every protocol out there now has really great grant programs, not just for developer bounties, but also to create educational resources or translate materials or create marketing materials or be community managers. So I just see a lot of these protocols now seeing that we need to develop our own talent to really have the innovation that we want to see in the blockchain space.
Yeah, and you said you have a lot of your audience in Turkey. What other regions do you have a lot of audience in that people wouldn't have expected that there's a lot of crypto interest?
I would have to think about it. I know we have a lot of connections in Korea. We've been building on the Icon platform, which is from Korea, and pushed one of the first apps. And you were at the Bitcoin Center there. Yeah, pushed one of the first apps on that protocol years ago, and are working on their DeFi platform now. So just doing really, like, it was so interesting years ago living there, where 20% of the population owned crypto as opposed to maybe like 1% of the US. That's probably changed in the last year, right? As just even awareness of crypto in the US has gone way up. But to have so much adoption, it's really interesting to be in those environments, right? Where it's a lot more common and people know a lot more about it. But you're in Puerto Rico now. So for anyone who's just tuning in, we also did a great interview with former presidential candidate Brock Pierce, who has obviously, made huge pushes to invest more in Puerto Rico. It's kind of a crypto tax haven. What's going on there, and how are you involved? How's Ontology involved? How's Ben involved?
Yeah, Puerto Rico has been really interesting. So I moved here back in March. Before that, I was just like in New Jersey. Moved here, got involved with the community here. It was very different than it was in 2018. So initially I was here in 2018 as part of a research project back when I was at MIT. It was a project on renewable energy credits and microgrids. So like financing for microgrids through cryptocurrencies. And this was an MIT Digital Currency Initiative project. So I got to go down here in 2018, right as the bull market was ending. So there were a lot of people that moved to Puerto Rico for Act 60 when it was new, but then it was mostly like traders, right? Just like people who made money trading and whatever, but then they went back after like the market crashed. And so they no longer had that money. But I think what's different around this time is that a lot of people, similarly, a lot of people are moving down here for Act 60, but I see a lot more builders and a lot more like entrepreneurs that are moving down here. People that either made money through starting companies, or they're moving here anticipating that they're going to make money. So they want to build their company down here. And something I didn't know that I learned recently from like some of my friends that are down here is that, there's not only tax benefits for individual cryptocurrency investors, but there's also a lot of tax benefits for young entrepreneurs and startup founders that want to start their company down here in Puerto Rico. So that's been really exciting to see. And that's something we really want to help people become aware of. Pushing a lot of the infrastructure investment, and the growing community around here, I think, has been really, really helpful for that. I didn't expect to find such a community down here, but I did, and now it's been really exciting to like work with them and talk with them. We've been talking a lot with the Puerto Rico Blockchain Trade Association, hosting events. We want to host workshops to educate both the students that are on the island and get them involved, into all of these great programs, but also talking to government officials and legislators, right, to like kind of keep the status going, right, and to kind of keep the investment coming in and keep the infrastructure development coming in.
Absolutely. Well, that sounds really exciting, and hopefully, if all goes well, sounds like there's a couple of conferences coming in December. So hopefully, some crypto people can come enjoy the nice weather in Puerto Rico in December and learn more about the scene there. To round out the segment, 10th anniversary. Been doing this for a year, kind of seen a lot of ups and downs. What do you see coming down the path for the next year, either with Ontology or Ben, or just the crypto space in general?
So for Ontology, I think our biggest next thing is that we're launching our version of the EVM, or our EVM compatibility. So that's really going to make it very easy for a lot of our partners that we've worked with and talked to that have wanted to launch an ontology, but there's been a barrier because their smart contracts are already written in Solidity, right? And to launch on us, you'd have to translate it into Python or into JavaScript. So not having that barrier anymore, now with Solidity support, we're going to be able to get a lot of our partners to launch their dApps on ontology. So I'm excited for that and just kind of how that will grow, over the next year. And for Blockchain Education Network, right, getting more students involved in the platform, really growing, really scaling. Like we launched our platform. So we have like a dashboard. It's like a Coursera type platform. Students can come and take courses and learn. Then we have the groups with the jobs boards and with alumni networks. And like we even have a professor network where we've been hosting these like professor roundtables. So it's been very exciting to see more professors get interested and more, universities and faculty, because, as I'm sure it's very difficult to interface with universities and they're very slow to respond. And back in the early days, they were even hostile, right? Like they were shutting down student clubs. They didn't want student clubs running. So for now that it's finally changed, now we're getting like emails from deans that are like, we want a blockchain class at our school in Jamaica or like wherever. And it's like, oh, great. This is great. I think we're in a good spot.
Absolutely. So for anyone who wants to find you, where can they find you and who are you most hoping to hear from?
So you can find me on Twitter. It's just at my name. And then, Blockchain Education Network is at blockchainedu.org and Ontology is at ont.io. And, who are you interested in hearing from the most? I mean, really everyone. Like, I think that I'm really excited to hear from people that wouldn't have normally come into the space, but are now getting interested in the space. Artists, people that study like philosophy, economy, people that are not what you would think of as like a traditional crypto person, who would either be like not a coder, not a trader, not entrepreneurs are always welcome, right? But like I feel like we've had a lot of entrepreneurship and we've seen a lot of cool stuff there. I'm really excited to see a lot more artists get involved, a lot more gamers getting involved. So if people are just getting started out with that and they don't know where to go, I'd love to talk to more of those people.
Absolutely. Well, for anyone who's just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021 Virtual Blockchain Conference Series. We're bringing you our 10th anniversary event, and we've been speaking with Eric Pinos, the president of the Blockchain Education Network and the America's Ecosystem Lead at Ontology. Thanks again for joining us, Eric.
Thank you.
Stay tuned for more, everybody.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, young pups. Greytail the old and wise here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Block height. The number of blocks connected together in the blockchain. For example, height 0 would be the very first block which is also called the Genesis block. You must seek out the Genesis block if we are to stop the dark wizards.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hey guys, my name is Deki. I'm currently the head of ecosystem for Icon and also an early contributor for Own Protocol. Happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1 year anniversary, believe it or not, in our 10th edition of the Reimagine conference. We've been hosting these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in this space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above. That's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team. Where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator. We're providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebelt university program. So our main objectives and goals are simple, including Reimagine. It's to increase adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We just basically seek to educate our audience really on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So we're very fortunate today to have Deki come join us from the Icon community, from OMM. He's a friend of ours, a partner of ours, a great leader here, based out of San Francisco, but he does go back and forth to Seoul. Deki, how you doing, man? Appreciate you taking time out of your day to come speak with us.
Good. Thanks for having me here.
Awesome. So I've known Deki now actually for probably a few years. Here in San Francisco, we've chatted about a lot of things between teams, and they've just taken off, and they've always just excelled, executed, delivered, and I'm just excited to kind of chat with them to catch up. It's been a little bit. How you been surviving through COVID, Deki?
Well, vaccinated here in the Bay Area, so that's all good. I think this Delta variant and whatnot is getting somewhat scary, so hopefully there's no second lockdown, but I think so far so good.
Awesome. So how I see today's conversation, it's going to be a little bit of everything. I do want to touch on Icon's growth. You are head of ecosystem, kind of what that entails and what have been your takeaways, right? And then I also want to get into some of the updates that Icon's been releasing, or at least communicating to everybody that's following within the network. And then also OMM, your most recent project that's been in the works for quite some time, but it's kind of coming to the end. So that's how I see this layout. I want to first kick this off, and like Icon's from Korea, from Seoul. You guys operate out of San Francisco. In terms of ecosystem, like what are some of the takeaways that you see for the last 4 years? You've been part of Icon for quite a while. It's been up and down, bear markets and all that, but we'd love to kind of hear from you because you guys have grown and you guys are strong community, strong tech, strong talent. So yeah, what from inception until now, what have you noticed in terms of the growth that you guys have put in?
Yeah, I think some of the key learnings we've had over the past few years is that it's all about the community in the end, especially for I think blockchain protocols. Even if you go to like all the way to Bitcoin, I think the reason why Bitcoin has a value is because so many people believe that it has a value, right? So from that, I think initially, with the bear market and whatnot, a lot of people were complaining about prices, and this happened to basically every protocol, right? But then throughout the bear market, I think that's when people actually start building because you're not restricted by prices anymore. So there were these builders within our ecosystem who kept building. And, I think we ourselves also built this entity called i6 Station, which is basically incubating multiple services, and it was trying to lead by examples. And over the past few years of the bear market, I think our community has really grown to adopt that, it's these things take time, right? But then it's important that we build these things so that actually make it really valuable. And then that, I think, understanding has, been pretty well spread across our community. So I think our community is pretty well aligned in terms that, it's like these things don't happen in like a few days or weeks or months, right? It takes years to build these things. But it's also, you need a collaborative effort within the community to really push this development and actually use these protocols, provide feedback. So I think all of that has really matured over the past few years, and that we see a lot of good, developers building new projects, and we're pretty excited about the momentum that we have right now.
And how do you do that? Like, it is definitely all about community, but and feedback, right? So what did you guys do to kind of build this robust community? Was it community? Was it what kind of engagement, what kind of participation came from the team? And then to scale that, right? Like, how do you do you bring in ambassadors to kind of support you? Do you host a lot of events? I think these are kind of critical, factors, right? We're talking to a lot of people here that watch, why should I build on this blockchain? Why are some blockchains kind of, more, I don't know, not more, but successful than others? And then why have, strong communities or not? And so what were some of the things that you think were critical in terms of building the community? So was that through a lot of Telegram chats? Was it just 24/7 communication to everybody that was following Icon? What did that look like?
I think it's a combination of multiple things. I'll just touch upon a few things. I think one is that we're fortunate enough to have a good, really strong, engaged community to begin with. I'm really thankful for that. But I think the second part is folks like Scott and whatnot have been really active in Telegram, always trying to respond to any questions that come up. I think, a lot of people underestimate the importance of just answering some of these questions, but these things do add up. I think people are really impressed by just this quick turnaround and how people care about, these questions the community may have. And I think the next step for us was that, with these balance and OM and whatnot, with this project, we wanted to build it as a full DAO project from the beginning. So we pulled in community members from the inception, right? When you have this idea, pulled in community members, whether they're a developer, designer, etc., just bring them in and then start building the project together, and then have them have ownership in these protocols as well, right? And I think that kind of process has led really more groups to feel like, oh, like I feel like I'm like really core part of this, movement / protocol, and also can potentially get some upside from these things as well. And then we're just replicating that, right? So I think like Balance was kind of the initial one. We're kind of continuing that with Ohm. They have more projects like Craft that's coming up soon as well. So I think the expansion of that into multiple projects, and then people seeing the examples, as I said earlier, like we're trying to lead by examples, and people see, oh, like if you launch something like Balance on Icon, like that's actually something meaningful, and I want to work on something like that, right? So I think that kind of momentum has like spread across the entire community at this point.
Which I think like it also leads into the DAO, right? Like voting, proposals, governance. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the DAO experience from your eyes, and why it's been what we call like successful, which is participation. And you're touching on it a little bit, right? You're super engaging, but even just from a DAO, concept, right? Which is, some people think it might be difficult to kind of for people to understand, like in the world for the masses, like that we got to vote, we got to participate. It requires this. Right now, we kind of, give up our votes to local officials, state officials, and we kind of, do you kind of see a similar process? Is it like every individual needs to vote? Do you think there's going to be tiers of, delegating votes, to those that maybe know a little bit more? And are you worried about like kind of centralization in that aspect?
Yes, I think DAO is like a pretty interesting concept, right? And I think I think all of the team at Icon are like pretty bullish on DAO and like really pushing DAO. And I think Icon itself is a DAO at this point. Right now, the current architecture of the governance of Icon network is a DPoS system. So it is more of a delegated basis system because, the unfortunate truth, and like having kind of like seen how this kind of unfold on Icon, is that, even if you give governance power to everyone, like it's not like everyone's going to be participating in these governance decisions, right? If you look at some of these major DeFi protocols, like the governance participation with the governance token is actually pretty low. It's in a single digit, right? So I think for Icon, the way they've done it is like basically it's a delegate system where individuals have to basically stake and also like choose which delegate to vote for to actually earn the reward. So there is an economic design built into it. And then from these delegates, we call them peer reps, they have responsibilities to basically maintain the network. They're basically a validator of the network. But also we've basically implemented the system. The latest system is called CPS, which is basically contribution proposal system. So it's basically a DAO fund where it's controlled by these delegates. And they basically have to there's many proposals that comes up every month, and then they basically have to conclude on like which ones to support as like a group of delegates. So it's been pretty interesting to see how this whole DAO thing turns out, but that's how we're doing it at Icon right now.
Awesome. Yeah, so there's a lot of activity. You guys are still going strong. It's growing, and it's been great. And Icon is a sponsor of the Reimagine conference for the past few events. Your team has always been participating, and we're very appreciative of kind of basically everybody's support. We've had your team on, from Min to you to Scott, to a lot of the community, and everybody's been kind of saying the same thing, right? And every team provides some value. They believe in it, which is good, and it's obviously showing throughout the network and protocol. Can you provide, and we've had some updates probably over a month ago now from Min, right? And we've had Scott on before. I know there's been a couple releases in the last few days. Can you share a little bit on some of the release, maybe Icon 2.0, or I think even ICE was kind of was highlighted just a few days ago. Maybe we'll start with ICE.
Okay, so ICE is kind of the latest effort from the foundation. It's basically a way for us to have EVM compatibility chain that's easier for Icon community developers to basically utilize, that's available on EVM, whether that's a tool, whether that's a code, right? And the idea is that, by having an EVM compatible chain, which is also going to be supporting EUWASM as well, So we wanted to have like a chain that's somewhat can utilize the existing kind of infrastructure that's already built in. And then I think going forward, Icon is focused a lot more on the interoperability side of things with the launch of Icon 2.0 and BTP.
And how does that play into like, I think Icon's, mission, right, is to, it's an aggregate of chains. It's a hyper connect like to the world is one of the slogans, the taglines. Why is that important, you think, to maybe not be the chain, but to be compatible with many chains? Are you a believer? Obviously you're a believer, but why are we a believer in many chains and kind of, collaborating with different technologies to make this kind of ecosystem work?
Yes, I think it goes back to like, what is a blockchain? Like, to me, and I've actually written a Medium article about this, but almost like each blockchain, it feels like a nation state, right? Yeah. If you think about this whole metaverse idea, like you're already seeing that on blockchain protocols. To me, it's basically each protocol is like a metaverse of its own entity or nation state. And the community members are basically kind of citizens of that nation state, right? So if you believe or believers of that nation state, then you stay and you buy tokens, you stake, and then you earn like these rewards and whatnot. If you're not a believer, then you just leave and go to another nation state. And because we believe that it is more of like not necessarily like one blockchain wins all game, but more of like a multi-chain kind of universe that we see. Like if that's gonna become the future, like we definitely need some things to be able to really connect all these chains. Like if you look at the world today, I'm living in the States right now, but like you definitely need these different connections across other countries to actually bring it to the full potential, right? And I see the same thing happening in the blockchain ecosystem. And that's why we feel that like this connecting all these different chains is an important mission. And that's what Icon's focusing on.
And not to get into the nitty gritty of it, but like, what are some of the challenges to, I wouldn't consider Icon 2.0 or anything like an upgrade, right? Isn't it more of a redesign or architecture kind of, I forget the terminology, but it's really not an upgrade, but it's just kind of a new design that they're going to implement, right?
It's a complete redesign from the architecture perspective, yes.
And so, I think a lot of people think, why don't these things just work? Why is it a little bit slow? Why is this not available? I think we're just in our lives today. Everything moves quick, but we underestimate or we don't know, as far as normal people, like the amount of years and decades like these technologies have snowballed to get us to where we are. So what have been some of the challenges to redesigning this architecture? Obviously it's critical, it's important. You guys said, over a year ago, like we need to do this to kind of maintain or at least be able to, build bridges, and connect with others. So what have been some of the challenges? I'm trying to highlight this because I'm sure a lot of people are like, well, why isn't it ready? Or in general, why is blockchain so cumbersome? But it's because we got to literally like build this stuff from scratch. The tools, the tooling, the languages. So from not to get into the technical details, but like, how has it been redesigning this from your team? Like pretty smooth. Obviously it's time consuming. How do you guys see kind of the efforts being delivered?
I think it is a quite time consuming process in general in the first place. I think you can kind of see that just from like even E2.0, right? I think they just announced yesterday that they may just push back the E2.0 to like end of 2022. So I think these things always take a lot more time to build, first of all. I think also the second part, I think a lot of people don't also necessarily know is that like migration from like V1 to V2, and this is probably same for ETH as well, is also takes quite a bit of time. Like you need to make sure that this like new architecture, everything is syncing well with the previous version of blockchain, right? So like confirming that, like, I think a lot of our time now is like not so much spent on designing the V2. That's all done and built and tested actually. It's actually a lot of it is about like migrating V1 data to V2.
Yeah.
Make sure all that data is stored in V2 and everything is compatible, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
No, I think, yeah, a lot of the nuances, right? It's not so much a technical barrier, but just more of a security barrier, a privacy barrier, compatibility, barrier, which is great. So no, that's good stuff. So like, let's kind of get into OMM. What's been the inspiration behind OM, and what does OM stand for?
OM stands for Simple Open Money Market. I like DeFi, but I think we prefer like the term open finance a bit more. I mean, the idea is that we really want to make finance open for everyone, right?
Yeah.
And like how we started OM is because I mean the way I feel, I love DeFi, but like currently I feel like DeFi is like somewhat of a circle jerking situation where we're basically like feeding each off of yields basically, and then like the ones who know earlier get into the farms and whatnot, just like get these governance.
So you don't think it's sustainable, like that type of organic growth? That was kind of like searching for yields and like reaching and the hot new shiny object. Right?
It is a good user acquisition strategy
For
right?
sure, for sure.
It's not something you do forever, right? And
Totally.
I mean, I think yes, it's an interesting user acquisition strategy, but then like it's only limited to DeFi crowd right now, which is like less than probably 1 million people, right?
Yeah.
But to me, is like a very small number of people versus like what it can potentially become. So I've been thinking about that a little bit and been pretty active DeFi user myself. And then because there were a lot of interesting things happening in yields on DeFi, I've actually asked some of my friends, like if you just have a lot of dollars, just deposit some of these dollars on Compound or Aave, and you can earn these interest, right? But then typically what happens, I've recommended this to multiple friends, like about a week afterward, they always come back to me and say like, oh, I can't figure this out, right? Like and I tried to walk them through and then try to understand like where it's blocking them. And I would say still to this date, I think the user flow and experience to interact with a blockchain service is broken, right? It is okay for like blockchain natives like us because we just accept that it's okay. But for someone who's new to the space and doesn't really care if it's like blockchain or whatnot, but just trying to use this service, there's a lot of blockers for them. So after realizing that, we thought, oh, maybe this is an opportunity, right? Like we want to build a DeFi open finance service that anyone can access, but right now anyone can't access it because there's a lot of blockers. So how do we build something that doesn't have a lot of these blockers so that anyone can use these like DeFi protocols, right? So that's kind of the genesis of how when I started working on OM, basically build a lending protocol where like anyone without much knowledge can use.
And to even get a little bit deeper, like what is open finance, right? To you, is that like the unbanked? Is it for developed countries or people in these regions, right, that are used to the legacy systems? Do you think the community? Do you think the world is ready for DeFi? Obviously, we're building it out, but how do you see open finance like impacting? I guess who do you think is gonna? To what degree do you think open finance will impact the people, our parents, our families? Do you think we're going to have options? Do you think it's really going to be a viable solution for many? How do you see that kind of taking place?
I think it's a step-by-step process. I don't think like we're gonna like immediately bank them banked like right away from day one. I think the first step is like having some of these folks who don't necessarily have access to specific financial products to be able to have access to them, right?
Yeah.
Like for example, some of these folks may have a bank account but might not have access to some of these financial products, right? So now they can actually, if like for example, even like to actually to a certain extent, even in the US, if I'm like depositing my dollars into the bank, I'm earning less than 0.01% interest rate, right?
Totally.
Versus, there were a lot of these high yield like so-called like checking accounts or bank accounts that popped up over the past few years from fintech companies, but that has come down quite a bit because of the Fed interest rate going down. So, I mean, even to them, I mean, I've talked to a few people like who just have like a lot of cash because they don't want to invest in anything just yet because the market is volatile. like to them, like this is like an opportunity, like access that they don't have right now, right? Like it's like some financial institutions have access to higher yield products, but normal retail doesn't, right? So in that sense, actually, we're providing even opportunities for these folks who don't have access to high yield products. And then if we can go a step further, I mean, the idea is like, some of these products you have to be like U.S. Resident or citizen to basically have access to. So for regions outside of like specific regions that have access to these financial products, I think we can also offer specific financial products on blockchain that is normally not accessible by them, right? And then maybe afterwards we can kind of get to this stage of like banking them bank, but which I think is kind of a further away, which may happen eventually. But I think we're just trying to go after low hanging fruits, which is accessing, giving them access to products that they don't have access right now, right? It's in the real world.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we underestimate those that don't have access to finance, even in the States, right? Or even in developed countries. We think everybody has a bank account, which is not true. We think everybody understands kind of how the banking services work, which is not true. So yeah, I think this open finance allows, and I think one of the advantages is like everybody's on their phone, right? So that's one way to get access. Do you see like we've talked about like DeFi and traditional legacy systems? What about this in between of like fintech and open finance? You think there's a merge there? We went from to the banks controlling most of it to like your Venmos, your PayPals, right? And now we're kind of coming into this blockchain crypto world. Do you see any like convergence amongst these three? The banks obviously thought maybe nobody's going to take them down, and now fintechs come around to streamline that, and the banks didn't go digital, they didn't innovate, and now they're trying to. We have like some of these some of these solutions at the traditional banks, but do you see a lot of, or do you see any convergence through, I guess, like fintech to crypto and being able to operate as a hybrid kind of solution?
No, I think that's where the future is going right now. I think I talked about like having like a current user experience is broken, and I think a lot of DeFi protocols are probably talking to fintech apps where they have a lot of user base and deposits so that they can actually utilize these DeFi protocols. I don't know what the regulatory I guess stance on that is, like when that will actually will happen. I do think it will eventually happen. I just don't know like how quickly it will happen, and that's why we're trying to do both at the same time with Ohm and this product called Bridge, which is basically that user interface for regular people. But I think that's the direction. Like we're definitely going to see some convergence between DeFi protocols and more of like a centralized front-end service where it's a lot more user friendly, but at the same time there are some counterpart risk and whatnot, but they actually deposit into DeFi protocols.
What have you guys done, maybe an example or two, to make the onboarding experience, I guess, relatively seamless, or to attract more users, adoption? What has OMM done to kind of tackle some of these issues?
Yeah, so to be specific, I think it's more about this wallet I think the iStation team has built. But so this wallet called Bridge is going to be the onboarding tool for regular users. So the idea is like we kind of went to our customers, right, and like asked like, what is your why are you blocked from using these like DeFi services, right? I think first thing was just this thing called private key management, right? I think for us it makes sense that your key, if it's not your key, it's not your money, right? Like, you have to manage your private key, but for regular people it's somewhat cumbersome. Like they have to like memorize these or save some of these keys, right? So I think the private key management side was one thing. The other part was, even like basically they always have to like open up like Coinbase account or something. Like the fact they help to open up an exchange account specifically to like get access to crypto, first of all, was another bottleneck. And then on top of that, once they get the exchange account, they have to transfer those coins to their own wallet as well, right? So that was like also like hassle for them. And not only that, but they also have to buy some ETH and send ETH as well for gas fee, right? So that's also a bottleneck, right? And even after that, basically like for example, if you go to Compound Aave, like you can't do everything there. Like basically from a product user experience perspective, you want to grab customers when they're on your website.
Yeah.
Like that's the ideal time to grab your customers. But then the fact that now, oh, you're on a compound, now you're trying to use it, but then now I have to go back to, Coinbase account, open it up, and you have to move your coins to your own wallet. And then you also have to buy ETH and move to your own wallet. And you also have to scribble down your private key, save it somewhere, and then also have to go to compound website again to basically utilize it. For example, like it's a very cumbersome user experience, right? So all of that is basically abstracted away. So Bridge is like basically built into the website, so you don't have to leave, go anywhere. And then basically we're using this fee sharing system in ICX so that you actually don't have to have ICX to actually make any transactions. So there's no need to like buy ICX separately to interact with DeFi service using Bridge, for example. And then, basically we're going to be able to have people able to directly deposit dollars and convert that into stablecoin on the wallet.
So the flow is link up your bank account, your debit card, your credit card.
And using an email address, which is we're using Magic SDK. So the flow is basically you go to open up Bridge widget on the website. You don't have to go anywhere else. And then you just sign up using email, which a lot of people are familiar with. So you don't have to manage private key because Magic is doing that with the email authentication. And then once you open up your wallet, like voila, like your wallet is created, great. And now is the fiat on-ramp part. So you just basically deposit by linking your bank account and then send your money that gets converted into stablecoin. And basically that wallet has like a gas link, so you don't have to have your own gas. So now once you have a stablecoin converted from dollars, you can go into Ohm and like basically deposit dollars right away. And then you start earning interest on that and then also earn Ohm rewards.
Nice. No, I think that's kind of a straightforward and it's what we need. That we have an audience here, right? That's trying to understand the landscape and the pace of innovation that happens so quick in this space. But how do you from your personal experience, how do you identify good DeFi projects, open finance projects from the shitty knockoffs, or forks, or we're talking about managing kind of your keys. We're talking about, onboarding into dApps. At the same time, what kind of work did you put in maybe to identify good projects? Was it the team, right? Was it kind of the updates, the white paper, from these other projects that just got spun up or forked or whatever the case is, right? How do you identify good quality projects? And you guys have some of them on your own application layer that maybe you could touch on. But aside from that, what's your process of navigating the noise and seeing oh, this is a good project. This makes sense. Are there 10 of them? Are there 2 of them? The team.
I think to me, it's always about the community, as going back to what I was saying earlier. And so I think this even applies to when assessing if it's a good project or not. I think if the project has really good community, I think that typically works out well.
Yeah.
And because it's in the end, it's all these blockchain, it is about your community basically, right? I think token economics is important. Your team is important. What you're doing with your product is important. And this is going back to you're back to investor role. And I used to be at a VC fund. And typically the things you look for is market, product, and team, right? And yes, these are all important. But I think more than anything in the blockchain space, community is really important. And one particular community I've been super impressed with is this project called Olympus DAO, which is basically algorithmic stablecoin, but they have a amazing memes / community, which I've been really impressed with.
Nice. What do you think is missing to get more users, more people into crypto? Is it education? Is it just time? And are we in a good spot to meet our the demands?
I think it's just the timing. I think we're a bit early in our days right now. I think infrastructure is not ready right now. and just frankly, user experience sucks for regular users. Like, I mean, they're like utilizing things like Venmo or Uber or some of these like latest fintech products, and if you come to DeFi, it just feels like it's going back 10 years, right? Like it's so cumbersome. You have to like wait several seconds to a minute. Like you have to basically have fees for whatever this thing is. And it's very cumbersome, right? From a regular user perspective. So you have to provide, like basically to me right now, the cumbersome from regular users who doesn't necessarily like appreciate the decentralization aspect, the cumbersomeness is like 10x. So basically the benefit has to be like almost like 20 to 100x to really make it for it. And it's not there, to be honest, right? So I think once we have enough infrastructure to be able to support really good user experience, the cumbersomeness comes down to 1x, then I think DeFi and whatnot is already providing 10x benefits. So I think that should be enough. But it is like, I think coming down to like having enough infrastructure around so that people don't have to go through cumbersomeness to actually experience these things. And even like just interact with the service, like the fact that you have to like, you know, like buy some ETH to actually interact with service, like that just doesn't register well with someone, right? Like the fact that, oh, I just want to try this service, like people, like product companies are paying you to, you know, basically try these services with all these referrals and like credits. And now if you come to DeFi and they're saying, oh, you actually have to pay something first to even like start using it, like that just doesn't register well with a lot of users.
And talking about cumbersome, talking about infrastructure, even going back to kind of the upgrades on Icon, how do we get more developers, right? Obviously, we need more developers, more talent to focus on some of these things. We need Web 2.0 devs to, you know, convert over to start helping these things. Like, and I'm sure you guys talk about this, the developer community. Like, how do we get more people to come into the space? And you can maybe take it from your own like view or maybe an Icon view in terms of providing resources or you know, an environment for them to not focus on so much of maybe the nuts and bolts, but being able to innovate and being able to build. Well, actually, you do have to focus on the nuts and bolts to innovate. So how do you guys like, or how do you see getting, you know, how do you think we get more developers into the space to help with all this stuff?
I think price helps, just being very frank. I think we've seen these Bitcoin cycles, and I think we always see when the Bitcoin price rallies up, there's a lot more interest from everyone in general, right?
Yeah.
And there's always a portion of these people who are developers, right? So I think these price movements definitely help. I think the second part is just like talking more about like what these blockchains can only do, right? I do talk about like what I'm doing with Ohm to my developer friends, and they are genuinely interested about like what it can do, right? I think it is a 10x technology from a technology perspective, it's definitely interesting. So I think it's just like we just have to pull them enough and show them enough things are happening in the blockchain space where they feel like, oh, it's cool, like I want to work on something, right? So I think it's just a combination of like education about what's happening, what it can do, like showing them like a vision of like blockchain space in general. And then actually like I guess some of these price movements definitely helps. And then more resources in general, right? For these like external developers to read into like, you know, how can you get into blockchain? Like how can you like start building smart contracts? Because it is a bit of different programming kind of I guess process. So.
For sure. Have you guys do you guys have any maybe for developers, like have you made it easier in terms of the languages you guys chose? You know, to make it more developer friendly.
So I think for Icon 1.0, I think we're using Python. I think for Icon 2.0, actually using Java. So actually been getting some interesting feedback from developers like, oh, like I'm actually a Java developer and this is actually great. Now I don't have to learn your language to actually start coding on Icon. So interestingly, I've been receiving some pretty good feedback about how using a language that's you know, familiar to a lot of developers, and hopefully that also lowers the barrier for developers. Because like if you think about, oh, even though it may not be too much work, like the fact that I have to learn a new language to start coding, it's like definitely a barrier to certain degrees.
Yeah.
So I think it will definitely help a little bit as well.
And going back to open finance, like, do you think we should be worried about the TPS, the transactions, right? The volume, the scaling, the transactions, or to compete with the centralized world? Should we exclude that? Like, we're not going to compete because it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit slower, but it's more peer to peer, right? Like the values, it's a different option, right?
Yeah.
So like, you're gonna have to give up a little bit to go faster, a little, more centralized, blah blah blah. How do you view kind of the transactions? Because I was kind of like thinking about it, and at first it was like, can we compete with Visa and the MasterCards, right? Those are some of the benchmarks. But in the end, it's like this is a different way of operating amongst individuals, entities, peer-to-peer stuff. How do you view like the transactions? Like, it's too slow. Should we not put that much emphasis on it because we do own our own keys. We do we are self custodying our assets and stuff.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a trade-off, I think, in terms of the transaction speed. I think definitely faster transactions helps more adoption.
Yeah.
Just because I think, vast amount of people just don't like waiting around. And their experience with the regular fintech apps is just like, it just happens in a second, right?
Yep.
So it does help, but there is a trade-off. So I think there is likely going to be a use case for a different set of transaction speed, right? For
Totally.
lower transaction speed with more secure layer, most likely a larger budget that can take more time, can be settled on there. For like smaller budget, more like consumer-based products can potentially utilize some of the faster transaction speed chains and whatnot, because there's less, it's not that it doesn't matter, but it's less a big of an issue if something happens to not go right.
Yeah. No, that's good. Hey, I've been thinking about that. Another thing, going back to OMM, actually, is there tokenomics involved? Like, is there a governance kind of mechanism? Is there a token, right? Maybe you could touch on some of that stuff.
Yeah, so that's something I've been thinking a lot about lately. So there will be OM tokens, which you'll be able to basically earn by providing and borrowing on the money market. So it is incentivized. And I do think of this token liquidity mining as a user acquisition. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out. But I do think it makes sense to eventually make this reward system to be dynamic. Yeah. Probably not starting off initially, but at some point, I mean, it's like if you think about Uber, like they're giving out credits like early on, but you don't give out credits for every single ride that you're doing, right? At that point, I'm always going to just take advantage of these free credits. So it does make sense to be a little bit more adjustable. But it will start off with a fixed liquidity mining. Basically, like the thesis behind OM is initially it's going to be a money market for ICX holders where they can now finally utilize their ICX to borrow money. It's like similar to like what Coinbase is doing with their Bitcoin. Like if you deposit Bitcoin collateralized, you can actually borrow USDC. So it's basically similar in a DeFi landscape for ICX community. And now you can actually withdraw that USD to your bank account directly through Bridge Wallet. And the second part is we're going to try to go cross-chain with this Icon interoperability. So going to bring in more other layer assets to make a cross-chain money market. And the eventual goal is to have people regular people utilize OM to deposit dollars to earn interest. So just going back to token side of things, it's going to be liquidity mining, but then we're also going to have a pretty big portion of the DAO fund because I mean it's going to be a DAO from the day one. So I want to make sure we have a DAO has enough budget to be able to utilize it to the extent they need it to be. And I'm trying to design the governance system where people can proactively participate in the governance and potentially be rewarded as well.
How do you go from a more centralized to a DAO? How does that transition work? Like, it's kind of, you wouldn't give a car keys to a baby, right? To kind of like start driving. So how do you finesse that? Like, that was the end result. That was the end result. But like, I'm controlling this thing for now. It's going to take a little bit of time, but and you guys have other experience elsewhere, just with Icon in general and a couple other projects that we're involved with. How do you kind of navigate that?
It's tough, right? But then I think we kind of started out as a DAO mentality in the first place. Like it's already it's not just us, it's like several teams working on this project together right now. So it's already like less centralized than one team working on it, right?
Yep.
And then I've taken a step further so that we actually start building up a community before you even launch. And then we have like some specific ambassadors like, who are very active in expressing their governance opinions. So we're already kind of feel like kind of in that transition already, I would say. And then I think once we launch, I think it will be in the hands of the community, but hopefully we'll be also able to communicate our opinions as well. And then hopefully, we can kind of have like more of an equal standing discussions on these governance directions. So I think the transition process is already happening right now. And then the fact that it was built as more of like a collaboration across different teams from the beginning also helps as well.
Which kind of leads me into my next question. You brought on some well, first of all, you have a good team. I think Ibra's right, and like Parrot 9 are helping you, right? Which are early contributors and a good team, and you can catch some of our interviews with them from V9. But you brought on some advisors like Synthetics, Band, and not only advisors, but you're working with them, integrating Band. Can you tell me like how that's been going and what kind of value they've been able to drive to OMM and yourself and the DAOs and everything?
Yes, I think so we brought on some strategic partners. So there were some funds and individuals. So individuals were from Band and Synthetics. And then we have some funds like HAST, CMS, and FBG that were part of it. So I think mostly from strategic partners, what we're trying to get is, I think from fund side, they just have like a vast network, right? So I think, first of all, having them kind of be strategic partners help you from branding perspective, but also they have a vast network which you can tap into if you need to do some of the sort of the BD opportunities. And then also I think they have some spare capital, so they can probably help with the liquidity mining part as well. From Band and Synthetics specifically, I think Synthetics folks, individuals, I think Synthetics DAO is actually one of the probably most advanced DAOs in the DeFi space right now. And those guys are actually pretty involved with the Synthetics DAO. So we're definitely trying to learn the best practice on how to like basically operate and sync a DAO from them. And then I think obviously Band is like experts in the Oracle sector. So trying to definitely learn like the pitfalls of what Oracle's, may cause and what best practice there are.
And then there's quite a few Oracles. What made you choose Band?
I think we've just had a really good experience working with Band so far. And then I think a lot of other folks like Bounce and like Ethics and many other DApps have done pretty well and haven't really complained anything about working with Band. So that's why we decided to go with Band as well.
Nice. So we're going to kind of wrap it up here. We've been going for a little bit. Where can people learn more, I guess, about Icon, and not only Icon, but OMM?
Probably the best place is a website. There's Icon Republic, which is basically kind of the covering everything that's happening on Icon. So Icon Republic is the website to go. I think for OM, just come to our website, come to our Discord. There's a newsletter. I think Discord is probably the best place to stay tuned with our community. And then if you just want to check out like the latest prototype and tested products, you can just come to the OM Finance website.
Nice. And we do have students watching. So like, do you have any advice or books or if they're wanting to learn more, or if they want to get over the hump or trying to switch, from whatever careers or wanting to get into blockchain? What are your, and it doesn't even have to be technical, right? It can be business development, it can be marketing. That's one of the good things about blockchain, actually, is that you don't really have to be technical to understand it or to work in this space. There's so many roles available, developer growth, community growth, head of ecosystem, right? Marketing teams, business development, partnerships. What would you say, I guess, if you were still in college right now and you were watching this interview, what kind of advice or tips would you give to kind of the future workforce?
I think my advice would be just follow your passion. I think to me, I decided to jump into this space because I felt blockchain was really interesting, not just from a technology perspective, but also from like almost like a society like perspective on how you think about like money and government. All these things are just like very touching to core parts of like some of your beliefs, right? So it was a lot of these like not just technology part, but also like what is touching, and that's really what has driven me to come into the space. And because I was drawn into the space because of those aspects, like I was able to kind of go through the whole bear market. And I mean, it didn't feel great, obviously, but I was able to go through it really. So I think just try to understand like what you're really looking for, and try to understand like the ideology behind these blockchains and protocols and decentralization, and see if it's for you, right? If it's for you, I think there's like abundant resources out there, just on the internet. I think A16Z has a great resource on a lot of these reading lists as well. I think Twitter, I just got into the Twitter game a bit late, but I think on Twitter there's actually a lot of interesting comments on many things that are happening almost real time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like a very fast-paced space. So if you like being fast-paced, I think you will thrive in this space.
Awesome. Yeah, things do move quick.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think we'll go ahead and wrap it up here, Daki.
Right.
Everybody, this is Daki Lee, head of ecosystem for Icon, early contributor to the OMM project. Please check them out. Very fortunate to have Icon and Daki's team here sponsor the Reimagine, conferences moving forward in partnership with Mouseball as a P rep. So we're all just trying to do our part as much as we can. And just kind of like the beginning as we kick this off, it's all about community. It's all about engagement. It's all about participation. There's a little bit for everybody in this space. So hopefully you're enjoying the conference. Daki, we hope to have you back. And have a good weekend. And hopefully I'll see you soon. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, bye now.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, hey there, baby. Meowlvis Presley here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Distributed Denial of Service Attack, DDoS. A type of cyber attack in which the perpetrator continuously overwhelms the system, with requests in order to prevent service of legitimate requests. Speaking of overwhelming the system, I really shouldn't have had that extra peanut butter and banana sandwich after lunch. Whoa, mama.
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Chester, the CEO and co-founder of Bitwage, the leading provider of Bitcoin and crypto payroll, invoicing, and benefits, and I'm happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. Super excited to be doing this for over 12 months. It's been great. We host these events as a monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments to our accelerator or providing development support to a growing number of projects, as well as education within the Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. That's kind of the whole point of Reimagine, is just to highlight our colleagues, our partners, everybody that's working hard, in the industry for years. So I'll go ahead and kind of shut myself off enough of talking on my end. I'm joined here by Jonathan, CEO and co-founder of Bitwage. How you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Good, man. So we've been rocking this conference, man, for over about 12 months, and it's just snowballed. Obviously, there's a lot of demand. Bitcoin's going crazy. And the market is positive right now with a lot of sentiment, and just looking forward to this discussion. You guys provide an awesome solution, and I'm happy to talk about it and really kind of elaborate on Bitcoin, how close Bitcoin taps into our everyday lives. So first of all, everybody has their own journey. They fell down the rabbit hole. What's cool about Bitwage, and not only Bitwage, but yourself, super early supporters started building, got involved. But what's your Bitcoin story? How did you get into Bitcoin? What led you into the space?
Sure, yeah. So I first got into Bitcoin in 2013. And when I was learning about Bitcoin, I was working at Oracle, and it was a little bit of a monotonous job that I was working over there. So I said, I want to learn about all the new technologies that are happening in the world. And I came across Bitcoin in a TED Talk about the future of money. In that TED Talk, I learned about the financial sovereignty, international payments, banking the unbanked, more efficient ways of moving money globally. And I thought this is really interesting. I want to learn more. I want to get into this. So I spent about a month reading everything I could about Bitcoin. And there wasn't a whole lot back then. So I read the white paper, I watched Andreas Antonopoulos. That was really about it. And I came out this obsessed Bitcoin guy at Oracle telling everyone, hey, you got to buy Bitcoin, you got to buy Bitcoin. And the price of Bitcoin was surging from $200 to $1,000. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And I felt affirmed in my belief when I was telling people to buy. Of course, if you don't know what happened after that in 2014, there was a crash and the price went from like $1,000 to 300. But at that point, I was a huge believer and I was kind of this crazy Bitcoin guy at Oracle. So my friends at Oracle introduced me to a colleague there who is also a crazy Bitcoin guy, but over at the technical side of Oracle. We got together and we said, this is going to be the future. No one is addressing the world of business disbursement, salary payments, paying freelancers, gig workers using Bitcoin. And this, if Bitcoin is going to be a financial product of the future, someone's going to have to do it. And that's how we got into the space.
Did you think you were like way too early, too late, on time? I mean, that like, so I came across Bitcoin in 2013 too. I was working at the bank at that time, at the private bank. And yeah, a client was going to purchase like 100 grand worth of Bitcoin. And I'm like, whoa, like, what is this? Right. And you obviously got it like super quick. And before we kind of get into like, you know, what Bitwage is, though, were you thinking, yeah, like you were late to the game, on time, because you went into it with started building like super early, right? People were just coming into the space, depending on who you ask, 2017, 15, 14, whatever. You came in before Ethereum.
Yes. Yeah. When I was doing my research, there was no Ethereum white paper.
Totally.
I actually got to meet Gavin Wood and Vitalik after the white paper was dropped at like this small hacker house in the Tenderloin of San Francisco.
That's my CTO's old place. He lived there too, and Vitalik was pitching him Ethereum in 2014.
Okay, maybe I was at that place. Yeah,
dude. Everybody was like, "You're crazy." Like, we kind of get it, but like, that's nuts. Anyways, don't mean to interrupt.
But I thought I was late.
Yeah,
because when I was there, Brock Pierce was around, Roger Ver was around. You know, all these big names, and I felt like I was late. Now I think I'm the second of, you know, the four waves that brought entrepreneurs and retail investors into the space. So
what are those four waves?
Now everyone thinks I was early, but back then I thought I was late.
What are those four waves, like Bitcoin, Ethereum?
I don't think I think of it more in terms of the bubbles,
the cycles. Yeah.
Cycles.
Yeah.
I should say the cycles, because
totally
with each cycle brings in a whole new set of fresh eyes who have strong belief. Of course, when the cycles crash, maybe 50% or 75% of the new people leave, but it still leaves this new core group of believers who move forward.
And which is some good points, and I'll talk about that, because that's kind of why we got into an incubator accelerator kind of model. For that reason, we were in it before the booms, the busts, you know, everybody raising off of white papers and like under delivering. And but we saw the technology right and believed in it and seeked out those teams or had them seek out us that were actually, you know, understood it, and not kind of just aiming for the moon, but kind of realistic, like, you know, like certain things can work, you know, or at least have a good idea. So what is it about Bitcoin, like, you think that, like, what do you think its real impact is? You talked about the unbanked, we're talking about salaries, we're talking about kind of this peer-to-peer decentralized aspect of it. What excites you about, it could be the technology too. What excites you about Bitcoin in general?
So in my opinion, the most valuable part of Bitcoin and the blockchain is this concept of censorship resistance. We have never before been able to hold our money digitally without relying on a third party. So this is the big innovation that blockchain brought to the table. And what that ultimately leads to, in the short term, Bitwage is offering services that helps companies pay their workers globally with the single click of a button, whether it's in Bitcoin, in stable coins, or like fiat to fiat currency, using Bitcoin as the intermediary. And this idea that we have permissionless usage of Bitcoin allows us to remove intermediaries from an international transfer and gain efficiencies. So people around the world are able to get paid faster, cheaper, and in ways that perhaps help them hedge against their own corrupt local governments that are printing money in ways that essentially cause inflation.
Totally.
And that brings me to the second point, which is that it is a hedge against inflation, right? Bitcoin is naturally deflationary. It's poised to become digital gold. In fact, it's better than gold in virtually every way as a store of value, especially in the digital world. So, and we actually have seen this over the years of working at Bitwage. When there were local or global political or economic instabilities, we saw price rises in Bitcoin. Let me give you some examples of this. If we look to India demonetization, I think it was in 2016 when the prime minister decided to remove the two largest bills out of circulation in India, which represented 80% of the monetary supply, and there was a huge cash shortage everywhere. The price of Bitcoin rose 40% locally, which means that people in our business who were getting paid in India were getting 40% more of their income if they used it.
Yeah.
Similar thing happened in Brazil when the president was caught for being corrupt and removed from office. Similar thing happens in Argentina from time to time. And in fact, is happening right now, where what's happening with COVID is creating a huge economic crisis, and you can get this huge premium by receiving your salary in Bitcoin or stable coins. And we can also look at it from a macro global level. When you look at how the 2017 bubble started, you actually go back to 2016. And there were two big things that happened in 2016 that affected the global markets, which was the end of the Chinese stock market crashes, and we also had Brexit. So both of these events, you can see that the global prices of Bitcoin were rising, and eventually that rising continued and moved into the 2017 bubble.
Yeah.
And then if we look at today and the cycle that we're in right now and how we got Bitcoin to go to almost 70K, it all started with COVID and the Fed printing 25% of our monetary supply last year.
Totally.
So seeing these things gets me excited because today we already see the efficiencies of using it internationally, but tomorrow it's going to be this natural inflationary hedge that everyone will have access to, and everyone will be able to control wherever they live, regardless of whether they have a benevolent or corrupt government.
So you see it in two ways. You see it kind of being able to transfer value peer to peer rather quickly, middlemen cut out, and then you also see it as time rolls on as just an alternative, alternative to fiat, and having some options in times of volatility, in times of financial distress, depending on where you're at. What was your journey like in 2013 to kick off Bitwage one, and then what was the reception in terms of, hey, like we have this solution, for offering Bitcoin? What were the discussions there? Like that's so early on for you to start building something when it wasn't really adopted. I mean, it's still not adopted, right? We're in the space. It obviously has hit mainstream now. We see it on tickers, on CNN, Bloomberg, like it's here. But back then, like what was that experience like to be pitching a company around crypto when it was literally, obviously it came out in 2009, after the financial crisis. And then, and then you guys were born in 2013. Like, what were those discussions like?
Yeah. So, today we have both a B2B product, which is where a company can sign up and pay their workers through us. And we have a B2C product where actually the worker can come up directly and they can receive their wages in us. So like you could sign up and get 10% of your wage in Bitcoin. But how did that come about?
Yeah.
So we started with just the B2B product.
Totally.
And in 2014, what we realized is that we were way too early for this B2B product.
For sure.
Because companies, they didn't really know about Bitcoin. It's like, oh, I heard that it's for hackers and drug lords and these kinds of things. So it was very hard. I mean, our first customer was a B2B customer, but it wasn't getting the traction that we wanted. But we knew that there was this big group of people who wanted to receive their wages in Bitcoin. And so we said, how do we address this? And we figured out, okay, let's create a B2C product where essentially people can get access to a direct deposit account. And you go to your payroll provider and you say, hey, switch 10% or 50% of my wages to go into that account. And then it hits us, we convert it into Bitcoin and send it to whatever wallet that you want. So directly to your own ledger or your mobile wallet or your Coinbase account or whatever. And that was really what became quite popular in 2014. And then in 2015, we noticed that while in the people in the US are maybe getting $500 to $1,000 every month, people internationally were getting their entire paychecks through us. And we realized that this was a result of the fact that you can gain efficiency by using Bitcoin as a medium of exchange to move money from one country to another. So we wrapped that into an international payroll product. And then fast forward to 2020 when COVID hit, and we saw not just the cryptocurrency industry growing, but the growth of remote work. And a lot of companies were hiring internationally, but also looking for new kinds of benefits domestically that were future-proof, remote work benefits, because now things like bring your dog to work day or commuter benefits don't matter. And we now today see almost a 50-50 split between our B2B and our B2C business. So it's actually become much more popular as a result of these changing trends that are in our favor.
What were some of the signals or data or trends that you saw out internationally? Because I think everybody here in the States or developed countries, regions geographically, like it might be a little bit slower to adopt, although, within those populations are definitely crypto holders. But on the grand scheme of things, if you've been in this space, you understand that a lot of these other countries definitely leverage crypto, as you mentioned, as you alluded to at the beginning of the government, the politics, the currencies, the hyperinflation. All of these regions, it's just kind of not, it's not suitable for their local, citizens and all that. What were some of the things that you kept track to identify and target some of these markets?
So outside of what I had mentioned, which is that these people were getting their entire wages. I mean, that was actually our big indicator.
Totally.
Was that, and then it was just, okay, which markets to target.
And is that inbound? Are you talking about inbound? Like people are just coming in.
People were just like, yeah, we want that. Yeah. We want this solution. Does someone have it? And they came to us, right? Yeah. And it's still mostly that way how our business grows. And what we're seeing today, the trends. So some interesting trends that we're seeing today, when we look at the U.S. versus the international market, is that in the US, people tend to diversify more. We have Bitcoin, Ether, and maybe a couple other crypto, and people will do mostly a diversity between Bitcoin and Ether. When people are getting their paychecks, they're usually not gambling on the really small market caps. They're just looking at the top ones. But then when we look internationally, people are not even doing Ether. People are not getting paid in Ether, getting paid in Bitcoin and in stable coins. So stable coins is a huge trend for us, especially in countries that are being hit with high levels of inflation, such as Argentina. But there are other countries out there that are starting to pick this up, that are inflationary, have high rates of inflation. And I actually see stable coins as a stepping stone for the world of crypto, because there are actually two big barriers to entry for Bitcoin. I'm a big Bitcoin believer. And there are two main barriers to entry for it. One is the volatility, but the other is private public key cryptography, right? These are the two main things. And when you get paid in stable coins, you're actually solving the volatility issue and then educating people on public private key cryptography. Whereas a lot of other people are trying to build solutions that create a custody solution so you don't have to worry about public-private key cryptography and allow people to speculate on volatility. Now, on our side, what's actually happening is we're educating people on how to use this. So if at some point in the future, we see that there's so much money being printed by the US Fed that inflation is not 5%, but 10% or 15%, people will then say, oh, what's an alternative to the dollar to store my money? And if Bitcoin starts looking like it's stable compared to the dollar, and people already know about public-private key cryptography and know how to manage their money, it's a very easy switch from that. And that's actually how I see things moving in the future.
And how I'm trying to highlight kind of the seamless solution here.
Sure.
Of like how you guys are actually adding value and contributing to the crypto community. Not only, well, actually not even the crypto community, but yeah, those that are super interested. And I think one of the things that you provide is on the back end. Can you explain them not like, do they have to go to an exchange? What do they need to set up? And do they literally just tell their payroll, hey, I want 10% here, Bitwage takes care of it, makes a deposit in my wallet, and they're good to go?
Yeah, so essentially you sign up, you connect us to your payroll provider, and then you tell us what your wallet is. And then after that, you tell us the allocation. After that, you never have to think about the service again. We have people who set it and forget it. They don't even think about us for months or years. We get customers who've been using us for 5 years, and then they come back and they're like, wow, like Bitwage has been the best decision of my life, right? Totally. And that's the beauty of this, is that for you as the individual user, you don't have the stress of buying on the wrong time because you're essentially doing a DCA. You never have to think about it. It goes directly to any wallet that you choose, unlike other solutions that might force you into their custodial setup. And it's just a really easy way to get that long-term exposure. Totally. And on the other side of the coin, it's great for the industry as a whole because we are purely a buy-side pressure. We only have buy capabilities for you. So as more people use us, there's more buy-side pressure, and that ultimately, helps to mature the asset.
Awesome. Yeah, no, totally right. I didn't even think of that in terms of the flow of supply and demand, being able to let the, your clients and users determine for themselves. Hopefully we want them to buy and hold, but we understand that. What do you see in the market today? Still some of the challenges from a UI UX perspective, just from a usability utility perspective. You've been through it, so you've seen from 2013 until now, the challenges, the hurdles, the barriers. What are some of the things that kind of still stick out, or maybe some of the things that we've actually like come full circle and because there's a lot of apps and there's a lot of different types of products, kind of like what you're doing basically to make it just easier for an everyday user just to think Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. No real change in terms of how we operate, a few clicks, what we're used to. So what have you seen, in the last few years that are either still a challenge or that we've overcome?
So one of the issues that our B2B product solves for companies to be able to pay their employees in Bitcoin is if a company were to do it themselves, there's a lot of public key management, and there's not a lot of people that know how to deal with that. In addition, there are all sorts of accounting issues when you deal with crypto, all sorts of tax issues. You might need a special accountant to deal with the tax issues. You might need special accounting software to deal with that. And Bitwage automates that entire process.
Wow.
So you don't need a new accounting software. You don't have any difference in tax liabilities, and you don't need an administrator that knows anything about crypto. So if you were a company that was ever looking to do this, this is the solution that makes it so that it's as light of a lift as possible. And I think that's a beautiful thing, because as more companies offer this, again, you get the buy side pressure that's better for everyone. And ultimately, I think it'll lead to more adoption of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency when people say, oh, I can just do 5% of my salary in Bitcoin. Why don't I do that? Because it's very daunting to have to buy a Bitcoin. And it's very scary to have to use some sort of DeFi exchange to get, $1 million micro cap coin or something like that. So that is, I think,
good.
a huge
That's good
thing
on
that's gonna.
Yeah, that's good on the enterprise small business. Yeah, that's great, because those are some of the questions. Like, I don't want to deal with all that, and those are which is why they don't want to integrate it into their current payroll.
Exactly. I think that one of the big things that that's changing the changing landscape is all around regulation in the United States. I think that one of the best things that the United States has done is they've decided to regulate Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, because there's really two roads to go down. You can either ban something or regulate something, especially in financial services. So they've decided to go down the route of regulation, which is the signal that there is approval for this, which is great, which is amazing. So the next step is, what kind of regulation is going to be good enough to protect consumers, to stop terrorist financing, to stop money laundering, but does not stop innovation, that does not make it harder for companies like Bitwage or other companies to grow and provide services. At the end of the day, you don't want regulation that's so strict that only the wealthiest large incumbents are able to interact, because what's going to happen is you're going to create an oligopoly and prices are going to go up over time. And that ends up being bad for the consumer. And there's obviously going to be less services to make things easier for them. So at the end of the day, I think that this is one of the big things that everyone is looking at in this industry that we hope will be solved the right way, but it remains to be known.
What type of companies are looking to or are integrating Bitwage? Is it tech companies? Is it like traditional companies? Just curious to know.
Yeah, so there's a wide range of companies that are using us. So obviously we have crypto companies, we have tech startups, but we also get a lot of services companies. So companies where people, like, their main product is reselling people, right? Accounting firms, law firms, marketing agencies, customer support groups, software development companies, all these kinds of companies where instead of reselling a product, they're reselling people services. We see a natural interest in this. And I think that part of it is because they hire more people internationally, and part of it is because they're just, it's very important for these kinds of companies to offer benefits that differentiate themselves, to attract and hold the talent, because the talent is the product at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And obviously you're seeing like a lot of growth, right? So are you seeing a lot of growth in people accepting Bitcoin now? Obviously, but like you see the numbers, just people are just kind of I don't know if you can tell, like, if there's more allocation, just more people wanting Bitcoin, at least a little bit, or greater allocations. Kind of, are you able to not track it, but do you see like what the numbers look like?
Yeah, so as the price of Bitcoin goes up, we do see that people increase their allocations.
Yeah.
But the more interesting thing is we for the first time are seeing Fortune 1000 companies approaching us.
Wow.
That are exploring this and looking to potentially offer this as a solution. So I think that's really big and interesting. And in terms of where things are going, I think that we have begun what I kind of call the snowball effect. The snowball is still small, but it's rolling and it's going to get big and it's going to get huge. And I think my belief is in the 3 to 7 year range. We're going to get to a point. We're going to get to a point where it's an obvious benefit that all companies are offering Bitcoin payroll, that it's just going to be something that is expected from companies. Like,
Yeah.
or at least the most innovative companies.
For
You know,
sure.
it'll be similar to, like I said, commuter benefits or unlimited PTO kind of options out there. It's going to be a dominant benefit in the marketplace.
Are you worried about competition at all?
I mean, we've been here since 2014. We're the only company that is fully dedicated to this. So our product is leagues ahead of what else is out there. And I'm expecting to be able to continue to push the envelope and provide value-added services where other companies are not able to.
And so we've been talking about Bitcoin, and you brought up Ethereum. What coins and tokens do you offer? And then are you expecting to expand that?
Yeah, so right now we don't have very many cryptocurrencies. We only have 3 cryptocurrencies and 4 stable coins. And we do expect to expand it, but not by a whole lot. And the reason being that in general, people are not looking to get their salary in these smaller coins. Again, those are things that people are not trying to employ a long-term dollar cost average investment into, but rather just like a one-time buy.
Yep.
We are looking at some other coins to add because there is some demand, but the interest of Ethereum is not so high, so it's not a huge priority for us to add other crypto. Maybe something along the lines of, you know, a coin that that is an index coin that matches like the top 10 crypto would be interesting. But then something like that is a security, and there's all sorts of security laws around something like that. So it gets complicated in that vein. But we are actively looking at other coins, but our strategy is not a strategy like Binance, where they're just trying to add everything under the sun.
Yeah.
We don't see as much value from that, because that's good for traders, not for hodlers, which are basically the people that.
Yeah, and it's obviously like a good gateway. It's a good fee on ramp right into crypto, which you guys are providing.
I think that a more interesting route would be, you know, the introduction of more DeFi type items, because we think that, you know, sort of these staking savings mechanisms would be attractive to mainstream people. But of course there's a lot of risk associated with that, so we need to, you know, do more due diligence and in terms of choosing our partners for that.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question, which you led into, which is DeFi. Are you looking to, and you kind of just alluded to it a little bit, what do you like about DeFi? You know, you're a crypto guy. You've seen the booms and the busts, and then just a lot of like protocols and platforms coming out, you know, providing various solutions to save, to earn interest. Some of them are almost, you know, risk-free, and obviously some of them are, you know, very risky. You got to know how to like operate it, what to do. Have you been following DeFi in general from the personal side? What do you like about DeFi?
So just want to take a step back. You said some of it's risk-free, but none of it is risk-free. So one of the big things that people don't realize is there's different kinds of risks involved. So there's the risk that they're solving in DeFi, the ones that are quote unquote risk-free, is they're removing credit risk around whether or not the person that they loan the money to is going to pay it back. But there tends to be other kinds of risks that are not taken into consideration, right? There's custodial risk, there's bug risk if it's a smart contract.
Totally.
And we see this playing out over and over again, where when something was considered to be risk-free, it absolutely wasn't risk-free. A company goes out of business, even though they're custody, and you can't get your funds back. The smart contract gets breached, and you know, all the funds get lost. So this totally happens. I think that it's that the true DeFi is not ready for mainstream adoption, and that people who are going into it need to be people who absolutely understand the risk that they could lose it all. Where I see more opportunity is probably these not true DeFi, these CeFi type products, where you're working with a custodian and you do have to trust the custodian. But the difference being that it's not a smart contract where hackers have all the time in the world to just attack it all day. And even Gavin Wood made a mistake in one of his smart contracts that lost millions of people's dollars. So if the person who created Solidity can do it, imagine some Joe Schmo who created some smart contract, right? But in general, it's pretty interesting, right? Because ultimately what's happening is you're removing banks as lenders, right? As intermediaries. And a greater percentage of the share on the loans is getting paid back. Albeit there is still risk being taken, because at the end of the day, you're getting a higher rate from the banks because more risk is being taken, riskier loans are being provided. So
I have noticed that a lot of them now, which is interesting, a lot of insurance. I've seen a lot of insurance coverage, which maybe that's in relation to FDIC a little bit. You got to read the fine print though, because I forget exactly what that insurance coverage. You're right. There's a lot of nuances, like hack. If they get hacked, they're covered. But for what X, Y, and Z, they're not covered. So you definitely got to read the fine print on that and understand what's covered and what's not covered.
I tend to go on the belief that it's not covered. If it's in crypto, it's mostly not covered. Is likely the situation. I think that it in general, because there's also decentralized insurance coming out. My belief on the decentralized insurance is actually that they probably are not able to assess the risk well enough to charge the right amount. So usually taking the insurance is likely going to be in your favor, because they're probably under assessing the risk, because there's a lot of unknown risk. But then you have the risk of some sort of huge event that completely depletes that insurance smart contract. But in any case, I am partially skeptical of DeFi, but what I do understand is that these very reputable custodial entities are providing a product that has some long-term potential, that some of them could become the next Coinbase. And Coinbase has custodial risk, but I trust them, and I think that we're going to see some of these DeFi, CeFi entities that will approach that level of trustworthiness.
Is Bitwage safe? Since we're talking about risk, what are some of the things that you have in place to either prevent or help the process, I guess, for not only Bitwage but your users?
Yeah, so Bitwage has processed over $100 million in transactions, and we've never had any cybersecurity failure. We've been doing this since 2014, so we've been around for a while. I can't go into specifics, right, of how our cybersecurity program works. But one of the key differences between us and other entities is that we are non-custodial, right? And we're not even a wallet. It's not even like there's a wallet that we're holding on your behalf. So at any particular time, technically the highest risk that you have as an individual is that one paycheck that goes through us. And that is much different than everything that you have
all your
in
assets,
a DeFi wallet, right? And the thing is, with those DeFi wallets, they're a much bigger honeypot, right? Because all the time they're getting bigger and bigger, and they have all these assets under management. For us, if there's a 0-day attack, it's going to be just that day of payroll that's compromised.
Limited.
So it's much smaller attack vector, not that much money for them to really get on any particular day. So it makes us less of a target, and there's less risk involved in us. And of course, we set ourselves up, align ourselves to ISO and NISO security standards, and have had our programs audited by cybersecurity professionals. So
nice. Yeah, no, I mean, you bring up a good point. Not all the assets are tied up, into a whole basket. A couple more questions, and we'll wrap it up here. You guys have a 401k program as well?
We do. It's in beta. But the goal is to make it sort of a live and scalable product by the end of this year. So it's really cool. You basically hold Bitcoin directly in a 401k. You can do it with pre-tax dollars, or you can do it with Roth. Roth being that you'll never pay taxes on it, no matter how much the gains are. So it's going to be huge. And the ultimate vision for that is you're just going to have this easy, awesome single sign-on access to your Bitcoin 401k and your Bitcoin payroll. So it's all managed in the same place. Yeah,
that's great. No, that's great. I mean, I think this is a long-term play. So the fact that you're offering that, that's amazing. Last question here. I was reading something that you guys are working with athletes and various sports and stuff like that. What has been the push there? And obviously there's some demand coming from these athletes and even beyond, right, in the industry, the celebrities, the artists. But we'll stick to Bitwage here. It looks like, you guys are signing on some like soccer players or something like that.
Yeah, so we signed on one of the team members from Toronto FC, which is his name is Akara. So Toronto FC is actually part of the US Major League Soccer group, and it's the highest paying team there. So Akara came on. He's this amazing, brilliant guy. He's from Nigeria, so he actually gets paid in Bitcoin and then uses Bitcoin to pay his family, to send money to his family back home. So there's that international piece. So that's great. And we have lots of interest, not just from sports people, but from people that are influential in music and movies and this side of the world as well. So hopefully there will be more that I can talk to soon about that. But the cool thing about these influencers coming on and getting paid is that they are able to leverage their networks to educate people about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. The idea being that they are just another step in bringing us to mainstream adoption.
Nice. Yeah, no, I think it's here. I mean, we see NFL athletes, NBA, right, asking for their salaries in Bitcoin. Some have been approved, some haven't, some have circled back. So it's kind of cool. I mean, we're seeing a lot of people obviously believing in it. You're a believer, I'm a believer. Where can people learn more about Bitwage?
Yeah, the best place is just www.bitwage.com. You can check us out on Twitter @Bitwage. We have pretty active Twitter. And we also run a Bitcoin for Business Clubhouse event every Thursday.
Nice.
You can find me @John Chest on Twitter and @Jonathan Chester on Clubhouse.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to check that out myself. And then, we have a lot of students and people all over the world. Like, what would you say to some of our university population that's looking to get into the space? Do they might feel like they're too late as well? They missed the boat. They're not technical enough. Do you have any kind of like quick insights into, some of our future population that's going to be potentially working in the space that might be hesitant? You have any kind of like positive reinforcement for them to kind of continue on this path into Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're still early days today. I think that we will have started to mature once Bitcoin is truly competing with gold. And even then, it's going to be something that's worth investing in because it's a deflationary currency. It may not have, the potential to do 20x or 50x like it has today, but it'll store your value much better than holding your money in dollars. So starting today, getting a paycheck in Bitcoin is a great way to start. If you're looking to be more entrepreneurial, I think that one of the great ways to do that is to go to meetups or clubhouse rooms, right? Totally. Go to events. This is the best way to get involved. That's how I started, actually. So after I did my TED Talks and went down the rabbit hole, a lot of things I was doing was just going to meetups, meeting people in the industry. There tends to be high quality people that are either there or go on to do something high quality, right? I've met many people who are starting NFT gateways, starting multi-billion-dollar market cap coins, who I met at meetups in 2013-14. So it's still early. It's a great place to go and meet people.
I still host, post-COVID, but pre-COVID, 2 to 4 meetups. I would host 2 to 4 meetups at our office monthly, and then I was going to like 2 to 4 meetups every week, and I met most of my contact, 100% of like my relation, pretty close to 100% of my relationships that way. Yeah. And it's been a great experience. And now I just went to one on Friday, and I've been to 2 in the last like 3 weeks. They're starting to pop up a little bit. Kind of excited. Hopefully things settle down on the COVID side for us to enjoy this. But no, man, Jonathan, I appreciate you taking time out of your day to talk about Bitwage. The value add that you guys bring not only to businesses but to customers, and then mass adoption, like supporting the industry, supporting all of us that want to hold Bitcoin, and you guys provide a way that we can do that pretty quick and efficiently and effectively and safely. So without further ado, go ahead and we hope to have, if not you back, somebody else from your team. We do this every month, so we look forward to extending another invite and bringing you guys back and getting updated as you guys grow and we all and the space grows in general. So again, thank you for coming, and we hope to see you again.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. You can catch all of our interviews on YouTube. They're all free. Hopefully you're enjoying the conference, and check out Bitwage to get some Bitcoin in your pocket. Have a good one. Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vayer. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Greetings! Captain Cluck here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Interplanetary File System! A decentralized file storage and referencing system for the Ethereum blockchain. IPFS is an open source protocol that enables storing and sharing hypermedia, text, audio, visual, in a distributed manner without relying on a single point of failure. This distributed file system enables applications to run faster, safer, and more transparently. And as a Starship captain, I know a good interplanetary file system when I see one.
Hi, it's Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Welcome back to Reimagine 21. I'm your host, Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm honored to be joined by Leslie Lamb, Head of Partnerships at Amber Group and the host of the Crypto Unstacked podcast. Leslie, thanks so much for joining us.
Yona, thank you so much for having me on the show. It's great to be here.
Well, it's an honor to have you. Clearly, this is not your first talk over the internet discussing the topic. But I'm very excited to have this conversation with you, and I know our viewers are too. So, first off, to jump into it, you want to give us a little background, kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Sure. So my crypto journey started back in 2012, actually, when I was in Berlin, Germany. And at that time, really, there was only one cryptocurrency to speak of, right? Bitcoin, primarily. We didn't have Ethereum and sort of the long tail of assets that we see now. But Germany was dubbed the Bitcoin capital very, very early on. And there is a district in Berlin that I remember called Kreuzberg, which is filled with cafes and bars. And I remember hearing about this name, Jörg Platzer. Maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong, but he was a founder of this bar called Room 77, which was one of the first bars in the world to accept Bitcoin as payment. So that was really cool. And then a year later, actually, in 2013, I went back to Germany, but this time to Hamburg. So it was sort of the south side of Germany, and was focusing more or less on researching something for an urban planning project that I was a part of. And really the focus of this research was about the emergence of new money systems, right? And sustaining local economies. And I was trying to look at this one specific place in Hamburg called Williamsburg. And basically, in a nutshell, I looked at the emergence of various experimental money systems like local currencies, as well as more on the international level with these mobile money systems like M-Pesa, for example, in Africa. And really, this was the time, right? In 2013, this was the time when a company called BitPesa was just launching their crypto services in Africa. And so they were one of the first companies that I spoke with on the crypto side. During this time, I was also experimenting with wallets such as blockchain.info, which is now blockchain.com wallet. I started playing around with Coinbase sort of during their first, early iterations of that wallet interface. So kind of over the years, I've seen a lot of market cycles, crypto market cycles. And it's been really interesting to see the narrative of Bitcoin kind of just transform from a means of payment narrative to now being primarily a store of value, right? Being championed by Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey, right? They were on an interview together for the B Word conference with Kathy Wood recently. So this was kind of unimaginable back then. And ultimately, I started my career in private banking, but I've always kind of paid close attention to crypto and really didn't come around to crypto full time job-wise until I moved to Hong Kong, where I'm based now. And I joined Amber Group in 2019. And pretty much since early 2020, I've been running a crypto education podcast, as you mentioned, called Crypto Unstacked, which explores sort of all things crypto finance. So that's sort of, in a nutshell, how I got into crypto.
Well, it's always so exciting and interesting speaking to people who first heard about it and started getting into it back in those earlier days, like you mentioned, when it was more a means of transaction and not yet fully thought of as this all-purpose store of value. It's interesting. People would go to bars and they would leave tips in Bitcoin. And not just like, one Satoshi. They would leave like a 2 Bitcoin tip because at the time, that wasn't the craziest thing in terms of value. So how was that for you kind of living that experience where your first exposure to Bitcoin, whereas today, when you're educating the youth that are coming up and hearing about crypto, where they see these crazy high valuations and they say, ooh, I could put some money in Bitcoin and sell it later and get rich. Whereas back then it wasn't really thought like that. How was that experience, living through that transitional period for Bitcoin?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. One of the first beers that I bought was with Bitcoin. This was in middle of nowhere, London, really. But it was a small little bar, I remember. And they had this QR code right by the tap. And, people were just kind of hanging out for one of these casual Bitcoin meetups. And I thought, wow, really, if Bitcoin is going to challenge the fiat system, it's going to start by mass adoption of Bitcoin and having people understand how to use, mobile payments, right? Because it wasn't very popular back then to be, paying for things via QR code. Whereas now with the whole COVID thing, things becoming more digital, it definitely is becoming more popular to pay, by Apple Pay and QR codes. And so I thought, wow, Bitcoin can really just make this experience so much easier, right? Not needing to take out cash. And having that comparison early on was really mind-blowing. But I didn't know that Bitcoin was going to turn into this whole ecosystem sort of beyond the initial technologists and sort of outsiders like me, right, who got pulled in because of the technologists. But it was really always about the utility of Bitcoin, and now it's kind of taken on another life that's been driven primarily by speculation. And I don't think that's a problem. I think any asset worth looking at is probably going to start with a more speculative narrative, especially when more and more eyeballs are on it. And for me, it took many years for me to really understand the investability of Bitcoin beyond kind of just using it as a means of payment, and kind of when Bitcoin Cash started to take off a little bit after the fork. I thought, wow, okay, this is kind of returning back to the original view that Satoshi had for Bitcoin itself, right? For it to be used as micropayments. So I'm not advocating for one or the other here. It's just an interesting observation that I've had, and kind of taking a look back, it almost seems nostalgic, not really thinking about Bitcoin in the 30, 40, 60, punching up to let's call it $100,000 range, but really just couple $70, $100, and kind of just using it one-off in experimental ways to purchase things. Like that was really exciting for me.
Mm-hmm. And I think a way that people could who got in too late, who got in, or not too late to understand that idea of Bitcoin as a transactionary asset. I think we're starting to see that a little bit with NFTs, or people could experience that with NFTs, because NFTs right now, or I mean, listen, going back to the CryptoKitties days, that was, that was a little fad. But if we're looking at this latest NFT kind of run, where right now it does seem to be in that speculatory stage where you're seeing these crazy valuations of art, and it seems to be mostly used for art. But I do believe that NFTs have the potential to play a much bigger role and a much more utilitarian role, or have a lot more utility in terms of revolutionizing how we own assets, and not merely just as, let me sell this piece of art for $60 million. What role do you see NFTs playing, not necessarily today, but 5 or 10 years from now?
I think very simply, it's unlocking the value of otherwise illiquid assets, right? Making these very illiquid assets productive assets for the very first time. And ultimately, that's what we're going to see when NFTs sort of merge more and more with finance itself, right? The financialization of NFTs is sort of the next stage that we're going to get to once we have a really good idea of, the basics, right? What are NFTs? What are the use cases? What are the different types of NFTs? These are sort of the basic questions that people are asking now, right? And it will take some time before I think the market kind of comes back to NFTs as sort of, a narrative, really, because, we've kind of seen the market come down a bit, right? So the market's cooled down. And so probably people who are in it for the money have left. But still, if we look at, objectively speaking, sale activity, there's been $2.5 billion in sales so far this year. And that's pretty remarkable for a fringe part of the crypto ecosystem. Maybe you want to call it a asset class, right? Just how crypto, for example, took many years before it became an investable asset class. Just like how Bitcoin, for example, took many years before it became an investable asset that now public companies want to be allocating part of their treasury to. We're sort of seeing NFTs at the boon of this narrative as well. But if we pull back a bit, NFTs really are these unique digital assets that enable traditional physical assets to be represented in truly a unique digital way, right, on the blockchain. And to your point, for the first time, we're seeing ownership and provenance becoming verifiable and trackable on the blockchain. And when you add this layer of programmable scarcity, on top of that, it really opens up the design space for what is possible for the creator, right? So kind of making creators rethink the concept of ownership and monetization is a very, very empowering thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's expand upon that a little bit, because that does remind me a little bit of the CreatorFi mission. You want to go a little bit about kind of what is CreatorFi?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think from a macro perspective, NFTs are part of this wave of financialization or financializing internet culture, right? And I think NFTs represent the democratization of culture, perhaps. There's that phrase has been thrown around quite a bit, but I think it's so true. It's making culture investable for everyone. So as we see NFTs kind of merge the social with finance, we're kind of seeing how culture is changing and how that is affecting behavior in the way that people do things, right? Investing or trading, financing, all of these different things. And going back to my point earlier about how NFTs can make illiquid assets productive assets, that's what we're seeing NFTs being able to do for creators for the first time. And so I think, largely speaking, with the NFT narrative, a lot of it has been focused just on the creators, really. Whereas I think it's important to understand who all the participants are in the NFT ecosystem, right? And so that's why we at Amber Group wanted to launch this CreatorFi movement, which stands for Creator Finance. We want to empower creators to not only plan, but thrive in their NFT journey, right, and become successful with their finances. And so this piece of finance of financial planning is so important to any NFT creator's journey, because it's not like once you try to leverage an NFT platform and you NFT your artwork, all of a sudden somehow you start to monetize in crazy ways and everyone becomes a millionaire. It's not like that, right? It's a really hard journey for most if you're not already coming into this NFT world as an established artist, an established creator. You don't have a very big fan base, right? It's really, really difficult to break into if you're not really planning your way through that journey. And so really what Amber wants to do is to kind of bridge these conversations between creators and collectors and even the marketplaces in the NFT ecosystem to make sure that we're helping to educate these NFT creators by engaging crypto finance content. So if you go on our Crypto Unstacked YouTube channel, you'll see that we have a whole collection of videos produced to talk about this element of money management for creators. And then for the collectors or platforms, we've kind of been working really hard to figure out how to provide an end-to-end service, a crypto finance service, to facilitate that financial journey. Right, there are many components, to this whole NFT process. So I'll pause there for now. But broadly speaking, that's how we're approaching this CreatorFi movement, trying to address all of the participants in the NFT ecosystem and kind of giving attention to, NFT questions that a lot of other people are not asking at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when we're talking about the creators in the traditional space, if we're talking about, let's say there's the Hollywood creators, and I'm throwing in there movies and TV shows for the streaming services and the traditional stations. And then there's the more semi-pro, amateur, user-created content that we're seeing on platforms like YouTube, TikTok, et cetera, and the kind of social media ones. And what we've seen so far, in especially the past 10 years, is this really explosion in the amount of creators who are making a living, and a pretty good living, on these user-generated content. And so what role can you see NFTs? Like you said, there's this new avenue for creators, not only to have their content, but this kind of creator finance. What roles can you see NFTs playing in this world? Will these kind of future creators powered by their abilities to NFT or tokenize their content, we see that kind of merging with the current platforms like YouTube and TikTok, or will this take place in their own separate kind of world and platforms that are specifically tailored for this new NFT economy?
I think NFTs are really going to introduce a new way of allowing fans to give certain types of access to their fans via these platforms, right? So I don't think NFTs are necessarily going to overtake these third-party platforms like YouTube or TikTok, for example, right? I think those platforms are where creators are currently. So when you think about critical mass and how to get that attention across, ultimately, as of this point, these platforms are really where that sort of attention economy is living. So you think just think of NFTs as a utility to kind of open up the gates for creators to engage with their audiences, right? I think that's a complementary way of looking at it. I interviewed Justin Blau recently on the Crypto Unstacked podcast. For those who aren't familiar, he is a really well-known DJ and music producer, and kind of has gotten into the crypto world over the past few years as an investor, and now an NFT creator and collector. And really for him, it was really eye-opening to understand how he can use NFTs to give rights, musical rights to his fans, people who have been supporting him for a very long time, or even just new fans, new supporters. And he has just been experimenting with ways to incentivize his loyal supporters, right? And so I think that's where it's going to be very interesting. How can creators leverage NFTs to enable access to exclusive drops, exclusive experiences, right? Maybe Yona, for example, if you were to create an NFT for any reason, something that you might embed in there is access to, conversing with you on a one-on-one for a specific topic, right? That maybe very well and few others do. So people look to you as an expert. And so, they can access you in this way. So there are a whole bunch of things you can do with NFTs, but I think now the focus for a lot of creators is, how they can use NFTs to unlock new ways of access.
Mm-hmm. Well, right now we're having that one-on-one conversation. I hope that NFT you purchased to make this happen is worth it. Maybe we'll make one and we'll sell it for charity. But you mentioned this critical mass, this idea of creators allowing access to unique experiences, content, and this critical mass. With critical mass it's tough to get. It either comes, for instance, by price speculation and everyone FOMOing in, or it comes because something's cheaper, better, faster, and that's how new technologies really overtake old technologies because they're cheaper, better, faster, and superior. In recent days, an NFT story that has made some headlines is this a new cartoon show that's going to be with Ashton Kutcher, Mila Kunis, and Vitalik. I'm not sure you heard about this, Stoner Cats. Are you familiar with this?
I'm not familiar, but I clicked on it because I was like, wait a minute, Ashton Kutcher is getting into the NFT game. This is interesting.
Yeah, so I'll give you the basic premise. Essentially, a couple of days ago, Ashton Kutcher dropped a video, I think it was on Twitter or TikTok, of him asking his wife Mila about different various blockchains. Hey Mila, what's Bitcoin? What's Ethereum? And eventually, towards the end of the video, he swings the camera over, and Vitalik's there in his kitchen explaining what's an NFT or what's Ethereum. And what's the point? This was a promo. They are making a cartoon show called Stoner Cats that you will only be able to watch if you buy the NFT. And really, that's kind of the only thing of interest here is this NFT aspect. Otherwise, it's just a new comedy show by Ashton and Mila. But Vitalik will be voicing one of the cats, apparently. But the thing that was interesting is that you need to buy this NFT to watch it. Do you foresee this being kind of a new kind of business model where the purchase of the NFT, not just in the sense of ownership, but in the sense of, hey, these NFTs will serve as kind of your ticket for entries to whether it be real life events or kind of consuming a content like it is there?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, by the way, for this construction noise, which is happening upstairs. So hopefully it's not bothering you too much.
I can barely hear anything.
Okay, great. So yeah, I think, access to premium content is going to be a huge thing, especially when, now, right, creators can, who have historically maybe taken one specific role. So for many years, Ashton Kutcher was very focused on perhaps being an actor, right? But over the years, he's turned into an entrepreneur, an investor, right? And now I guess he's getting kind of into the production game as well, and kind of utilizing NFTs to make, creative content and stuff. And I think, look, it makes total sense. It makes total sense. I know I haven't looked too closely into it, but there's no reason why I wouldn't want to try it, right? Because the whole point is to democratize access to media content. Whereas before, perhaps it was the way to go was to, gate content, right? You have to be a subscriber to HBO, for example, right? A subscriber to Netflix. Now, Netflix is probably not as expensive as, some type of bundles there for media. But, the difficulty with that is you're not really incentivized in any way, like as a subscriber. All you get is content, right? So that's not really incentive. That might be, okay, maybe incentive, like there are exclusive movies that you can't watch anywhere else that you can watch on HBO, and that's why you subscribe. Okay, I understand that. But, why don't we have another way to incentivize viewers and loyal viewers? And I think that's what Ashton probably wants to experiment with, right? Is maybe, for certain holders of NFTs, might be limited editions or maybe just early NFT holders. These guys maybe get to participate in the script writing for the future episodes, right? Or maybe one lucky winner from an NFT auction can actually be featured in one of the Stoner Cat video series. And so it's about that participation, right? Engaging audiences and not just kind of pushing content out there and assuming, consumption is king and that's what's going to bring you sort of, like any type of engagement, but rather saying, from the very beginning, how can we build up the community around this brand, right? Increase the brand equity with our community, right? And with our audience. And that's what, a lot of people are saying when it comes to publicly traded companies as well. Jeff Dorman and the guys from Arca have made this example for where if you're an Amazon Prime user, imagine, how they could have incentivized early Prime users from the very beginning, where if you happen to hold a stock, for example, of Amazon, you got 1 year's worth of Prime membership free, or 2 years worth, whatever it might be, right? Or certain discounts on items for a certain period of time. Like, why couldn't it be the case that if you're a shareholder of a publicly traded company, that you also got benefits from being a shareholder, since you are technically contributing to, the growth of the company, right? So why couldn't you have a share in future profits, outside of just holding the stock? And I think that's what we might kind of get into over time, is the merging of NFTs, the merging of various channels of incentivization, to increase the engagement between companies and shareholders. Which honestly, there hasn't been a lot of innovation around that just yet. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, I mean, if we're talking about incentivization, what we've seen time and time again, whether you think it's for better or worse, the biggest incentive is money making. Is that speculation? Is the idea of that return on an investment? So far, I've really spoken about the creative side of creator finance in terms of fan engagement, being able to dictate and maybe have a say in how the scripts are written, or the power that the creator has over the content. But how about the finance side? Traditionally, if we're looking, the Hollywood producer, the famous Hollywood producer would invest in a movie and would come out, if that movie was successful, would come out a rich man, a powerful guy or girl in the Hollywood space. With NFTs and with the creative finance, what's the finance part of that? Is this going to enable kind of, and we could say democratize and open up to anyone who has the desire, the ability to kind of invest in the success of a content?
So I think the finance piece refers to creator economics, which is kind of a new branch of this sort of merging of finance and the growing creator economy. Something that we came up with for one of our Creator 5 videos is the idea of creator capital allocation. And so we, are in talking to creators, we basically said that, there are basically three things that you can do with your proceeds from NFT sales. One, you can reinvest in the business, right? You can buy more tools and equipment. You can hire more people to join your teams so that you can create more work and experiment with new projects. So that's number one, reinvest in your business. Number two is you can, use the proceeds to pay down a debt, right? Any expenses that you have. So if you look at NFTs as just another income stream, you can definitely use those proceeds to pay down expenses. Number three is where we sort of merge more into the crypto finance side of things, which is these creators now, if they are so inclined, they can start a crypto portfolio and diversify their proceeds beyond fiat, right? So the reality is a lot of creators right now are just trying to figure out how to make money with NFTs. So if they don't want to take on that market exposure, then it's quite natural for them to figure out where to convert their crypto into cash, for example, fiat or stable coins. But there's a whole nother, perhaps side of the creator, community who says, hey, look, I am really excited about crypto. I really want to be part of this revolution. I want to understand what it means to invest in crypto and how to do that, right? And so that's kind of where the crypto finance education side, independent of creator finance, really has to sort of meet the crypto newcomers, I don't want to say late adopters because it's definitely not late yet, but the current adopters of crypto is to sort of meet their understanding of what or how they want to be building out their crypto portfolio, and kind of walking them through that process of what products can they invest in, what tools are out there, and that's where actually being a crypto finance company comes in handy, right? Because that is our bread and butter, right? Amber Group is an integrated crypto finance firm that works with both institutions and retail investors across trading, asset management, and financing. So for us, we really do see the broad range of crypto investors, and we can tailor, right, our offerings to meet the needs of these various investors. So that's why we think this merging of the two, creator and finance, really is like match made in heaven. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's a very exciting time to be alive. As you mentioned, we're not even we speak about it like, oh, late adopters, like we're still so early.
We're so
in this
early.
technology. So
Yeah.
early. It's crazy. I mean, whether looking at blockchain or cryptocurrencies or specifically NFTs, I mean, as you go along the way, it just, everything is so new. Even DeFi, it's so new. I don't think we've even scratched the surface of the potential of DAOs yet either, which at this point, because the DeFi has essentially become just an excuse to launch a governance token so that you can launch a token. That's neither here nor there. But I mean, that's, so when we're talking about education, I think the one of the biggest struggles is that how do you create a curriculum? How do you create education when the thing that you're trying to educate about, the topic, is so constantly evolving? I mean, if you would have wrote, kind of curriculum about DeFi last summer, DeFi looks completely different now. And then now there's also NFTs. And then, so how can you educate when the second that you say and you teach it, it's immediately outdated?
Yeah. That's a very, very good question. I think all content creators out there, yourself including, right, for being on the sort of hosting side as a podcaster and having been through so many interviews, I think it's important to understand that everyone is somewhere in their crypto education journey. So it's not that whatever you say just immediately becomes outdated because there's so much going on in the space. I think rather you can think of it this way, where you might be talking about something one day, which to the someone who is really keeping on crypto day after day after day, for them, okay, fine, that might be old news. But for someone coming in, right, and just trying to get their bearings on where to start, they'll get to that topic eventually, right? And to them, even if it were something that happened, 1-2 years ago, for them it's new because they've never read about it before, perhaps, right? They never engaged with that type of content. It's just like, for example, the white paper for Bitcoin. Sure, Bitcoin has taken on a very, very different beast now compared to the content written in the white paper. But does that mean it's outdated and it's irrelevant and any new person coming in shouldn't read the white paper? No, right? It just means that was what was written at one point in time by the creator of Bitcoin based on how he saw the world going and based on what he created, right? And technology-wise, what he thought was possible and why he felt Bitcoin was going to be very important as an alternative means of money, right? And so if anything, the quote unquote outdated information can be used to help people question, the overarching picture of something like, what is money, right? How should I think about the monetary system? And those topics are evergreen, right? Those are definitely not outdated. So that's what gives me comfort when I put out a video like Intro to DeFi Primer, right? Part 1, Part 2. I mean, if you're in crypto now and you've been in DeFi, you've gone through DeFi summer, you watch that and you're like, wow, this is such old news. But to an NFT creator who's just learning about crypto through NFTs, that stuff can be actually very helpful because for them, it is giving them like a very big picture, giving them some direction of what to look at potentially, and just kind of be used as a guiding post, right? As opposed to this is your Bible for all things DeFi, So when you kind of think about it in that context, it, might give you a bit more comfort as a content creator. I don't know. That's what I think. Yeah. What about you? Like, do you have specific thoughts because you're a creator yourself?
Well, I mean, I do. I think it's very interesting because if you look historically, let's say before the internet, the power, and this is something you mentioned before, is kind of gatekeepers and the gating of content. Before the internet, the power for the content really was in the hands of the gatekeepers because as a content creator, your only opportunity to actually get your content out was by getting a TV station to either show it, a theater venue to let you have a stage, a newspaper to actually write your article. So the power really was with the gatekeepers before the internet. Once the internet came on, the power dynamics kind of really leveled a bit. So now it's easier now as a content creator to get your content out. You could use YouTube and TikTok, but it's not fully even, because at the end of the day, they can deplatform you if they'd like. The revenue share, let's say, isn't always the most fair for the content creators. But now, with the potential for NFTs, or the potential of NFTs, I do think that we're finally starting to see that balance between gatekeeper and content creator finally start tipping more heavily into the hands of the content creator, because it's with NFTs, it's so easy and clear to be, and let's say the instruments of being able to monetize and maintain your IP of what you created,
right,
it is endless. And so I do think that's a very exciting time for content creators. But how about you? Listen, you have a podcast. Are you thinking about different ways to NFT your podcast?
That's been on my mind for some time. I know some people have done it. They've minted NFTs for a few episodes. And for me, it's always about audience building. Like, how does that work? Right. It's a very big picture, and some people are really good at doing that. But for something like podcasting, a challenge that I've always felt with podcasting is that it's very one way. It is just push. And for the end consumer, it's you listen to it whenever you want to, right? No one's telling you which episode to tune into. It's something that you fully opt into as a consumer. So from that end, it's kind of a very passive experience, right? Whereas if we're talking about engagement, I mentioned earlier how companies need to figure out new ways, more interactive ways of engaging with their shareholders. I think for content creators, it's the same thing with listeners. Trying to figure out, how do I incentivize you? How do I reward you for giving me mind share, right? I understand you're busy. I understand there are multiple platforms out there that you can be exploring, and content that you can be reading or listening or watching. Yet you are spending time here with me, listening to what I have to say, what my guests have to say. So I want to thank you for that. How do I do that besides just saying it and tweeting about it, right? So that's where, going back to my point about access, like that's what I want to figure out. It's if I'm going to be minting an NFT, I don't just want to mint it for the sake of minting, because all of that costs money, right? And for the potential buyer or collector of this NFT, it has to mean something. I can't just mint it and still have the episode online, can I? I don't know, right? Or maybe I mint it and I quote unquote burn an episode from my library online, but the conversation lives on with the collector. And maybe, I have I work at a special engagement where the collector would be able to speak directly or meet the guest in person, perhaps, or with the three of us, right? And we have a really exciting conversation around that, or we plan a really interesting, side event at a conference, right? There's so many different ways you can leverage NFTs as a podcaster, I can imagine. But it has to start with purpose. Why am I doing this? Not just, I'm not doing just because everyone else is doing this. So I haven't figured that part out yet. But this is kickstarting me again to think about that. Yeah.
Right. Well, this is something you mentioned earlier on. This idea of NFTs have potential to really change and take illiquid assets and make them way more liquid. And one thing we've been talking about again and again in this conversation is content. But content has historically, and especially with the internet, been quite easily moved. Maybe not the ownership, but easily consumed. I mean, my issue with the art NFTs is that why would I pay $1 million for a GIF when the GIF is already out there for everyone? You know, I don't need to own that GIF. I'm fine. I'm not speculating. If I just want to consume, I don't need the NFT to consume it. And so I do think that a lot of the power of NFTs does lie in these more illiquid assets. A real estate, which is historically illiquid, could really be revolutionized by NFTs. I mean, things of that nature. We're talking about things on a bigger scale of physical things that can't just be, you know, instantly downloaded simultaneously by the whole world. Not saying that NFTs don't have a place there, but this idea of ownership of assets that historically kind of couldn't be owned easily or exchanged hands easily, that's what excites me. Do you see NFTs having a role, let's say in an offline space, in a kind of not digital online space?
I actually think, if I'm taking your example of real estate, I think we're just seeing the tokenization narrative play out there, and not yet with NFTs. So tokenization, meaning, you know, with the whole security token evolution that has yet to take off yet, but it is with the more robust infrastructure, right? Issuance platforms like Securitize, I just had them on the pod as well, who now have the licenses to be doing what they want to be doing. And so it's kind of just taking off from just a tokenization or a fractionalization, you know, way. And it's still very, very far, I think, from NFTs. I think where NFTs actually could be useful on the real estate side is if that same real estate were replicated in a metaverse. And there is some connection between the offline and the online world where, you know, as I don't know, lessee of a unit, maybe, you know, this building lives in the metaverse in some way, and, you know, is living on a very valuable plot of land in said metaverse, and you as a tenant in this building, you know, were earning fees, you know, being, I don't know, holding an NFT, right? Because the land in that metaverse is growing in value because there's a growing digital economy, you know, in there. And, you know, not only is there residential building, but also commercial activity going on, right? It's like, that is maybe where the relationship might go, but it's still a stretch, to be honest. Right now, I think it's just real world tokenization of real estate that still needs to kind of play out before we kind of see NFTs really disrupt the way that, you know, people invest in NFT in real estate specifically.
Well, listen, the metaverse might not be as far off as you think. You know, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg has been really pushing this metaverse narrative. He says that in the near future, or in the future, not sure how near, hope not too near, but he says that Facebook's going to go from a social media company to a, quote, metaverse company, seemingly, and they've been investing heavily in VR headsets and technology as well. So, I mean, I do see Facebook really taking that angle, and Facebook being that big push where, kind of like in the movies that we grew up on, where you kind of live in this virtual world. And like you mentioned, that's really where the NFT real estate comes into play, where when everything is digital, when you're living in a digital world, literally in the headset, that's when everything that in the real world and in our physical world, you wouldn't even think would need ownership. Like this cup that I have, it's mine. I own it just by it being here. But once you're in the digital metaverse, you need to have a digital ownership of that. There needs to be a NFT or something equivalent to signify that that cup, which isn't physically in my hands, is actually owned to me. And I think that's really where, at least in that space, where this kind of digital ownership and NFTs will blow up. But we are slowly running out of time. So I just want to pick your brain one last time. There's a lot of students and kind of university students and even younger people out there watching this, interested in the blockchain space, NFTs, all this really exciting new technology. What advice would you give to someone who's interested in this stuff, maybe they're a creator already, not connected with the crypto space. What kind of advice would you give them, now that there are these all new opportunities available for them that they might not be familiar with?
Yeah, I'll anchor it to the concept of financial planning. None of this is financial advice, but I think financial planning is one of the most powerful things that you can do as you grow in your career. And crypto finance is, democratizing that whole journey, right? And it's making investing fun again. I think that's what people might miss. They're like, oh, okay, prices are down for Bitcoin, yada yada. They focus so much on just price sentiment and price movement, but ultimately, like, crypto is making investing fun. It's making investing playable. We're seeing that with NFTs and sort of this GameFi economy, right? With play to earn, people making a real living, monthly income by playing these sort of blockchain games, which we don't have time to get into today, but we're seeing the merging of real world economics and kind of this digital world economics, right? But the whole point of really focusing on financial planning early is because you give yourself the optionality to determine, how you want your future to play out, right? Financial planning enables freedom to think about, what you want to be doing in 5 years, right? What you want to be doing in 10 years. And crypto really enables that by lowering the barriers to entry to invest and to trade. And so kind of tying this, to one of our missions at Amber, it's always been about making things easier for users looking to get into crypto, right? Whether that be trading or investing, right? Earning interest on your crypto holdings, which is a very, very big theme, right? Sort of yield capture in the crypto finance economy has been very hot so far. And so we think this entire process should be very easy and intuitive. So, perhaps there are Gen Zers listening or watching this video. Think about the word customization, right? We're in the 21st century right now. We're living in an age of customization where you can customize anything that you want to buy, right? Those cool sneakers, cars, right? Clothes, all this stuff. And, we really care about tailoring these personal items to our liking, right? So why shouldn't this apply to your crypto portfolio? Why shouldn't you think about your finances in that very same way of demanding transparency from the financial service providers that you work with, right? Really understanding what products that they offer you. And so what Amber, likes to say is we offer optionality, right? And that optionality is transparency. We want you to invest on your own terms, not because we said you can only invest in products that are 30 days, 60-day, and 90-day tenors, right? We say based on your risk appetite, based on your liquidity preference, you should be able to determine what your interest saving account looks like, right? And so, there are so many different ways that we can talk about, how we think about strategizing our product development, but it really all comes down to how do we make things relatable to newcomers coming in, and if you can think about it this way of just customization of finances and how crypto finance can really enable you to take ownership of your finance, that's going to be really, really powerful. Yeah.
Wow, Leslie, hearing you speak to Gen Zs about crypto and about even financial planning, which is I would say historically maybe a boring topic for the youth, made me understand why it's called the Amber Group, because it was lit. Leslie, thank you so much for joining us. It was really so much fun speaking to you. I really appreciate the insights and this unique topic of creator finance, which this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Gets me just another avenue to get excited about in the blockchain space. So Leslie, thanks so much for joining us. For all viewers, check out our podcast, Crypto Unstacked Podcast, and she is at the Amber Group. Leslie, it was an honor. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 21, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks so much for watching.
Appreciate it, Yona.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name's Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vayer, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Multi-signature, multi-sig. A crypto asset wallet that requires multiple keys to access. Typically, a specified number of individuals are required to approve or sign a transaction before they're able to access the wallet. This is different from most wallets, which only require one signature to approve a transaction. You know, the missus and I once went to a party that required multiple keys to access. Ooh, crazy times.
And welcome to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you a very special anniversary event. This is our 10th edition of the virtual blockchain conference series. We've been putting this on since May of last year. With COVID lockdowns, everyone's stuck at home. We really wanted to bring community and education to you virtually, and we're just so grateful that we've been able to do that for this long, and that all of you are tuning in, and all the followers that we have accrued over this time. And so for this anniversary event, we want to check in with some of our guests that have been with us since the beginning, get some more updates, and look to the future as well. So without any further ado, I'm pleased to introduce our next guest, Paul Brody. He's the principal and global blockchain leader at Ernst & Young. Hi, how are you today, Paul?
I am great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. It's a wonderful kind of full circle to have you back again. You were gracious enough to join us at our very first event, and I believe you were also here for our second event. And, that kind of led to you being able to participate in the long form documentary style podcast that we are working on, which we'll get into a bit later. But for now, let's kind of look at, what you talked about almost a little over a year ago and kind of updates since then. You did a really exciting survey back then of 230 blockchain companies, finding that not a lot of people were using private blockchains, but that 75% of them were going to be looking at public blockchains. So have you completed another survey like that? What's the word as far as enterprise blockchain and what companies are thinking these days?
Wow, Ashley, you have an amazing memory. Yes, that is, in fact, we talked to 230 companies, and indeed what we found over and over again was, everybody wants to rule the world, right? They all want to have their own blockchain network, and they want to invite their partners. And what we found was that for every one company that was willing to join somebody else's blockchain, 2 companies wanted to start their own. And that just doesn't scale, right? You don't end up having any users on your network. So as you mentioned, right, 75% of the people who went through that experience basically said, we need to move to public. And since then, the question we've been asking is, okay, that does seem to be the case. All of our clients are in the same direction. One of the things that's really noticeable is kind of demand for lots of new private blockchain solutions has largely evaporated. But the question then becomes, what is it that you need? What is it that the enterprise users need in order to get over to public? And that was the subject of a joint survey we did with Forrester of the same group of companies earlier this year. And we kind of learned 2 really important things. First of all, they are really maturing their approach to blockchain based on that experience. So they're shifting their focus from which network or which technology do I use to how do I implement securely? How do I think about kind of structure and infrastructure and security on a public blockchain? And very importantly, they're starting to ask this question, what does the broader ecosystem look like? It's one thing if you're a big buyer to ask all of your suppliers, hey, come join my private blockchain. But if you're going on a public blockchain, okay, so you want your suppliers, but you also need other services for them. If you're buying stuff from them, you want to know what kind of shipping companies are on this blockchain. Can I get insurance? And the reality is that outside of DeFi, outside of financial services, the blockchain ecosystem for enterprises is still lightweight. It's not mature enough. It doesn't provide a lot of value-added services, and the potential is really large for lots of service providers, lots of competition, a better deal, but it's not realized yet. And that's what we found in the survey that we did in cooperation with Dell and Forrester Research.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that update. I think a lot of the conversation has focused on this kind of debate between public and private blockchains, and just educating people out there, especially people new to crypto. What's a public blockchain? What's a private blockchain? Maybe just in a couple of sentences explaining that, and where is that debate now?
So the debate really got started back in the early days of blockchains. There was just blockchains, right? There was Bitcoin, and shortly after that, there was Ethereum. And what you realized very quickly, if you worked in enterprise software, as I did, was Ethereum is awesome. It's this incredible computing environment where we can have shared business logic and shared information. But it has one really big problem for enterprises, which is they believe that the content of their business agreements are really important competitive advantages. So if I want to do a digital contract with you to buy stuff and pay for it and have a volume discount, if every one of my competitors can read that information, I've given away too much important stuff. So then people said, okay, I need privacy. How do I do it? And it turns out that if you make data private on a blockchain, on a public blockchain, you break what's called the consensus algorithm, the mechanism that allows everybody to check each other's data. Now, there are two ways of fixing this. There's an easy way and a hard way. The easy way is to create a private blockchain, right? And that the problem with that is it undoes the one thing that's really attractive about a blockchain, which is that there's no powerful central authority. Instead, a central authority checks, instead of everybody else being able to check each other's data, right, in what's called a proof of work or a proof of stake consensus, you use something called proof of authority, which is basically I'm authorized and somebody is checking, but not everybody can see the data. That sounds nice in theory, but in practice, it means you have to pick a central authority to manage the network. And now you're back in this problem, which is, hey, if I wanted a private network, I could have built one. I didn't need to build a blockchain. There's a harder way to do this, which is to use some very fancy math called a zero knowledge proof. Zero knowledge proofs are really, really tough math, but the idea is kind of simple. I'm going to give you a proof that says that what I'm telling you is true, but I'm not going to show you the actual data. I'm just going to show you an equation that allows you to test that what I'm saying is true. That's really hard. I used to think I was good at math. It turns out even I can't really wrap my head around it, but it works. It works really well. But it was harder to implement and it took a little bit longer. So really what happened was there was this easy path. A bunch of people took it. It solved the short-term problem of privacy, but by breaking the whole point of the blockchain. And where we have focused on and where we've worked with other open source providers on is building open source, zero knowledge proof-based math tools that let you have privacy, but do it on a public blockchain. And so now that these are available and they're starting to work at scale, we believe kind of the debate's over. If you want a blockchain, if you want this ecosystem with no central authority, the only way that's worth doing is doing on a public blockchain.
Absolutely. So speaking of this open source solution that you're building, you've talked before about how maybe the core community at first in crypto, that it took some time for them to trust you, but as you were actually contributing to the ecosystem, that has changed. And where would you see that it's at today that, people in crypto maybe had suspicions about legacy institutions buying in or getting involved or enterprises, and where do you think it's at today?
Well, I can't speak for all sort of big institutions, but I can say that certainly at EY, we feel like we are a part of this community. It's been really fantastic. There was actually it was an Ethereum anniversary event the other day. Vitalik Buterin actually gave us a bit of a shout out about our work on privacy technology. So we're contributors to the ecosystem. We feel like we are well integrated and respected. We feel like we know what our value prop is in terms of helping large enterprises feel comfortable and contributing to the community. So I felt at times like a rough start, but now I feel like all this investment we made in building those relationships and investing in the community have started to pay off nicely.
Absolutely. And that's a good lesson for anyone else who might be in a similar position, that this is such a community-oriented industry, and making investments in community has a great return on investment. So for this zero knowledge proof project and scaling Ethereum, saw the news a couple of weeks ago that you've just released your third iteration of this project. Last time we talked, you've been working on it for about 2 years, so it's been another year now. Any updates on that project?
Yes, so two big updates in terms of the big push in privacy, and one of them is around this technology called Nightfall 3 that we've released into the public domain. If you think about all business agreements, they kind of boil down to something very simple. One party has money, the other party has stuff, and they're going to exchange money for stuff under the terms of some agreement, right? Some kind of contract, right? So that's how it goes. Well, we've been working on two things for the last few years. The first is, how do we make this transfer private, So we feel like we've gotten the transfer to a very, very mature state. Nightfall 3 is what's called a ZK, a zero knowledge optimistic roll-up infrastructure. And what it allows you to do is roll up a whole bunch of zero knowledge transactions and then use something called an optimistic roll-up to deploy them on chain. And the reason why optimistic roll-ups are important and useful is they shift how you verify transactions. In the traditional blockchain transaction, you have everybody verify every transaction. In what's called an optimistic roll-up, you take the optimistic view that everybody's being honest, and it deploys the transactions automatically without asking everybody to verify everything. But you have a week to verify your own transactions. You have a week to verify your own transactions, and if you find any problems, not only can you have the transactions reversed, but you can also penalize the other party for having put in a dishonest output. So ZK optimistic roll-ups allow us to have privacy with very low transaction costs. So that's the third version. And we have some exciting improvements coming to that one, but we were already at a price of transactions that's in the pennies category. The second big thing that we made progress on over the last 6 to 9 months is a second project that we're calling Starlight. And Nightfall is all about a really private transfer, right? No visibility, right? Under dark. The second issue, though, is how do I do the business logic, right? It's not just that I'm giving you this and you're giving me that. It's if we had some kind of agreement. Like if I buy 1,000 widgets, starting from 1,001, my price gets lower. So the other thing that we wanted to do is to make sure that we could write business rules as secret logic as well. And so that's now in its kind of alpha version. It's out and also public domain asset. And that's the other half of the equation, which is private transfers and private business rules. And when you can combine those two, you can pretty much build any kind of business agreement and implement it on a blockchain.
So this would be the actual conditions of the smart contract, for example. It would also be private.
Exactly. The if this, then that, when you pay this much, you get that much back. Those rules, right? If you imagine a contract where it says, I'm going to buy 1,000 widgets for $10 each. If you pay the 1,000 times $10 and you receive the widgets, if those transfers are done secretly, that's great. But if everybody can read the contract that has those terms in it, you haven't saved yourself a lot. So it's important not just to have the transfer be done, but also the business logic of the contract be private. And so now that we have those two things, we can really start sort of cooking with very sophisticated business transactions on the blockchain.
That's amazing. And for people who are concerned about scaling Ethereum and have seen, the big problems with transaction costs, can you explain how you've been able to reduce transaction cost in this instance?
Yes. So transaction costs is one of the biggest issues that we come across when we talk to like big enterprise clients. We hear a lot of similar issues. They're worried about the carbon footprint, right? Especially with regard to Bitcoin, less so with Ethereum, and especially with the transition to proof of stake. But the second thing that they're worried about is, what about my transaction costs, right? And it's funny. I don't know how much they realized it was a perfect analogy, but when they started talking about gas prices, right? In Ethereum, the cost of a transaction, the amount of energy you need to put into a transaction is called gas. And when the price of gas goes up, the cost of your transaction can go up enormously. And when you talk to clients and they say, I'm worried about transaction costs, it's a perfect analogy, right? What happened was the price of gas went way up, and we all had to start thinking much, much more clearly about how efficient we were going to be. And there are kind of 2 or 3 big things that people have been doing. One is optimistic rollups, like I talked about. This allows you to reduce the amount of work on everybody and therefore reduce around the gas fees, right? And those are called layer 2 rollups. The second thing is to create entire layer 2 networks. And a good example of this is Polygon, right? It's a layer 2 network that's built on proof of stake. You can do all of your high frequency trading and transactions in that side chain and then push them in a batch onto the mainnet, or push the results back onto the mainnet. So that is a way of moving some of the more expensive business logic and other transactions off the chain and then bringing them back. So between layer 2s, roll-ups, and then soon to be kind of the transition to Ethereum 2.0, I feel more and more comfortable that the risks of high transaction costs are gradually getting behind us.
Awesome. Good news for the blockchain space. So speaking of good news, how has EY been doing as far as business? I think you've had a blockbuster year.
We have. I mean, I think every sort of crypto and blockchain company has had a blockbuster year, but it certainly felt like, if I go back to February or March of 2019 or 2020, a year ago, it certainly felt like we were just starting to maybe come out of this like painful crypto winter. And what I didn't realize was that the year ahead was not just going to be a modest year of gains. I had predicted, modest gains for the coming year. It was going to be this blockbuster year. And in the end, it turned out that we performed so well that I think our 4 or 5 year compound annual growth rate is something like over 100% now. And the last year was a blockbuster in terms of key revenue milestones, sales milestones. I can remember when the largest deals that we did, the first deals we did like $50,000, $100,000 deals. In the fourth quarter of the fiscal last year, we did 4 deals over $5 million. It just feels like a different world. And what was really exciting is by crossing all of these key thresholds in terms of customers, volume, revenue, headcount, profitability, the rest of EY started to look at us in a very different light. And you saw that most prominently back in May when the firm committed $100 million in incremental investment over the next 3 years. So I feel like, I don't want to say I feel like we're all grown up now, but I don't feel like I have to apologize for being the blockchain guy anymore.
That's always nice. I know it's amazing to finally have people in my real life, not my blockchain life, actually talking about blockchain at all. So for the $100 million investment, what kind of stuff is EY investing in?
So I think to me, what's really exciting is we have commitment at the top of our firm to keep doing what we have been doing, which is product engineering and true mathematical research. One of the things I'm really proud of is these Ethereum community contributions like Nightfall and Starlight. We have a commitment to keep those going. Secondly, we are doing something a little bit different from a lot of other consulting firms, which are very sort of like people times hours. We have expertise, and we have a lot of that, and we're getting more. But what is fun and exciting and makes me really happy is we're building products, right? And if you go to blockchain.ey.com, you can see real product that's available as a SaaS application. And I'll just give you a couple of examples of stuff that we're building that's really specific and interesting and useful. And the first is something that we created called Bitcoin Visualizer. Now, over the years, there have been lots and lots of big Bitcoin frauds, money disappearing, and very frequently, you get invited by a company. They call you up and they say, hey, we're missing some money and we kind of need to know where it is. In fact, we've even been brought in as court-appointed administrators for companies. By the way, I definitely recommend, you want to hear a great story of that, go listen to the Exit Scam podcast. But after a couple of these, we sat down and said, what is it that we do when we get asked these things by our forensics team? And we created something called Bitcoin Visualizer, which allows you to see the actual flow of money into and out of addresses and through transactions in a visual way. You can literally follow the money. And it's really cool. It's incredibly visual. And it's nice because not only does it work for Bitcoin, but our goal is that over time, it will also be deployed for supply chain, for operations. You'll be able to see where your pint of your donated blood went. It came blood products and went to donors and things like that. So it's a really cool visualization tool that came right up that work. Another really good example that we're working on and have built and is available is something called smart contract testing. And what's really cool about this is, we are headed to a future where every company, every individual is going to buy stuff using smart contracts, but most of us are not coders. So how do we evaluate whether that smart contract is going to do what we think it's going to do? Our smart contract testing system does a couple of things. Number one, it lets you set up tests, right? So let's say somebody says, in this NFT smart contract, we're never going to issue more than 1,000 collectible tokens. You can test that, right? You can actually test the code and make sure that it's not going to do that. And you can even run simulated transactions. So you can test a transaction before you do it. So I think, although it's still relatively early stage, I believe it's the kind of thing that everybody's going to want to use eventually as it matures. So it's really exciting to make product. I have to admit, like for me, this is a big deal. It's a great step forward for us to be really investing in product. And you can actually, even a lot of this stuff you can go and you can try at our website, which is blockchain.ey.com.
Yeah, actually sounds like a really good educational tool, especially for any of our students tuning in. You know, we have our university program. We mentor and connect with students from 100 universities in 24 different countries. So definitely recommend people, any students tuning in, to check out mouthspell.university and all of our amazing interviews at Reimagine 2020 YouTube channel. To smash that subscribe button, check out Paul's previous interviews, and a lot of educational content there as well. But we've had, we have our own open source block explorer, and I know students have used that to kind of teach people, having that visual way of looking at the blockchain. It sounds like a really good educational tool. So I'll have to recommend that to some of our student teachers. You're also working on a project with Microsoft. Have any updates for us about that?
I do. The Microsoft project is a great project. It's all about the Xbox video game system. And it's really cool for so many reasons. One of my favorite things is I love doing this. I love reminding my fellow EY partners that we are building software for Microsoft. And it's hilarious. They're like, no, I'm sure you must mean we're making PowerPoint for them. No, right? We're not making charts. We're not doing process design. We are building solutions in software for Microsoft. And that's really cool. It's the highest form of flattery. And we established this incredible partnership with Microsoft. We are working on the smart contracts that support all the purchasing of Xbox video games. And we have taken those and we are putting them on, and we are transitioning them all to a private Ethereum blockchain. And Microsoft is building the infrastructure and the technology with us to manage the scalability. And this is really cool for a number of reasons. Number one, Microsoft's transaction flow is enormous, right? The Xbox video game system does somewhere between 1 and 3 million transactions a day. So you're talking about a real fire hose of transaction volume. Secondly, Microsoft has something on the order of 30,000 different contracts with their suppliers, almost 3,000 different suppliers. So it is a hugely complex system. It's not like, hey, pay $1, get 70 cents. It's like, after $100 million, you get a 2.2% rebate for the next $400 million in revenue, but then it goes up to 5%, except for, in months that end in Y. Like the terms are complicated and it's really challenging. And what's cool is a couple of things. Number one, we've built a smart contract technology. Number two, we have had huge ROI from Microsoft. It's like our test ground to prove to clients that you can do work at scale with big return on investment. And I'll give you a good data point. It used to take 45 days after the end of the month for Microsoft to go through all of their transactional data and apply all the contract terms. And now, 4 minutes after you make a transaction, the completed process transaction with the right royalty amount and rate and everything is done. So went 45 days down to 4 minutes, which is, I think, pretty good. And we also went from, we cut basically the cost structure about in half. So, high ROI, much faster, and we're pioneering a whole bunch of cool technologies like using Microsoft's Azure machine learning tools to scan contracts and extract the key business terms. So they're really pushing the envelope for us. We now have more than 500 different suppliers on the network, and we're growing it all the time. So it's Microsoft is a great partner because they're willing to go first. They push the envelope. Our most advanced stuff is done for Microsoft, and then after we really get beat up by the maturity of Microsoft's process because they are really, really industrial and scalable. Then we can take that stuff, we generalize it, we make it more widely available.
Absolutely. Well, that is so exciting to be building software for Microsoft.
It's very flattering. Once we have this stuff done for Microsoft, we've actually built a more public version which does a similar thing but runs on the public Ethereum blockchain. It's called off-chain network procurement, and it actually takes a lot of the lessons we learned at Microsoft and makes them generally available into the public. And we just now have our first couple of clients who are starting to prepare to do enterprise procurement, business transactions with private logic on the public Ethereum blockchain. And I'm really, really excited about that.
Well, yes, awesome. Thanks for sharing all the updates from EY. Now, you and I got to meet in person couple months ago in San Francisco, we were filming a long form documentary style podcast series called Coins, which we'll be releasing at the end of this month when this interview airs. So kind of wanted to tease some of our viewers and let them know some of the things that you were talking about. One thing that I thought was really interesting that maybe you can speak a little bit to here is you said that nothing has woken up your financial clients like DeFi, even more so than the price of Bitcoin, which of course, when we were speaking was up to 60. It's gonna settle back a little bit down now, but could you say more about that?
Yeah, the Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. And at the time, we were just seeing the ramp up in DeFi, and it has not stopped. And this is the thing.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Nelson Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, howdy! Crazy Melmo here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Node or full node. Any computer connected to the blockchain network is referred to as a node. A full node is a computer that can fully validate transactions and download the entire data of a specific blockchain. In contrast, a lightweight or light node does not download all pieces of a blockchain's data and uses a different validation process. I wish my daddy had used a different validation process. Things might have turned out a whole lot different for me.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag so to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got $1 million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to $1, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from my squad on the block. Chatting with a hold alive. Chat rooms we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Never hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape as she sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes, have the mountains just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble, now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodl to my last breath, not the one to half step. It's so strange, wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt, fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
All right, so welcome back to Reimagine. Here we are, well over the halfway mark in 2021. What a year it's been, I got to say. In the crypto space, it's kind of amazing the sort of hypes, the bubble burstings, the bears, the bulls, everything that's taking place right now feels like it's such a pivot point. And I think that's true across so much of global markets, whether it be coming out of, the sort of COVID, era or re-entering it potentially. I mean, we're going to see how, conferences like this age and fare in the near future when there's so much uncertainty, so much confusion. Inflation is suddenly a big word on everybody's lips, greater salience than there has been for a long time. And so, talking about that space, I think it's so critical to look at some of the projects that have come out over the last couple of years and to take a look at where some of those hype markets really are now that I think we're in much more of a developmental stage, much off that hype train and really into the groundwork where people putting in the good yards, and those projects that have the staying power are going to be the ones that stay around. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Sebastian Quinn Watson, co-founder of Yieldly Finance. Sebastian, firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Pleasure, Ash. Thanks for having us.
All right, so let's start off simple. For our audience members who are unfamiliar with Yieldly and what you guys are doing, give us the overview, give us the sort of the pitch of what Yieldly's up to.
Yeah, very happy to, delighted to be here. So Yieldly is the first suite of DeFi products built on Algorand. Algorand being one of the sort of major protocols and now been around for just over 2 years. Our mission is to empower the sort of next 1 million users to exchange digital value. We want that to be without friction, gas inefficiency, or also sort of the security risk, which all three of those have been pain points or problems, currently in DeFi. To date, we're very fortunate to have been able to have delivered on some of that mission critical kind of infrastructure for DeFi for Algorand. That looks like our staking contracts, allowing people to deposit, withdraw, exchange their digital assets or their ASA assets, the Algorand tokens. We've started to unlock interoperability. So we've deployed and delivered the first ERC to Algorand bridge. So people are now able to get the benefit, or people within the Algorand ecosystem are now able to get the benefit of trading and swapping within Ethereum, the Ethereum ecosystem as well. And then on top of that, the other thing that we've been doing, and we're excited to sort of see launch over the next little while, is allowing for other projects that are built or developers that have been building on our ground to start distributing those tokens to a growing community of of users in the space. So to date, I guess we're very, very fortunate. We launched, well, I guess just under 2 months. Sort of time goes very quickly. It launched just under 2 months ago. We've welcomed over 10,000 users. Those folks have staked, over 30 million, dollars worth of assets, or whether it's our brand or our native token. We've seen about 230,000 transactions happen. The last week or so, we've also proactively increased the user base, or the addressable user base, through some sort of industry first partnerships with esports teams as well. It's a start. I think anyone who's been looking at crypto or looking at the ecosystem over the last 18 months has really seen the power of DeFi, and we're really hoping to bring that and have taken great steps to bring that power of DeFi over to the Algorand ecosystem.
Yeah, and it's such an important point you touch on there about, firstly, the power of DeFi, the growth in the industry. But I suppose, we're looking at this moment in history and in where we are right now, and there does seem to be, a stalling, whether it be of markets, of interests, of hype. I don't know what it is, and some have spun it quite negatively. And, there are those that will say, this is it. We're in the bear market. There's going to only be pullback. All those institutions that were set to come on board are going to jump ship, just like they did in sort of 2017, 18, when there was starting to be some interest there and they all ran away and delayed. As someone, so integrally, sort of involved in what's going on, within the DeFi space, do you reflect those notions? Do you think there is that big pullback, or are you still seeing interest, whether it be retail, institutional, governmental, whatever, taking place in the DeFi space?
Yeah, I think the short answer is that there is, we don't share that view. We see that there's, fundamental momentum behind the crypto or the blockchain technology, being whether it's through adoption, whether it's through people building, whether it's through the increase in user numbers. And so I think it's quite different from perhaps some of the earlier pullbacks that the market has seen. I think if you reflect back into 2017, and 2018, that there was a very sharp dip in the market, and I think what people looking at the headline prices, what is kind of often overlooked, and I think has been being hugely overlooked at the moment, is just the sheer number of users piling into products, and the number of people that are building things that are actually here to last. So we see a lot more infrastructure being built. We see a lot more things like custody, a lot more wallets. We see a lot more of the regulatory approved products sort of permeate into different markets. And so, and then we know that there is, significant, institutional momentum behind these, the market at the moment. It's a curious world where you get worried about a dip when the price of crypto is sort of, up 30 or 40 times, sometimes, 100 times from where it was 12 to 16 or 18 months ago. So, we're genuinely excited about, the momentum. We see a lot of user growth. We see a lot of, transaction volumes are there. I think the critical thing is and the other thing that's different, I guess, from the market beforehand is just the number of, investors out there. There's huge amounts of capital flowing around in the, economy today. You touched on it, inflation is a big issue, but that's, has a healthy, input into our industry, and that there's, a lot more funds, with a lot more institutional money, with a lot more interest in crypto. So generally pretty, exceedingly bullish on the space, and we look around our ecosystem and we don't see anyone stopping building. We don't see any of the major funds in our space stopping, investing. So, only kind of very, very excited for what the future holds.
But I suppose I wonder in that, you say that there's more sort of money floating around the markets, and, when you have inflationary risks, it's because there's more capital around, and people are looking for returns on that capital and to get yield on their capital, something you guys are there for. And so, you've got products like your your Yieldly algo staking pool, which offers some pretty impressive yields. What's the figure there again that you guys are offering?
Oh, I think at last May this morning, it's sort of 60 or 70%. You know, it fluctuates with the prevailing market, but
For sure.
yeah, still a lot healthy. Still a lot healthier than I think putting it in the bank or doing other things.
Right, exactly. So, you know, when you're talking, you know, often less than 1% at a bank, or, you know, depending what numbers, you know, 1 to 5% at a bank, and inflation's, you know, outpacing those numbers, it seems to make more sense to get into the crypto space, particularly if you've got some, you know, extra liquidity to put out there. But I suppose I wonder, I mean, and this is something about DeFi that I think, you know, a lot of people think about and comes up time and again. When you've got those, you know, those yields that you're talking, you know, 60, 70, 100% returns, you know, is that sustainable into the long term? Is that, you know, sort of where the industry is headed in the long term with those big, you know, eye-catching figures, or is this sort of an industry, a nascent industry still growing, developing, and trying to pull people in?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I think, there's definitely, you know, there's definitely momentum there. I think you know, we can't speak to the high figures that are being, you know, put out elsewhere. You know, we've designed our system to, you know, provide a really clear, you know, risk reward, you know, ratio. We love people to be able to use our grant and use Yieldly within our ecosystem, and think that there is, you know, just a great amount of growth that's possible there. I think if you cast your eye across, you know, other parts of the market, whether it's looking at, you know, some of those high growth numbers you've seen in Binance, you know, on some, you know, in Ethereum and Binance products, you know, I don't think there is, you know, that can be sustainable. I think if you look behind those sort of, you know, triple digit returns, you can start to see that, you know, you're relying upon, you know, technology that's not quite there. You know, you're relying upon, you know, people are essentially doing what you know, some pundits are accusing, you know, central banks of doing. They're just printing digital dollars or printing crypto and hoping that at some point, some fundamental thing within those ecosystems picks up and allows it to exist. That's differentiated with you know, with what we're doing and what a number of other players, you know, within the Algorand ecosystem, you know, which we're much more familiar with, are doing, which is, you know, building critical infrastructure that has a really clear, you know, use case for why that token exists. You know, having a really clear relationship between the use of that token, you know, the rewards, you know, the future implications for, you know, the infrastructure that's being built. You know, so people that are using our token, allowing them, you know, to bridge into other ecosystems, you know, they're underpinning, you know, underpinning that technology, you know, they're really helping us, you know, exist. So there's, you know, you can sort of differentiate that from some of those other participants in the space. And what that allows, you know, us to say is that, you know, that type of model is sustainable, right? That you can expect to see, you know, where there's a clear use case and real infrastructure in place, you know, why that token economy exists. You know, I think there's some great stats out there at the moment, something along the lines of, I think, yeah, the one of the latest reports was, you know, over 30% of the crypto hedge funds currently have started, you know, deploying capital onto decentralized exchanges. You know, and essentially doing liquidity farming on those exchanges, you know, which again is a really, you know, really clear use case. You know, you see the relationship between the volumes going up on those exchanges, and the value and the return to those crypto hedge funds. And so, you know, that's a really, you know, clear example of, you know, what we would call a sustainable kind of DeFi model, and I think the market is, you know, happily experimenting with, you know, with all of those types of models, and, you know, and the winners, you know, like we saw in 2017 and 2018 when the kind of ICO boom kind of burst. You know, there is still a number of great companies that arrived out of that or grew out of that and are still here today. And I think the same, you know, can be said for, you know, DeFi companies now. You know, a pullback in the market is never a bad thing if you're confident in the tech you've built. And, you know, we know that plenty of participants out there are exceedingly confident, and the investors similarly so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think you touch on a very good point there that, we've seen this wave occur, obviously in a less mature fashion, I would say perhaps, but, with the ICO booms of 2017, 18. And now we seem to be seeing that in DeFi where you're having products flood the market, come on in, and those sustainable ones will survive. And I think that segues nicely to my next point, which is, over at Yieldly, one of the big elements you have is your association relationship building with the Algorand ecosystem and on the Algorand protocol. You have interoperable bridges between Ethereum and Algorand, but fundamentally the Algorand space is where you guys seem to be most comfortable and most native. Now, this may seem a basic question. I'm sure you get asked this all the time, but still it's one that I think interests a lot of users and a lot of our audience. But why Algorand? Why wouldn't you just stick with Ethereum? Where the vast majority of projects are happening.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's probably quite a timely one. There was a really wonderful report that was put out by the guys over at Arrington Capital. So the sort of early backers of Ripple. They just put out basically their defense of why Algorand. Why it's the protocol, the premier protocol for building going forward. And it kind of echoes, quite nicely, the reasons we did it. For the benefit of the audience, Algorand solves, at its sort of most elemental point, it solves the blockchain trilemma.
Right.
Basically means you can have decentralization, performance, and security. You don't have to make a trade-off between any one of those. So it solves some of those, really clear pain points that you see. In Ethereum, for example, the congestion which happens kind of in those critical times when everyone wants to, buy, trade, or sell. There can be just significant delays in that, and then in addition to that, you have this sort of fluctuating and sometimes from a retail point of view, an extremely exorbitant price point to actually do a transaction. So that sort of those kind of problems, being thought through and solved with the development of Algorand. Designed by a wonderful professor at MIT. I think the Turing Prize winner, which is essentially the Nobel Prize for technology, and so it provides the basis to create better products for users that solve some of those problems I mentioned.
So that, oh, sorry. I'll just jump in with a quick question there, because then it's interesting to me. Obviously, interoperability is such a key part of the modern DeFi space, and I think for many you'll talk to, they say it's the goal of the DeFi space to eventually make interoperability just totally open, and it's going to be as easy as a click of a button to switch between any protocol and use whichever for whatever purpose best suits. I guess I wonder, is that shared by you? Is that the goal, that you see it as ultimately a sort of a sweeping utopia where a rising tide of interoperability will lift all ships? Or do you think there is a case of, by creating this Algorand, ERC, ETH bridge, you're going to sort of, I guess, pull liquidity out of ERC and bring it over more onto the Algorand network? How do you sort of, is it zero sum? Is it integrative? How do you think about this?
Yeah, we think of it sort of user first. What makes it usable for people? What makes the experience, the most straightforward, intuitive, for anyone who wanted to play around in or use use blockchain technology, or use the applications that are powered by it, which is a more interesting point that I'm sure we'll get to. So I think interoperability plays a great role in that. It allows it allows users to decide where they want to operate, what apps and what ecosystems they, want to utilize. I think interoperability is, it's not a silver bullet to solving problems that, fundamental problems that exist within, the architecture of protocols, right? You can have an interoperable bridge between, Ethereum and Algorand, but whenever you wish to, if there is a congestion in Ethereum, anyone wishing to use that bridge, is still going to, sit in the same queue that anyone else on Ethereum is going to sit in, to do a transaction. So you don't escape these kind of fundamental problems that exist on certain ecosystems, right? You can't have a bridge that somehow will stop transaction costs existing. That those types of problems are well articulated elsewhere. There's very serious and smart people working on solutions to them across different ecosystems. Our grant's sort of already there though. And so, our worldview is that it provides the basis with which, the next, we call it the next 1 million users from a Yieldly point of view, but I know, people out there are contemplating, if banks, if governments, if other, if it's going to get the proper mass adoption, what is the protocol that you would use to do that now? And I think, from our point of view, and certainly others, that's our grant is the primary contender. But as with all things, we're in the business of building products that users like, that they want to use and it solves real world problems for them. And so, having a bridge, having the capacity to build these sort of world first bridges to do, to loop back onto this interoperable point, is that in a world that, another protocol, is the thing that becomes, the preeminent protocol for users, then it would make, we would want to have the technical capacity to be able to bring, allow our users to participate there as well. So, it's sort of this hedge against the future in that regard, but, a really important one. And at the moment, it serves a really critical piece of infrastructure. It's the first bridge of its kind doing what it does between these two ecosystems, and we'll continue to roll that out across other ecosystems as well. And come back to the, and keep listening to the users and hearing what they want, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, I think, a good point just to change tacks a little bit, because I sort of want to move away a little bit from the technicalities, of solving the blockchain trilemma and sort of the interoperability skills, to thinking more in that sense of, I know you guys, one of your mission statements and one of the things that you're sort of keen to do is bring so many more users into the marketplace and mainstream users into the marketplace, both obviously at a retail and an enterprise and institutional level. Now, I guess I wonder, from your perspective, what do you think of sort of the key factors, the silver bullets, as it were, if there are indeed any, that bring mainstream users on board? I mean, is it the best technology that's going to win the day? Or is there a degree of comfort, usability, functionality? I mean, what do you see as the primary draw points?
Yeah, I think there's, if you were to simply stratify the market into two types of users, just the everyday person wanting to participate in the space, and then, the hard-nosed investor crowd or the institutional crowd. I think that there is a different set of needs that those users have to attract them into this market. Speaking to the retail side or the sort of everyday users, I think the best example of products that work, the thing that matters there is kind of creating the iPhone-like experience. For users, like something that is elegant, simple, and the technology isn't at the forefront, right? You want to create products that just make sense, that are intuitive, they do what they say they do, they solve, problems that people have, and we sort of have, we can see that from the users, the user feedback we get. We've, like I said at the top, top of the catch up, we've had sort of 10,000 or so folks start to interact with the product. And the thing that sort of struck us the most, is the feedback we get is that they just want the thing to look good. They want us to update. They want the UX to be, super intuitive. They want they love the design. They want to see those types of things sort of bear out. And so, that sort of product piece or user focused product piece kind of, is something that I think has been somewhat overlooked across the wider kind of industry, to date. It's sort of products have been built, from a tech point of view first, and that makes a lot of sense because solving these tech problems is critical to. There's a kind of critical foundational layer to build, more exciting apps for others. But we're now at this point where the industry is matured, where there is great, there's great resources available. So the tech problem is becoming, is being solved. And so, the differentiating factor now is, how how easy it is to attract and retain users. And so you sort of see, great products out there like, the exchanges Coinbase or Gemini and elsewhere that have, that you can see in how they're communicating with, their investors and the market around really wanting to build, differentiate from the user point of view. So, we incorporate that, we're intending to build and make the products, simpler and more, more straightforward. We want them to be super intuitive. And you can see this world where the more intuitive and elegant that those solutions are, that is sort of will be a critical kind of competitive edge for any project building in the space.
Absolutely. Oh, wait, I'll just pause for a second there, because it's interesting to me that it's always felt like, and you mentioned Coinbase there, that a centralized exchange and those centralized products that exist out there are always going to have that edge, whether it be, having help and support lines, whether it be being able to, respond directly to user experience issues over the sort of DeFi space. And that's always been a sticking point for me, looking at DeFi and thinking about, non-crypto users trying to come on board and sort of getting, scared away, stuck, not having that support necessarily, particularly if you're not involved in the sort of crypto community that's there to assure you that this is the right thing that you're doing, and da da da. Anyway, that's always been something that's concerning.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a decentralized product, but still have a support team. You can still have people that explain what it's doing. But I think your point's well made. I think there's this expectation that this thing will kind of exist in and of itself, and kind of there's no sort of every person for themselves in that regard. And I think there's plenty of examples out there of really terrible user experiences or problems that people have had dealing with this new industry. But that's that certainly changes. And I think we see it in our community that even without our input, the community is sort of very sort of self-sufficient in respect of helping each other troubleshoot through any kind of aspect of using the product, iterating, giving feedback. We kind of it becomes this really wonderful and short kind of feedback cycle for us. You kind of get this extremely direct feedback, and so. I would say even compared to say a centralized, product, when you kind of engender the community and empower them to be able to have the tools to solve things and to have a really really direct feedback loop, you can make and kind of evolve the product really very quickly and in a way that is extremely user friendly. So I think there's that would be our view on the other aspect of it. And I think companies that do that and do that well, listen to customers will continue to succeed. Absolutely. Irrespective.
And so I'm sorry, I cut you off before you were about to talk about the sort of the more enterprise user, institutional user, and that sort of experience.
Yeah. So I think the other piece of the puzzle just on that is those users still have they have internal requirements that they need to see satisfied with anywhere that they're deploying capital, right? And so it could be ensuring that there's, it's one thing we face. We had a lot of great institutional investors that are using our platform at the moment, and one of the critical things that they needed to see was they need to see that the thing had been audited, that the contracts were validated, that there was some clear third party third parties have been engaging with it, auditing it, verifying that the thing actually does what it's intended to do. So you see requirements like that. I know for future products that we intend to bring out, that we're getting feedback that they would be interested to have third party custodial solutions implemented as well. And so there's sort of you have a clearer set of risk parameters that you need to satisfy for these other users. And so, the onus is on us to continue to prioritize that and build for that. We're fortunate we had, Coinbase's auditor, their security auditor, audited our smart contracts. And you sort of see that you can start to differentiate, game projects have to sort of start differentiating in that way, when they're going to start speaking to the different customer base, the more institutional focus group.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I guess, you always think when it comes to anything crypto, blockchain, in the institutional space, there's always that fear. You're just working on such a scale that if something goes wrong and, someone hits an extra zero and sends something across that they weren't supposed to, or, you hear the horrible stories, where someone loses a password or someone dies, or something happens. And, when you're talking about institutional grade money, this is millions, if not billions of dollars in the offing. I mean, I think it fascinates me to see the institutional space try and get on board with so much of, crypto, blockchain, and DeFi, and sort of really want to be involved because they can see the potential of it, but also be so wary of the risk of a system that isn't reversible, that, screw ups can't just be turned around and fixed, and that you can end up having situations where, money is just gone from a system, which I think, institutions usually have so much insurance and backup and whatever, that's just simply not the case in their, legacy financial working experience.
Yeah, and that's, that approach is changing. That's been one of the big drivers of growth in the last 3 years in the industry, right? Is building products that cater to those needs, and building better products, right? Having safer products, having more secure, less unpredictable, product offerings is sort of been a feature of the market, and a lot of great companies have built to service exactly that. So custody solutions being implemented by banks, for example, was a critical kind of piece of the puzzle to allow more institutions to feel confident to actually do so, or to even be able to do it from a regulatory standpoint. You can't, some institutions are, investors are restricted from doing things until there is custody and the like. And so we see that the products continue to be built to target or to cater to that. From our point of view as operators in our space, we look to implement, whichever third-party products we can to augment, the offerings that we have, which, I think that's sort of the important, piece of the puzzle for growth. I think also, having had the benefit now of, we've got sort of 16 or so great, venture capital funds that have partnered with us and are interacting with us in terms of, deploying capital in, or, their assets into our contracts and things like that. Having the benefit of feedback from them, we know that they're, that their kind of investors are pushing them to, have more exposure into this market. That's just, there's momentum in, the investment markets to deploy capital into this space because, it's a new emerging asset class with, interesting and higher rewards or returns. And it's also a critical piece for some, investors to just have a diversified portfolio. And so we're starting to see, an increasing number of folks that, are happy to, to participate some small amount of their portfolios in it. And I think the stat that we saw recently, that we've talked to the market about a lot, is that I think there was a survey done that was over 50% of fund managers in question said that at least 7% of their portfolio would be deployed into crypto sort of over the next 5 years, which is I think the sort of 3 to 350 billion in funds under management in question looking to participate in the space. So we know that products will continue to be built. We'll continue to build our products to cater to that market, and there's a lot of third parties that are making that more safe and secure for folks to participate in, and we, like others, are implementing it.
Yeah, I'm just going to be so interested to see. I mean, who knows what, we took 5 years in the crypto space. Who knows what that's going to look like? But I'm so fascinated to see if, all this hype, this excitement, this, motivation to act from, the institutional space remains if there is a sustained period of sort of, inactivity or sort of, a pullback in the market that's significant and sustained. It's such a behemoth, the institutional space, to sort of get that ship pointed in the crypto direction. And it seems to have largely happened over the course of the last year, as you're saying, and I completely agree from, my experience in talking to folks all around the market, that does seem to be happening. But, is it sustained? Is it maintained? Does the ship risk pulling back in the other direction? It'll be fascinating to see that play out. I mean, looking forward, 5 years is a long time to project, as I said, but looking forward, I mean, what is your sort of outlook? Do you think this will all come to fruition? Do you think, energies are a bit high still at the moment? Expectations are a little over leveraged. How do you sort of look out those next couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, from a building point of view, I mean, we intend to be around. We see that there's critical pieces of infrastructure to still build out on our ground, right? There's no decentralized exchange product yet in our ground, so we're headlong to build that, and that'll sort of be a 12-month process at least from here, and with any luck, in 5 years' time, it will be a thriving ecosystem of companies and projects and DeFi and traditional finance projects that are utilizing and issuing tokens and utilizing an exchange, for example. I think if we look at our sort of venture capital funds that are backing us, those guys are on 7 to 10 year mandates with new DeFi funds that they've launched. So these guys are going to be there deploying capital into this space. They're mandated to be deploying capital into the space for the next decade. And we don't see in the near term any sort of likelihood of the amount of investor capital being pointed at DeFi or being pointed at the distributed ledger industry more broadly, to go down. What will fluctuate, and we're sort of seeing that fluctuate now, is how much in any given day is being traded, and what is the if those volumes go down for a while, but it seems very unlikely from our point of view that this sort of market condition is anything but a kind of mild or moderate correction. Right. In a general trend of further adoption and further integration. I think the other piece of the puzzle which we're seeing play out, at the government level is the central bank digital dollars that have been created. Mm-hmm. We sort of saw this acceleration in that conversation in the US just over their summer, these last sort of 2 months, where they've essentially pulled together, the Feds have pulled together working groups to actually put out really clear guidance on what that what a central bank, a US digital dollar is going to look like from from a regulated point of view or a central bank point of view. And so that is another piece that just, that's going to play out, that the inescapable trend towards the digitization of, key parts of the financial services industries and financial services markets isn't going to stop, and that irrespective of, that trend, irrespective of the kind of volatility, day-to-day volatility in the crypto markets, will continue to drive, adoption of, this technology. So from us as technologists and builders in the space, the market is only getting bigger. The opportunity for more participants in it is only getting bigger. If things are a little bit more regulated, or things are a little bit, things are more, if there are clear defined boundaries of what is and isn't acceptable, that's perfectly, we're perfectly happy with that happening. It'll kind of hopefully clear out some of the worst actors in the space and continue to create more space for folks like us who are building quality products.
Yeah, absolutely. And I couldn't agree with you more about regulation. I think there needs to be some clarity on regulation in the space and make sure that everyone's protected where they need to be. I just hope it comes down in a clear and informed manner, and we're getting the best people out there lobbying to make sure we get the best regulations put in place. But anyway, Sebastian, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you about this. So many fascinating touch points in this industry and where we stand right now. really think this is a valuable conversation to be having at a time when it's not just market hype after hype and new projects flourishing every minute. This is the time when projects really lay the groundwork and prove that they're sustainable for the future. And I think it's a fascinating time to see that. But I always like to give our guests the last word. So anything else you'd like to say to our audience? Anything they should be checking out, or ways to get involved with Yeardley if they like what they've seen?
Yeah, I mean, we'd be delighted if anyone is interested to jump on our website and just play around with the app. You can follow us on Twitter. You can follow us on, get into the community in Telegram, and sort of, have a look and feel of what DeFi and our brand is. And I think if our users are telling us anything, is that they're enjoying the product, and we would love more users out there. So. Appreciate the time, appreciate the conversation and the chance to, speak to another Aussie in the space, and just look forward to. Pardon me? Yeah, there certainly are, and look forward to the next time that we meet.
Absolutely, and to everyone watching, just make sure you stick with Reimagine. So much more killer content. All the best in the crypto space coming at you. Thanks for watching.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Nelson Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used, the technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. You know, it was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project, and this is big. You know, getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Ah, it is I, Grey Tail the Old and wise, yes. I'm here to give you another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Hashing, the process by which you mine Bitcoin or similar cryptocurrency by trying to solve the mathematical problem within it using cryptographic hash functions. Sounds like magic to me.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hi, I'm Hilma. I work on a project called Gelato. And yeah, I'm happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hello, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mouseball University program. Our main objectives and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. You know, we seek to educate our audience, everybody that's tuning in, whether you're in the space or not in the space, just by helping, everybody understand crypto's real impact. So again, thank you all for tuning in. I'm joined here by Hilmar, co-founder of Gelato Network, a legendary member. How you doing, man? Thanks for taking your time out of your day.
Thanks for having me.
So where are you calling from? Where are you based?
Yeah, I'm currently with our whole team in the north of France and Normandy in a place called Les Touquets. And yeah, we're doing our first in-person company retreat here. We started Gelato during COVID, completely remote, hired everyone remotely. And now we kind of, was this conference back in Paris and we all met for the first time, which was pretty cool. And yeah, so Northern France it is.
First things first, I want to touch on 2 points. One, hiring remote, working remote. And then two, you're in Paris for ECC. Let's go towards the company. We have a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, projects right now that are tuning in, checking it out. All this content is free, right? Post-conference, we put it on YouTube. And everybody's trying to maybe switch careers, right? What are they going to do? Web 2.0, Web 3.0, blockchain's this new thing. But that's crazy. Hiring remote, how was that experience? I guess Obviously, have you done that before? And how did that journey take place?
Yeah. So funnily enough, I actually did it before. I used to work for like 1.5 years for a company called Superside. They are like a YC startup where you can access kind of like development or design resources. And they are this outsourcing company, so to say, and make it just like super easy to use. And I think it was probably one of the like first remote only startups that went through YC, and it was already back in 2016, I think. And like I was working from Berlin. The guys were sitting in San Francisco, some in Oslo, other ones all around the world. And there we kind of like already, like I was doing a lot of hiring back then, and then we already scaled the team up to like hundreds of people, which we had to hire remotely. We had this whole automated process that filtered out like 90% of the candidates, and we spoke to only like 1% of them. And so I was kind of like used to that and knew it works. Though of course there are a lot of challenges that you have to overcome. But the good thing is that you kind of by default plug into this global talent pool, right? And so like we started in Berlin, and like the last person that got on board on Gelato, he's actually the only one who lives in Berlin. All the others are like in New York or Paris or Warsaw and Shanghai, right? So we kind of like we hire global, and that's pretty cool.
Do you like it? Like, do you think if you had to choose remote, kind of operations, and I assume you have to be really organized. We're also remote. We're all scattered all over the place. And like you said, you do have to put processes in place. We leverage various applications to stay organized, routine as much as possible in terms of logistics and like, real-time kind of communication. Do you prefer kind of this remote, like, I don't know, strategy, or do you like the old school, or a hybrid, I guess?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think they have all the advantages and disadvantages. I think the kind of like the freedom that remote work offers you as a team and as an employee or as an employer is amazing, because you can work from wherever, you can travel around, you can visit your girlfriend, visit your boyfriend, right? So, and you can still work on the train or whatever, you're not bound. I think this is here to stay. I think everything will be remote first. But I do see a lot of value in this in-person meetings. Like yesterday night, like we are at some point doing a token sale in the future. And like we were sitting down yesterday, the whole team here in our living room, and like for the first time really like discussing how we all personally feel about stuff, and how we want it to be, not from like money or something, just like what we think Gelato means for every one of us. And this kind of sometimes gets a bit left out when it comes to remote work. You have these meetings, they're scheduled half an hour, then done, right? There's no too much chit-chatting. And I think this chit-chatting also is very important to feel out everyone and how everyone's kind of like feeling. So that's like, I think remote first is the way to go, but because I think it's much more productive. I get so much more shit done when I'm alone working. I think most of the team feels the same way, but then you have to have these sort of get-togethers, or you should have a place where everyone that wants to meet can meet.
Definitely.
And yeah, I think it's a hybrid, which is probably the best.
Awesome. That's good to know. And like, we're coming out of this COVID, right? So I wanted to ask you that because I haven't met I haven't talked to anybody. Everybody that I've talked to has already been formed. Obviously, we make hires, past, but like you guys started out remote, hiring remote, and putting all that in place. So I think a lot of us are accustomed to it, and you kind of get used to it over a period of time. Tell us about your journey, right? We've had over 500 speakers come, and a wide range of leaders, of projects, of different roles from different teams. And everybody has a cool, or not a cool, but a unique story of how they got into blockchain and fell down the rabbit hole. What was your experience, and how did you land into the crypto space?
Yeah. So, well, I studied finance as my undergrad, and I was always into stocks, investing, monetary politics and stuff. Like I had some internships when I was younger, and I literally just like were trading during those internships, and I didn't do any work. and they didn't like me that much back then. I was a shitty intern. But I didn't go into like I knew about Bitcoin and stuff, but it didn't catch my attention that much. I don't know. But which caught my attention was 2016 when the first DAO launched. So the DAO back then, right, on Ethereum. And I just came out of my first couple of startups. I realized how shitty companies can be, how much politics there can be, and how many middlemen there are. And I thought this is just like a gigantic opportunity to reform organizations and how you can coordinate people. And I was super geeky into it. I created like this blog that wrote about it. I went on the rabbit hole, installed like a Mist browser locally. I had to run my local full node to kind of like interact with all the other stuff. So I went into the rabbit hole and was still studying and was living together with my best friend, Louis. He's now the co-founder of Gelato. And I kind of like took him on a journey and said, no, you will also now learn about crypto. And he had no choice. Like he lived with me. And then I was like, okay, I won't stop talking to you about it. And you would just do it as well. And then he joined in. And then we met this partner from a consultancy, a big consultancy in Berlin in a university lecture that he gave, and he wanted to do his own thing. He wanted to kind of like found a blockchain specific consultancy, one of the first ones in Berlin. And he knew that we are very much into like the tech and the details there. We basically just approached him after the lecture, and then we ended up working together with him and kind of like building up this company with them and leading like a lot of really interesting projects with like high profile companies in the German speaking areas, where we basically on private and permission networks build very sophisticated products. But as you know, that was kind of like the hype back then, but it didn't really catch on because permission blockchains suck. But it was interesting. You learned a lot. The tech was pretty similar, but just not public. But then we got bored. And so we started hacking on like public stuff, right? We started going to hackathons. I went to a bunch, won a couple of prizes there. And then, we got into touch with a project called Gnosis in Berlin. They are doing prediction markets and decentralized exchanges. And we were tasked to build an application for them that basically automates trade executions on one of their platforms. And this was pretty hard because you had to build up this whole back-end bot infrastructure from scratch that will kind of like monitor everything, and then when certain conditions are met, execute transactions on this auction protocol. And when we were doing that, we realized this is a real pain to build, and it takes a lot of time. And what you end up with is this shitty centralized system that you run, and if it goes down, then your decentralized application goes down, and it's not that decentralized. So that's kind of like how Gelato was born, because Gelato, we realized, okay, there's this just very basic infrastructure piece missing that enables developers to automate certain transactions on Ethereum and easily without having to rebuild everything from scratch every single time. And this is basically what we kind of identified back then. And then we showed a couple of people our idea. Then we received some grants from projects like Metacartel or also Gnosis. We bootstrapped our way to like a working product, which we showed then, and we got our first couple of customers, and then suddenly investors started approaching us, and we were like, okay, then we realized, okay, we have so much stuff to do that two of us will never be able to handle it. So then we ended up raising a round, and then we hired people, and then we raised another round. We hired more people, and now we're raising another round.
Great.
Hiring more people. That's kind of like how it goes. And this is how we end up now here with like a team of 12 people. Got the initial traction with our product. Of course, still a long way ahead of us. But this is kind of like how you end up hacking on a project, and then you suddenly have a company with employees.
I like that journey, man. I like that story for a few reasons. One, you identified a problem. Two, you kind of stuck with it, right, and evolved and innovated, and try to streamline it for others. So let's talk into like Gelato Network. Appreciate you like giving us, prefacing like how you got into it. So what is Gelato Network for those that are just coming into the scene? Explain kind of what you guys are focused on.
Yeah. So an easy example of how to visualize the problem on hand is like and with banks, when your money is in your bank, right, you're used to just like go there and say, okay, every month I want to transfer $2,000 to my mother, for example, right? And then your bank will kind of like just transfer automatically the funds for you, right? But in like crypto, you are your bank. The money is in your wallet. So if you don't transfer this money to your mother every month, like no one will, because the only one who has the keys are you. Then of course you can give someone the keys, but then they own your funds, right? So that kind of defeats the purpose. So how do you do it? Smart contracts is basically the dumb answer to that. But what you would have to do is you would have to write a contract that basically says, hey, every month I can withdraw $100, $2,000 from your account and send to your mother. But if no one is there to actually send a transaction to that contract or basically execute a smart contract, nothing will happen, because even though some people think smart contracts are like autonomous, they are not really. They have to be executed. They have to be called up basically by someone who says, hey, I want to execute a logic. And this someone is either yourself or it's a bot. And basically what all the projects that have certain smart contract functions or certain logics that have to kind of like repeatedly or recurringly or conditionally occur at certain times, like sending money every month or updating prices or executing trades or refinancing loans, all these things are automated by bots. And what these projects had to do until now was they all had to build up their own. They'd have to build, maintain, and run their own bot infrastructure from scratch, which took them like weeks. And then what they ended up with, as I explained at the beginning, they were kind of like the only ones running it, and their app is super centralized. And then if they want to decentralize it, they have to convince a lot of people to run them, and they have to give them a lot of money for them actually to be incentivized to run them, because why would they run it if they're not really financially incentivized to do it, right? So basically what Gelato is a decentralized network of bots that anyone can just task to automate any smart contracts on Ethereum. And in practice, a lot of teams in DeFi use us to automate certain aspects of the application on Ethereum or on other networks like Polygon, for example. Examples of that include, for example, InstaDepp. InstaDepp use us for like a variety of use cases, for example, to automatically refinance maker debt positions to Aave before they get liquidated. Then they use us to automate liquidity provision management on Uniswap v3. Then they use us to actually bridge funds from mainnet to Polygon and kind of like only do one transaction on mainnet and then have all the other transactions on Polygon automatically executed by Gelato. And then there are projects like KeeperDAO, which offer like also debt management. And what they use Gelato for is they automatically manage the debt position. When prices go up, you go more leverage. When prices go down, you kind of pay back the debt. And then there are like easy examples, like a project uses us to automate salary payments every month. So they sell like every month, they transfer like 20 salaries to their employees. And normally you would have to do like multi-signatures. All the management team has to come in, and it takes like an hour. It's a pain. And you can just set it once and it automatically transfers. So these sort of things, basically development teams are using us, and they save a lot of time because they don't have to deal with the infrastructure. They don't get calls at 3 a.m. when the stuff breaks and they have to fix it. So they basically outsource the DevOps of the application.
And how easy is it to integrate this, right? If projects are watching this interview and they're like, wow, this kind of, we kind of need this integration, this kind of support. What does it entail for them to, tap into Gelato and plug it in?
Yeah, it's depends on the use case. Obviously, there are like easier use cases, more difficult use cases. In smart contracts, devil is always in the detail. But most of the use case, 90% of them can be super easily integrated. We have this one contract, which you basically can just call, and you can create a task. And a task consists just of an address of a contract you want to get called, and then a payload, some data you want to use to call that smart contract. For example, send 2,000 DAI every month, and then the contract and the function where you want to call it. And you basically put this into this contract, and then Gelato bots will pick it up, and they will just always, if they can execute it, they will execute it. So you have like a condition in your smart contract which says, okay, only every month, and then every time they can execute it, they will execute it. And how they will get paid is, let's say the transaction costs you $10, then like the $10 is the transaction fee on Ethereum. What you have to pay the Gelato bots is basically, for example, $11. So kind of like a 10% margin on top of the costs. And this one goes basically as a profit to the network.
Yeah, no, great. and your this solution is for Ethereum. And you said Polygon, which is kind of a layer 2 off of Ethereum. Is this kind of EVM compatible? Is this compatible or interoperable with other chains in general?
So at the moment, Gelato is the system is built to support all EVM-based chains. We are basically, first of all, deploying them on those. But it is its own kind of like separate network. So it is compatible. It is theoretically compatible with all networks, and we already got some people in the Cosmos or Polkadot ecosystem and kind of like ask us, hey, can we get it there? And we already got like clones that just also like they call themselves something with ice cream and go to like Polkadot and do Gelato. So this is just how this market goes. It can work everywhere, but of course it needs a bit of tweaking to make it work for something like Solana, for example. So at the moment we are focused on the EVM based chains.
And just from like a fundamental like a view, how do you see Gelato and these money Legos? Like, is this kind of the innovation of crypto and blockchain for anybody to pick and choose and composability around different protocols, different technologies to come up with something new, right? So how do you does that excite you in terms of like what you can do in this space?
Yeah, so how you can kind of like think of Gelato as we are middleware, we are in the infrastructure stack, or how you want to call it. And like I always see it as like you have Ethereum and smart contracts in here, and they kind of make sure certain logic and certain state is persistent. Then you have the graph, which makes it easy to kind of like query all that information and the data that is stored in Ethereum, make it accessible to your users. And then there's, for example, Gelato, which is there to just automate. It's not like the graph reads from the blockchain, and Gelato basically writes to the blockchain. So we are basically executing transactions on behalf of users. And together with like these three components, and you can take even more, you basically enable developers to build what I call serverless applications. So applications without having to run any server yourself. You just put out a React app, host it somewhere, and like all the pieces are there running. You don't have to maintain or build or anything. You can just go crazy and focus on the best UX possible. And what Gelato just does, it makes it so much easier to build complex financial services that require these sort of automation behaviors, like auction protocols or subscription payments, or all of these use cases. You basically save a lot of time, and building an application with Gelato just makes it so much easier for you to do, because you can just skip this whole unnecessary DevOps part that you would otherwise have to do and have to spend like weeks on. And so it just opens up it makes developers just iterate much faster on their products.
And I kind of have this question a little further down, but you're kind of leading me into it. Like, in terms of developers and bringing in talent, right? Web 2.0, native Web 3.0 devs. How do you, and you guys are contributing to streamlining like the process for developers to just focus on, innovating. Where are we? Like, or what are your thoughts in terms of, we're at in the space of, impacting or encouraging more developers to come into this space? Like, are we in a, like you said, you're building infrastructure. You guys were building something from scratch every time. And so it's kind of snowballing, right? So hopefully as time passes, for developers, whether you're 2.0 dev or 3.0 dev or looking to for a new challenge or something to build, are we making it easier for talent to come into the space?
100%. Like, I don't know, like when I was first starting to build like with Solidity and Ethereum back then, it was a nightmare.
Yeah,
Solidity itself. We actually Louis, my co-founder, he found some bugs in Solidity. So the Solidity wasn't perfect, right? There was a lot of weird things happening, and now this is easier. Error messages is easier. Tooling like Hardhead, so much easier. Like building these applications is 10 times easier than it was 3 years ago. and like the time to market for building new applications is also probably a quarter of what it used to be like 2 years ago. So I think if you just look at hackathon submissions or like see how many forks and copies of projects there are on other chains, you see how easy it is for them to just like take it, deploy it there, and be done with it, right? So from a technical perspective, it's much, much easier. Like the hard parts these days for most projects is like the business development, I would say. Like, hey, how can you compete against all these like people that just clone and copy and then have a lot of money, because money is also cheap, right? So this is more the question these days. The technical stuff it seems like it gets easier and easier,
which impacts the UI UX. So like, how do you see UI UX? It seems like you guys are focused on a little bit, and not only that, like in general in the DeFi space, right? It can be cumbersome, and we all are aware of it, and we're working towards that. So how do you see kind of the UI UX, evolving, getting better? Do you see it getting better? Is it going to take some time?
Yeah, it's actually at the moment getting worse because of these bridges and these other networks, right? And then suddenly you have to switch networks, and you send money to this bridge, and the money's gone, or the bridge takes ages. So at the moment, like we are like the applications are a bit fractionalized on all these different networks. So this actually makes it worse, I would say. But like most of the complexities around Ethereum and stuff was from the fact, for me at least, that it's expensive, and like block times are long, and confirmations like take ages. And if you go to these faster chains, it's super easy, right? Like you press a button, you wait 2 seconds, and then it's done, right? It's like 10x better than it was before. But of course, you have to transition to this network. But I think now people are going in, and they are like native to these layer 2s, and this is such a game changer. And what we are basically doing to make the UX better is we help transitioning this movement of funds between these protocols. So a good example is you can, for example, without having to change any networks on your MetaMask. So you can say, hey, I want to move my funds from mainnet to Polygon. I want to do like a dollar cost averaging strategy there, where I every 10 minutes sell like $100,000 worth of my Y token, but I want to execute like 10 trades, which would cost me, I don't know, $200 on mainnet. And here it just cost me $1. And then I want to send the funds back to mainnet and have it in my wallet again. And you just have to send one transaction, and Gelado basically just does the execution on the other network. This is kind of like the cross-chain automation we are getting in now. And so I think that's just, you will probably will end up like you never actually leave your network, or you don't feel like you your network. You're just on mainnet, but like on the back end, some transaction happen like on Matic or whatever, and it's all abstracted from you.
This cross-chain automation, is that what you've always been focusing, or is that like a new feature or a new like kind of subset of like the overall development?
So this was always on the roadmap. So we kind of like anticipated always that there's this multi-chain universe, and some networks prioritizing this over that, and some users there and here. And there was always this question, okay, how can we move money between them? And there are already applications that specialize on providing liquidity across these networks, right? And like, what do I expect them to do? Like run bots on each of these networks and like here and there and monitor this and then cross, like this shit is complex. And so basically what we want to do is we just provide them with like one middleware across all these networks, and you can just like go across them and ask Gelado to do it. And of course it's getting more important every kind of like day. And we focused until February this year more on like one network, layer 2, layer 1. But since then we realized, since the kind of like Polygon picked up especially, we realized, okay, we have to already now invest resources in making it cross network. And already one use case with InstaLab live, and I think already other projects came to us and say, hey, can we execute these transactions across multiple networks? Are you the guys I can do it with? And yeah, so we are working on this.
How do you see, I was reading something and it was kind of interesting. You know, there's a layer 2 supporters, layer 1s, right, that are focused on layer 1s like your Solanas. How do layer 2s provide an added benefit? Is that a solution to some of the scalability? It definitely supports it. But in the long run, like, is it just going to be a bunch of layer 2s, linking up to layer 1s? Are layer 1s going to need to step their game up or compete, right? In terms of like Solana, they're focusing on more of like, not hardware, but like compute, right, globally to like do these transactions. So yeah, what's your thought on like layer 1 versus layer 2? Like, is that kind of needed to kind of scale the technology more?
Yeah, I often I try to always look at through the lens of users and how they kind of like see it, or how they want to experience this, and what do they want, right? They want, what is awesome about blockchains is the composability. Like you can do everything on one network, right? The world computer. We know it kind of like didn't work with Ethereum, but it worked, but it was expensive. This is amazing, right? I think so. So what I think is, so this would be the best, having like one layer 1 that can facilitate everything, right? And you can have your gaming.
Is that possible?
I'm a strong believer, and I always think everything is possible. It's just a matter of when it's possible. Totally. And I don't think it will be possible at the right time, and it will probably will be possible at some point in the future when other things already got adopted. So I'm a strong believer in not the best tech wins, but the most widely adopted one wins. And what is ready right now today is like layer 1 Ethereum, and layer 2s coming up. They're ready, and they already support a lot of stuff. Like I personally, what I did spend my let's say the evening on is horse racing on Polygon. I sat there and I created a horse, and I did horse racing on Polygon. It was super cheap, right? And it's fun, and I gamed on Polygon, right? So this is already reality, and as long as you keep the friction between the different networks as short as possible, I do believe in this hypothesis of this kind of like, you have Manhattan, which is Ethereum, and then here are all the transactions on all the high value arbitrage opportunities. All the whales will compete, and transaction costs $100. And then you go to the suburbs, and here you got the gaming suburb, and here you got the whatever suburb, right? And the closer they are together, the more efficient and more composable they are, and the further they go away from another, the more latency you have when you want to transact between them. But like a gaming NFT maybe never needs to interact with MakerDAO, right? So they don't need to be close to each other. So I believe layer 1, layer 2 works. I think it's ready, and it will probably be adopted over something else.
And you mentioned in the beginning, like private chains were, not the place to be. Why was that? We're talking about some of these issues on public chains. I think obviously the innovation's there, and that's where it's going to live. But just wanted to get your thoughts. At one point it was all blockchain and enterprise, as you guys were involved in, and these hyper ledgers of the world, and just the option for enterprises to choose public or private. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, like, because you mentioned at the beginning, like, why was it? What are your thoughts on private chains?
Yeah. So what's the cool thing? Like, what's the real cool thing about public blockchains and smart contracts, right? The real cool thing for me is like having two guys like the InstaDepp founders. These are like, we work together quite close with them. They are like beginning 20s, manage like $1 billion protocol. And they built that stuff from probably like their apartment in India. And they didn't have to ask anyone's permission to access liquidity in Aave, Compound, Uniswap, whatever, right? They could just build a massive hedge fund, so to say, from scratch in their dorm. Now, this is a paradigm shift. That was never possible before. Yeah. Every bored college kid can build sophisticated financial products now. Yeah. And they are doing it every day. I see it. So this is for me the real innovation. And this is just not like, you don't have that in permission networks. It's permissioned. You can't just go there and do cool stuff. So they don't like, who want, like, the rate of innovation, rate of talent you attract to these networks is just super limited. It's just these companies, and these big companies, they are not known for like being super innovative. they might just be a bit more efficient here and there, a bit more transparent maybe, but that's not a 10x improvement in my opinion.
And you're totally right in terms of the innovation aspect. And not only that, like, we've been in the space for quite some time, but at one point, right, they were trying to integrate it, implement it in the enterprise front. That was the big push. But that wasn't where the innovation was going to come from. Like, we're plugging in some new technology into old legacy, like traditional stuff. Maybe it helps the transition from, legacy to hybrid and then to fully public or whatever it is. And that's just kind of on the enterprise side as a solution, as an architecture. And then remove that. Yeah. And it's just all public, like DeFi's taking off, NFTs, right? Like you said, the 10 times return. And so no, that's cool. And like, and one other thing you brought up, like users and adoption. And I've asked this in other interviews too, like how important is community, right? In terms of, one thing in blockchain is like the communication between protocol or project and like everybody that's following it. You're pretty much held accountable. It seems like you guys built something. And the reason why we got into the business too, on the accelerator front, was because of the whole raising off of white papers in early 2017 and like under delivering, not building anything, scams, frauds. But there's a lot of teams that like knew how to like leverage the tech, and we wanted to support them. And we knew how hard it was. And so we leveraged our engineering team to get them building and stuff like that. How important, and it seems like you guys are pretty active with community participation. You guys are writing blogs. Like, how important is that for your guys' like growth?
It's tremendously important. And it's a fun part, right? So it's not like we are building this company and it's like behind shut doors. Like everything we do is as public as it possibly can. Maybe like if we experiment with some code, we have it in like private repos first, but then we publicize it at some point.
For sure.
But yeah, like it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter what you build in crypto if you don't get the community around it and the users, and also to spread the word to other projects. Like it doesn't. There's no benefit. So it's kind of like the community is probably. I think the community is more important than the product by far, and you have to build communities here. Like that's what got me excited with DAOs and stuff. You can like let communities govern protocols, and this is also what like Gelato should be. Like Gelato should be this infrastructure that is not owned by us, our company, or whoever. It should slowly at some point be diffused into the community and the users, and be like this protocol that incentivizes new users to come in. And then it's kind of like a snowball effect. Every like new users, new developers using it, and the new ones get some tokens, they get some ownership, and this just goes on forever and ever. And you have this protocol managed by those that use it the most, and they make the decisions around it and what should happen to it. And if they're not fine with it, then maybe you can fork it and implement your own thing, right? So this is the beauty. We are not here to compete and make the most valuable company. We are here to just create the best community around our vision and the problem we want to solve, and get passionate people on board. And I think the community just gives you so much benefits in terms of traction. They just talk to other people, and then suddenly you get this huge spike in users, and they go to other projects and just be your ambassador. So I think it's amazing.
And I asked that because you brought that up. Even the DAO, which you started talking about right now, what are some of the risks? Like, do you think DAOs can really be scaled? For those watching, it's the governance mechanism it's what makes it decentralized. There's a bunch of stakeholders, a bunch of various stakeholders within the protocol itself, which is not just token holders. It's the developers, it's the the validators, the nodes, everybody that's involved. So are DAOs scalable in terms of, we're moving like smaller communities within these projects, but our long-term vision is really global, right? This global computer, these projects, touching various aspects of other, projects that integrate them and implement them. What are some of the risks? Do you think there's some risks there? Like, can we get everybody voting? Like, is it going to get centralized in terms of like delegating votes? Kind of like how we have our voting system here in the States or in other countries.
Yeah. So I think it's a myth that people will just vote on everything, right? So if you see the voting turnout in all these DAOs, like just basically the core developers vote, maybe here and there another guy, an investor, and that's it, right? So, but that's fine. And like in companies also, these decisions, like people go to one meeting a year and they just vote on a new management board maybe, and then that's it, right? So you don't need that constant participation in every small detail. What's much more important is to kind of like a elective system where you have these delegates that you just say, hey, this guy, I like what he's talking about, I like his ideas, he probably knows what's best, I delegate my vote to him, and then he does the decisions. And if I somehow find out he did something that I don't like, then I remove my delegated votes from him and I give it to someone else, right? And I think this person might be the better off making decisions or influencing decisions. So I think it will be like that. You have some electives, they get elected, and they will vote and they will make the decisions. And the community is just there if like decisions are being made that are wrong, and the most people feel like they are wrong, and these ones get attention, and then there's a lot at stake, and then the community comes together, makes a decision. But they should have the power to come in. It's not, that's the difference, right? Now they can actually come in and make the decision, but they don't have to, right? If everything works fine, they can just chill and sit down. So I think that's kind of scalable, and it doesn't have to be other, like attention is much, like it's far too scarce in just to expect people to vote. They have so much other stuff to do. Like they will rather spend their time on Twitter.
No, cool. Thanks for touching on that. And how, now you guys you don't have a token yet, right?
Yep.
And how do you envision your guys' like governance working, or what's the token going to be used for? Is that public, or can we talk about that?
Yeah. We have a white paper out. So yeah, we've been working on Gelato for 2 years, no token. I get a lot of when tokens in our community chat on Telegram. And the vision always with Gelato was to have the community and the users and developers that use it be the owners of the system. And in order to do that, we have to diffuse the kind of like power that we still keep as a core development team right now into this community. And we will do so via the gel token that will be released. And first and foremost, it will firstly be a governance token. So basically important decisions are being made by all participants together. And what will happen practically is probably like we will make a lot of decisions at the beginning, which is fine because trust me, I'm very long-term incentivized to see Gelato succeed. And I will only vote on stuff that actually makes sense and helps Gelato. But everyone can just come in and vote against it if they want to, right? And then the second functionality is staking. Like at the moment, these bots are basically, they have social reputation at stake. So we know them, we work together with selected parties. And basically if they would misbehave, we would kick them, but they don't because they are like professionals, right? But soon we will open the system up more. So, and we will have the DAO take over this whitelisting process of who can run a bot. And then these bots will also be held accountable by, they will have stake in the system. They have to basically have gel token, they will have to stake it. And then if they misbehave or censor people or try to front run or back run transactions, which is completely common at the moment from bots, right? Then they can be held accountable for doing so. So it kind of like tries to change the incentive of bots that want to extract as much value as possible from users to a system where they want to kind of like retain all that value at users, and they can be held accountable if they're not. And this is kind of like what we try to achieve with that. And we have a much more other, like a lot of other things in plan in the future, but this is basically the first two functionalities. And yeah, we'll do a public token sale at some point the next month, and yeah, we'll announce it pretty soon. But yeah, it's been quite a long while to figure everything out, and we wanted to get first adoption first, prove our point, and now we can leverage this to get a closer community contribution into Gelato.
Where you're at now, you probably raised about 500 million in 2017. in like 2 minutes, right? People were raising off of nothing. and it's just it's crazy. And when we talk about projects now, of having revenue or having users, having an MVP, a functional product, right? Like it's all matured.
Yeah, and like the problem is that just a lot of money in the space, and probably there's still a lot of projects that can still raise out of a website, and they do, and investors just also like it's a process. They need to be educated. Like you shouldn't just give your money to some random person. You need to we do monthly videos of where we talk about gelato, where we talk about the challenges, the advantages, and like the improvements. And if you with us, you only have to go to YouTube, check out the last 4 videos, and you already get a sense of what's happening, right? And you get like a whole team with faces that are out there trying to work, right? So if you see something like that, is already maybe a good indicator that something good. And if they are like anonymous people that just vanish the next day, maybe it could also be very lucrative, but maybe also not, right?
Yeah, no, I think the times have changed. Do your own research, check out the team, and check out the community, right? The activity. If they're producing content, you get some more insight than you would have in the past. A couple other things I want to talk about, and I think you've touched on in the beginning, but you were talking about kind of the bots and the automation. Talk about like you guys had a busy July in terms of partnering. So the Graph, Spirit Swap, Keeper DAO, Aave, like Spooky Swap. What at a high level, like outside of just the transferring of money, like you mentioned, the automation of like monthly transfers to somebody else, you guys are also like the use cases, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Like partnering with Aave, helping users from liquidation and working with other dexes. Can you touch on just some of those things on some like limit orders and sell orders and stuff like that? It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, what most people probably still don't realize is that and this is our hypothesis, is that we believe that 99, first of all, every smart contract, every system that can be turned into a smart contract will be turned into a smart contract at some point, and 99% of these transactions won't be like user initiated transactions.
Yeah.
They will be like automated processes happening in the background. And so most of those transactions that happen on these networks will be automated and not kind of like manually executed. And examples of that are like most use cases have these, and many people don't realize it because they're kind of like hidden in the back.
Yeah.
For example, with Aave, it's what we are building there is normally you have your debt position and you take out a loan, right? And you have to provide some collateral, like a mortgage. And if the value of your collateral drops to a certain extent, then you get liquidated. Because you also have withdrew some debt beforehand, right? What we do for you, for example, is we can like periodically on Polygon monitor this like health factor of your loan on your debt. And then every time like the price drops, then we slowly try to repay it in order to kind of like reduce your risk and avoid being liquidated and give you more of a buffer to achieve that. A similar thing we're doing with Keeper DAO on mainnet. With the difference there, it's more like a leverage position. So we decrease the risk as prices go down, and then we increase the risk when prices go up. So we kind of like, it's like an auto-managed debt position. And with like Spooky Swap or Spirit Swap or also Quick Swap, what we did there is basically provide a limit order functionalities on top of existing AMMs. So normal AMMs are just like, hey, I want this token out now. But if you want to get X amount of tokens out in the future, you need something like Gelato again, right? Where you have a bot that waits for the condition and then executes it. And that's basically what we built, and they can easily plug it in there. So
and who executes this? So like on the user side, when I go to any one of these platforms, is it a feature of the platform?
Yeah. So like if you go to Spooky Swap or Spirit Swap, for example, there's a field called Swap, and then there's a field called Limit Orders. You click on Limit Orders, you will see a nice powered by Gelato at the bottom. And this is basically on the UI a system that in the background levers Gelato bots to execute certain transactions at certain points in the future.
Can you not elaborate, but can you discuss like What were people using before gelato? Like you'd go to bed and like be screwed? Is that what would happen overnight?
Yeah. So like liquidations, for example, right? So you have to set, basically what you have to do is you have to set alerts. You get these alerts,
and then you go in,
and then you go. Then you like there's this Twitter. There was an amazing Twitter thread from a guy who was at dinner with his girlfriend in New York, I think. And then you got like a message, and then like I think Maker oracles always take like 1 hour or so to update, and you have basically in 1 hour time window before your funds get like before your position gets liquidated. And so he had to basically jump off his dinner with his girlfriend, drive home to his laptop, enter the password, and then save his position. Yeah, that's basically what people did. Or they had development teams that spent like months building these custom bots themselves and then providing them. But like most development teams don't like, what's the scarcest resource in Web3 or like in software development? Software developers, right?
Developers, yeah.
So like if it takes you 3 months in order to build that feature, you probably won't prioritize it only if it's like super, super essential, or you could just hook it up in like a couple of hours using Gelato, right? So basically what Gelato is, it saves time for developers at the end of the day.
So coming from finance, and we'll wrap this up in a few minutes, but so what excites you in DeFi? We're talking about DEXs, we're talking about payments, right? We're talking about exchanges, the peer-to-peer aspect of DeFi, just kind of, and I guess you did touch on it earlier, like the accessibility and like democratizing financial instruments. I'm assuming like what are you following in the space now that we're kind of, teams have been working on these solutions for quite some time. DeFi boomed last summer. We're kind of a year in, right? Things have settled. Things are the pace of innovation is still picking up. What are you following, and like what excites you in the space?
I think one thing that is extremely powerful and still a bit overlooked is like what is still the most widely used application on Ethereum? It's tokens, right? So tokens are cool. Everyone can do a token for everything and create a community around that, incentivize it, blah, 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 blah. That's still the coolest use case. And the problem with a token, though, is liquidity. Your token doesn't have liquidity and it will dump hard.
Yeah.
How did you solve it at the beginning? Like we are going through this whole like token thing right now. It's not that it's quite hard. It's not that fun. And basically what you have to pay like market makers on some shady exchanges to give them a lot of money, and they trade your tokens back and forth and provide liquidity like it is in the medieval ages, it feels like. And then like Uniswap v3 came along now, right? So Uniswap v3 enables you to provide like super highly concentrated deep liquidity for your token pair. But the problem is it moves around all the time and people have to manually set them. It's super complicated, right? So there's a system called, and disclaimer, we built it, but it's still very amazing. It's basically called Guni, and Guni is a Gelato Uniswap wrapper around like these specific Uniswap v3 liquidity provision, liquidity management positions. And basically what it allows dev teams that just launched a token to do is they can just say, hey, we launched this pool. This pool, everyone can enter, and it has a predefined range for which it provides liquidity. And then it kind of like automatically shifts and moves around the current price and can be basically reset to follow the price and always provide deep liquidity around the market. You can incentivize that with liquidity money incentives on top. And basically what this means is you control the liquidity of your token. You can get like millions of dollars worth in there. And an example, for example, InstaDepp recently launched their INS token, and they basically leveraged our system where they already over $10 million in these contracts.
Wow.
And basically what they do is they said, okay, we want to incentivize the liquidity from this price to this price. Let's say from $10 to $20, we want to provide liquidity, right? And you saw this order book, and let's say the price was here, but you saw the order book, which is like, bam. It just fed buy and sell wall right here, and they can control it. And they did one transaction with Gelato, and like the whole thing moved. So they moved like $10 million worth of liquidity in one transaction from one side to the next. And this power of like providing concentrated liquidity and having it automatically follow the price basically eliminates market makers. And of course, you still need it for centralized liquidity, but my hypothesis is everything will be decentralized anyways. So yeah, this is amazing for project teams because they don't have to pay weird, sketchy companies to do it for them. Of course, there are also very good ones, but I heard stories. Yeah. I heard really weird stories.
Yeah, I know. They're crazy. So wait, who manages that position? Or is it like a Gelato or the G-Uni type thing? Like, so the project, their tokens, they're pretty much managing the flow of liquidity there, leveraging the tools that are available?
Yeah, so basically it's like a framework where you can become a manager of this pool and you can basically say, that's all required, provide liquidity in this range. And then Gelato automatically compounds the fees that this pool earns. And also you can charge a small manager fee that get automatically sent to your treasury address when you want. And what you can also do if you want to go crazy is you can say, okay, I want to follow this liquidity provision pool should follow a certain strategy, which is it should follow the 5-hour time-weighted average price of this particular pair. And then you can just define it, and then you can just say, hey, Gelato, please, every time this changes, rebalance my pool automatically. So you can also automatically rebalance the whole position around the current price based on arbitrary strategies that you define. So it's kind of like a framework to create cool strategies for Uniswap V3.
And how was the feedback?
It's pretty good. So like Uniswap V3 is complex, but yeah, like as I said, Instadep used it to launch their system. We are now already in talks with 2 other projects that will use us to bootstrap their token launch. So the initial usage is kind of like, hey, I want to bootstrap liquidity for my token and I want to control how. Hey, I use G-Uni for that. But also there's currently a proposal in the MakerDAO governance portal to add the USDC DAI G-Uni pool as collateral to replace USDC in MakerDAO. And this already passed the first stage. And so I'm quite excited about this. Yeah, so there the feedback was quite good, but there's still a long way to go. Like this thing is complex and there's a lot of nuances you have to follow, but we have a decent first implementation that got audited 2 times officially, 1 time unofficially, and we got a UI for that. It's hooked up on Zerion already, small alpha leak. We'll announce that pretty soon. Yeah, I think it's pretty good thus far. Of course, a long way ahead, and this is still like also experimentation, right? So this is just like one use case that shows that you can easily build that thing with Gelato, right, and have a lot of functionalities just be automated.
Totally, man. I think we've gone over an hour here. Now, yeah. a lot of good info. I'm gonna have a long description for this YouTube, but we'll go ahead and wrap it up. I mean, ideally, for those watching this interview, we've went over DAO structures, we went over automation, we went over the challenges currently in DeFi, the manual process, which ultimately affects the user experience and adoption. And not only that, it impacts the developer community to come in and innovate when we have all of these siloed and fractionalized like infrastructures. Gelato here is coming in here and handling business and providing a solution across from your most basic automatic transfer to these more financial conditions, for you to trade and be effective. And not only that, take matters in your own hands. So Hilmar, where can people learn more about Gelato and get updates?
Yeah, totally. So definitely go to our Twitter at Gelato Network. There you find all the links to our website, which is also gelato.network. There we have a Telegram chat. This is where most of the activity and the community engagement happen. But we also have Discord. We have a YouTube channel, Gelato Network, which you should check out, where we post like monthly or bi-weekly videos, kind of like varies, where we just talk about what's happened, what we did, what's the progress, what's the feedback, what's the issues. Sometimes we invite a couple of cool guests there. But yeah, there will be more content coming out. And so yeah, definitely subscribe to those.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you for taking time out of your day. I know you're with your team. Hopefully you get to enjoy them for a little bit longer. Oh, last thing. Yeah. ECC. Was that positive? Like, how was that experience? Are we back in the swing of things? Everybody's been secluded for over 15 months. And I went to the Bitcoin conference, which was crazy. You went to ECC. Like, what was the vibe there, the sentiment?
Yeah, for me, it was very, very positive. Like, people are looking for investment opportunities. People are looking to collaborate together. We sat down with amazing projects like Maker or other teams and brainstormed about ideas. Everyone is kind of like working together. New ideas were pitched. So it feels like we're in the renaissance of DeFi here. And Ethereum, or like Web3 in general, a lot of other networks were present as well. And the whole vibe was very friendly. And I think everyone was kind of like happy to meet in person, and it was great to see some faces. And yeah, we got like investors. We never saw them before. Like, and
yeah.
I met this guy, and he invested in Gelato, and we met the first time. I actually had my first investors meeting in person. Like, I think I never had like really serious ones in person. It was always video calls, so that was
for sure. Was it crowded, like hundreds, thousands? How big was the crowd there?
It was pretty, like, very hard to say how many people, because I also just went from one meeting to another, so I was always in just like some smaller rooms, but it was pretty crowded. So upper hundreds, lower thousands, something like that. I was assuming.
Nice. So it seems like pretty active, pretty engaging there.
Yeah, right.
Good, man. Well, again, Hilmar here, co-founder of Gelato Network. Thank you for chatting about, all the things that our audience wants to learn and understand, whether you're, just coming into the space, you're a novice, you're an expert investor, developer. I think this was kind of one of my favorite actually discussions in terms of talking about everything as a whole and how it affects each other. And not only that, like your views and insights into how to make it better, right? So perspective. So I appreciate that. And we hope to, if not have you back, somebody from your team. We do this every month, so we'd love to extend another invite and keep updated with Gelato.
Awesome. Yeah. Looking forward.
All right. Everybody, thank you for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. Hopefully you're enjoying the conference, and we'll see you again. Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Pal.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hey, how you doing? It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Fork. A fork creates alternate versions of the blockchain, and then the split blockchain runs simultaneously on different parts of the network. A hard fork renders prior invalid transactions valid, and vice versa. A soft fork renders previously valid transactions invalid, but not the inverse. And that's it. Now I got no more forks to give.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mouthbelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is our 10th edition anniversary. We've been doing these virtual conference events for the past year, really. And we want to thank all of our supporters, all of our sponsors out there, and all of our great guests who have come on and had great conversations. So, our main goals are to spread education in the space, have good, productive conversations, and really highlight the next generation of builders. It's been a very interesting year in the crypto and blockchain space, a lot of different stakeholders. I'm Roshan Marajkar. I'm one of your hosts for today, and I'm very excited to bring you a new guest here at Reimagine. So with me here today, I have Matthew Niemerg, who is the president at AlphaZero. So Matthew, welcome to the show. And just tell us a little bit about how you got into the space and how have the past few months been for you and your team.
Thanks, Roshan. Yeah, no, it's been quite a journey. So I've been in the space since late 2014. So the reason I originally got into this was at that time, everybody was saying that Bitcoin was this global remittance solution, right? And I was just getting ready to do, I had just finished up my PhD work out at Colorado State University, and was getting ready to do a couple of a postdoc overseas in Beijing at Tsinghua University. So, before all that, it was this joint position with out at UC Berkeley at the Simons Institute. So while I was at Berkeley, I was trying to figure out, well, there's all this talk about Bitcoin and it's a global remittance solution, as I said earlier. Well, I had to pay for my apartment and everything ahead of time. I wanted to kind of get some money into the Chinese renminbi prior to getting over there. And the problem was that there weren't really any banking services, where you could, because of the export, the currency export controls and all that. But my primary concern was just paying for my apartment on campus at the time, sort of ahead of time. So, I remembered getting the early cryptographic emails during grad school regarding Bitcoin, and had kind of followed it in sort of from the periphery for quite some time. But then, I was like, okay, well, if this is what the community is saying this can be used for as a global remittance, then maybe I should try to use it. So I, started buying Bitcoin, contacted a couple of exchanges in China, try to see if anybody could actually offer a remittance service, cut a check if I sent them Bitcoin, or bring the money down to the university and pay for my behalf. And lo and behold, while the community is sort of touting these properties of what the technology can do, nobody was actually offering that service. I mean, and this is primarily due to money transmission laws and other regulatory aspects that restrict actually businesses from performing these types of services. So this was initially my original reason and foray to get into crypto. And like I said, I'd been following it since the beginning, but just really never had taken the plunge. So whenever I started buying, I started looking into all the sort of the math and the academic side. So the consensus protocols, how the Nakamoto consensus worked, and sort of some of the digital signatures and the cryptography that was needed, and sort of these different paradigms, and sort of why these systems really operated. And it was really fascinating, right? I mean, you have this sort of amalgamation of a bunch of different topics within the academic world on the math side. So cryptography, game theory, distributed systems, all of this kind of melded together. And it was just fascinating. It was just really fun. And then after that, we started seeing this, sort of the 2017 ICO era. Did a lot, just following different projects and sort of seeing where the industry was going as far as different use cases and applications of the technology. And sort of at the end of that, just kind of was a little tired of a lot of the hype that went into that time span. A lot of projects would essentially just sort of pitch themselves as having a lot of substance whenever they really didn't. And there was a lack of education within the market itself to the general crypto community. And I thought that there was quite a bit of a disservice whenever it came to that. So then I came across some of the other co-founders at L0, sort of, got together and was saying, hey, we can really do this a lot better than what is currently being done. And sort of, that was how we initially started. So one of the guiding principles that we have is we really wanted to focus on the core fundamentals. And by this, we really focus primarily on consensus protocols and having proper peer review and an understanding of the security models that go into these distributed systems. So the idea here was, instead of just throwing together white paper and slapping it together and then pushing it out there and then trying to raise capital, the idea is more about how can we make sure we have a solid understanding of the underlying security models, and then from there innovate on top of what's already been done, and then from there go ahead and implement. And this is before really doing a lot of raising for any money. And so the idea here is that if we can actually build products prior, and bring these to the market prior to releasing the whatever it is that we've been developing to the community, it just looks a lot better, right? You actually have a little bit more, you have less hype that goes with it. You have more product and substance. So this was, sort of our initial goal was, how can we, be more middle of the road, offer better products and services, and just essentially do, whatever it is that the space was doing in 2017, do it, as in the way that we saw that was a little bit more, I don't know, egalitarian, so to speak, right?
Yeah, and talking a little bit about, it's very interesting that you come from kind of an academic background and you've actually looked at a lot of these security models out there. So what can you tell us about it in your view? Like, what are some of the dangers or things that are overlooked right now in terms of security? Like, I know one of them is MEV attacks on something like Ethereum or other chains. So and I want to go a little bit more into what LF0 is actually building as well. But for the security side, like, is there a difference between what you would recommend for a retail user versus like an enterprise companies?
Right. So there's a lot to unpack in that. Whenever you want to think about these distributed systems, this is essentially this has been stuff that we've been working on in for the past 4 decades, at least within the academic community. So how do you this all boils down to the problem of consensus and the Byzantine generals problem. The primary difference that you have in the Bitcoin and the Ethereum and sort of these public permissionless platforms is that you move away from a model where you have known entities that are performing the validation process that are running a consensus protocol. And instead you have some type of civil resistant mechanism to elect a particular authority or a group of people that will be participating in some consensus mechanism. And this is sort of where you sort of depart from the classical and the more traditional methods that have been deployed for the last really if you think about it for the last 2 decades whenever we're talking about distributed databases. So with that, the underlying security model for just normal consensus is pretty straightforward. At least in the permission setting, you need to prove essentially 2 different properties, namely liveness and safety. So liveness is this concept of being able to guarantee that you're going to eventually make a decision regarding whether or not a bit that's being communicated across this distributed network is a 0 or a 1. And then safety is a guarantee saying that all participants are going to choose the same value as long as they're being honest. And then all of this sort of operates under the assumption that you have more than 2/3 being honest actors. Now, this is the case for a classical and more traditional Byzantine fault tolerant algorithm. And this is deployed pretty much like in your basic databases that have been around, like MySQL, NoSQL. You can use BadgerDB, FaunaDB, RocksDB. All of these are databases that have been that have for most part some type of default consensus algorithm made available so that you can have a distributed system. So now how does this diverge into this new paradigm? Well, instead of having a fixed authority set that is running this consensus protocol, now you're having people who may be elected by proof of stake, by proof of work. And in the Bitcoin sense, you have a single authority, whoever wins the puzzle hash for the proof of work binding scheme is the only person who has the authority of adding a block for a particular, for that next, onto the blockchain. Whereas in sort of this, the next generation in these hybrid models, what has been going on is that you elect a committee of people who will, for a short period of time, operate a permissioned and classical, consensus protocol. And this is probably where you kind of have a little bit of a difference between the Nakamoto consensus and things like Tezos or Cosmos or Aleph and sort of what all these other protocols are doing and how they're operating nowadays. So the way to think about this is that understanding of the security is pretty well, we kind of just, it's given to us, right? Like this has been going on for decades. We don't really have to dive terribly deep into the subtle nuances. The biggest difference that you have to be wary about is how do things change whenever you move from a permission model to a permissionless model. And that's I don't want to necessarily go terribly deep into the formalism on that front, but that's where you would have to focus to make sure that things are more secure. Now, as far as the miner extraction value problem that we're seeing within DeFi, the issue here is more about, you have these validators, you have miners, right? So essentially anybody who is able to place transactions onto the blockchain, they have that ability of front running or putting in their own transactions prior to somebody else. So you're a regular user, you're submitting your transaction for a trade to the distributed network, and now the question becomes, well, if you have this other group of people who are the miners or the validators, they're the ones who are receiving all the messages. And they have now that ability of creating their own message for a trade that front runs somebody else, or maybe does a sandwich attack, or there's a whole slew of potential scenarios that come down to this. So the way that you can approach how to solve this is something more along the lines of using some type of encryption whenever it comes to the actual transaction itself. And you have some type of use multi-party computation essentially to sort of distribute different shares of secrets. And these secrets are given to a bunch of different, some different set of essentially validators, different validators than the ones who are running the normal consensus. And you want to automate a process that sort of makes it so that they commit some information on chain, and then that information is included at the same time that you have a normal transaction for say a swap against say a liquidity pool like in say Uniswap. But then so they include this sort of extra information where they do some type of commitment scheme. And then after say K blocks, K is some parameter, it could be 5, 10, whatever it is, this information is automatically revealed. So you do this commitment scheme, and then you do a reveal after you did the commitment. So then the idea is that people can verify that the revelation that's being made regarding the underlying data corresponds to the commitment. And now at this point, you can go ahead and do the execution of the underlying transaction that did, either the swap on this liquidity pool. So this is one way of thinking about how you can approach solving this miner extraction value problem, where you have some of these transactions end up becoming encrypted, but then become decrypted and executed after a point. So you kind of are decoupling consensus from the actual execution of the state transitions themselves. So that's that's our approach to solving this miner extraction value problem.
Yeah, I think that's a great point because with something like Ethereum, definitely it's different, right? Like exactly what you said, they can see the transactions, but they're also the ones kind of who you're relying on for the consensus. There might be a mismatch of values or incentives, or I would say like there is an incentive to front run. I mean, it's a competition. In a sense.
So I mean, but so what is it? It's more like it's information asymmetry, right? So you have some people who are providing information to these validators, and now from here they have the ability of using that information to create or be essentially mimic the transactions and to create some type of arbitrage. And so the idea here is that not everybody is a validator, right? Not everybody is a miner. Not everybody has that ability of being elected to approve the set of transactions that you want to, include in the new block.
And what do you think? Sorry, I had a question before we get too deep here. Like, what do you think about the applications of DeFi with enterprises? I know you have some interesting thoughts on like using public blockchains, and what can you tell us? Like, what are the considerations for enterprises to use DeFi with some of the themes that we are talking about here, like control and just open information that may not be well suited for them?
So I think that the biggest question ends up becoming is more regulatory, right? And this is all dependent on jurisdiction. Whenever it comes to institutions interacting with DeFi, a lot of it is just lack of knowledge and education as to how to do so. Maybe they have different risk tolerances, and so they don't want to directly interact with themselves, even if they may have the complete legal ability to do so. So for whatever reason, being a little bit more on the conservative side whenever it comes to custodying and managing other people's assets and so on and so forth, they're just operating under a different business model. So what you would have is these other companies that will come in and who are taking on some of that, that they have that information as to how to directly interact with these different DeFi protocols. And they kind of provide this sort of time arbitrage solution for, providing services to institutions where they have, maybe all the appropriate licenses and they're working with the regulators and they're sort of creating this type of, institutional trust so that now they, these other corporates can come in and go directly through them as opposed to going, through to the actual DeFi protocols directly. I mean, there's other things like, whenever you look at all the different rug pulls and attacks that have happened in the last year, I mean, it's an insane industry, right? So if these institutions don't necessarily have like dedicated, game theoretical, mathematicians who are, monitoring and saying, well, this is how we can avoid this type of minor extraction value problem, or this is how we can not have a, a rug pull scenario, or we don't have code auditors, and they just don't necessarily have the human resources as far as being able to audit code or to, really understand a lot of this, the underlying decentralized natures of these protocols, then they can offload that to some other company that's basically doing that work for them on their behalf. And it's this is how I think a lot of it is moving. The question ends up becoming, I mean, in a lot of ways, you have this KYC versus non-KYC sort of a question that we're seeing now within these different liquidity pools or money market accounts and so on and so forth. So, I think it's also dependent on the jurisdiction. You might have some jurisdictions where corporates are allowed to interact with non-KYC accounts, and then you might have jurisdictions where it's really frowned upon or it's not allowed. And I think it's early days. We don't really know in a lot of sense, but I think that you'll see sort of a segmentation of product offerings, whether or not you have fully KYC liquidity pools versus some liquidity pools that are not necessarily KYC'd. And, you're going to get people who are legally able to, operate in both worlds, right? And be able to bridge that gap. So there's going to always be some type of arbitrage, whether or not you think of it as jurisdictional arbitrage or time arbitrage before education kind of spreads through to most of these institutions. And I think that's how you're going to see either the current incumbent players come about and sort of offer these types of products and services, or you're going to see new companies come out that are able to bridge that gap.
Yeah, actually, that's what I was going to sort of ask you about next. Like, I know you all are focused kind of specifically on the privacy element for enterprises as well. So, is there anything interesting that's happened just during this COVID timeframe? Because a lot of like supply chains around the world have failed. A lot of the applications and our money itself, you can argue like a lot of these things are failing or they're getting put through the stress test now. So, for the enterprise side, like, how do you sort of view it? Do you view it as the traditional finance or traditional players might adopt your platform and the technology you're building? Or do you think it could be like new startups building, let's say, enterprise products that could use something like LF0 to just totally destroy the incumbents or get an advantage and just never go back? Like, how do you sort of look at these things? And yeah, tell us about any interesting stories or events that have happened during this time, if you have any.
Sure. No, I think in answer to your question, I think it's going to be both. I think you'll see corporates that have, maybe more mandates from their CEOs or their, to go ahead and solve a particular problem, right? Where they say, look, we have an inventory management problem, we have a supply chain problem. We think that we can save some money if we go ahead and deploy on some type of blockchain solution. Go out and find the best solution out there, and I think that what's happening is, for the most part, you have longer sales cycles whenever it comes to corporates, right? So they take a long time to go ahead and choose a technology stack. They go ahead and do plenty of due diligence and so on and so forth. And the ones that are more innovative, or also who have a deeper understanding of how this can improve their bottom line and save them money, which is essentially what we're saying that is the premise of blockchain. At the end of the day, it's essentially a more efficient solution. So efficiency should, at the end, go ahead and equate to more savings. So the question now becomes, is the savings that you're going to, actually, have, going to exceed the cost of deploying on this new platform or on any new solution? I mean, to me, it seems rather obvious that in the long run, this is going to be the case, right? So it's not a question of if, it's more of a question of when. And then, at the same time, because you have more agility with the new startups and these smaller companies, they're able to identify niche products, niche solutions that they can come in and quickly develop as a, and basically being able to offer that to the larger enterprises, or have the buyout potential and acquisition potential for for their solutions. So I think there's a bit of a I think there's a bit of both that's happening, and it's just a question of what people want to do and so on.
Yeah, and I know another sort of stakeholder or another element in your ecosystem is developers, right? So what sort of tutorials, or how have you sort of been providing developer support in terms of, do you guys support different chains? Are you guys focused on a couple of chains? And what are some of the challenges or advice you could give to maybe traditional developers looking to get converted over?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're building using Substrate. So what we've done is taken essentially the existing Polkadot layer for Substrate for deploying blockchains there, and have added in our own consensus mechanism. So the Aleph BFT, the finality gadget. So we essentially replaced Grandpa with Aleph BFT, and then we essentially get to inherit the entire very modular technology stack that's been developed by Parity and supported by Web3. But now, as far as developers and what they should be sort of getting interested in, really we're starting to see a bigger shift to people deploying smart contracts using WebAssembly. There's a lot more interest with some of the more core sort of core development happening on Rust. But as a smart contract developer, I think just having an understanding of WebAssembly and virtual machines, and sort of understanding some of these other languages that will compile to WASM, and being able to deploy applications that way will help tremendously. And then as far as some of the other things that we're focusing on with privacy and what chains we're supporting, what we're building out with Liminal, which is is essentially a multi-chain privacy framework. How you want to think about it is that the privacy solution sort of happens all on chain, under the hood on Aleph itself, but we allow for, via bridges, these various privacy bridges, anybody else with a smart contract that's been deployed on Ethereum or on Cosmos or on any other chain that we have some type of bridge to, you can go ahead and offload the privacy sort of computations to be done on Aleph, and then things happen there internally, and then you get a result back. So the idea is to kind of offer a more modular product that allows for any developer with even an existing solution on any other chain, as long as we have a bridge, to go ahead and connect and use our solution. And we're actually, what we're doing is actually quite novel. So we're doing a two-pronged approach whenever it comes to privacy. One is using zero knowledge proofs, and these come with say ZK snarks or ZK starks and so on and so forth. And you can kind of think of this as being able to give you local privacy. So if you have a single computer that has a particular state or has the ability of modifying an account, right, then they can do some type of computations or the zero knowledge proof, where they can guarantee, via this proof, that there exists some type of approved state transitions to get to a new state. And the idea now is that you don't necessarily have to make the actual transactions that are being performed to get to the new state public. All you need to be able to do is show this proof. And this is sort of essentially how, in a lot of ways, this is what's used for batching transactions and sort of the the different types of scalability solutions that we're seeing come out of Ethereum with ZK rollups and so on. The other type of privacy solution is more about having a global state that's private. And this is where you have, we use our multi-party computation techniques. So what we're doing is this sort of two-pronged approach that combines zero-knowledge proofs with multi-party computation to give a more holistic framework to offer a wider range of potential privacy solutions. So that includes sort of anonymous transactions as well as anonymous and confidential computing.
Yeah, I think those are great features. And even for like the regular everyday person, we're trying to get more new people exposed to these technologies or these products. They might not essentially understand something like ZK snarks directly, but I think, one of the main things that people should get from this conversation as well is like a lot of these blockchain technologies, consensus protocols enable you to, again, prove that you are the owner of something, or prove or enable you to do a transaction without revealing all of your different public attributes like we do in the traditional world. So, one of my last questions, and I'll give you some time to also, shout out any websites that you want people to direct people to, or how people can contact you. But yeah, one of my last questions is kind of on competition, because you're kind of sitting in the middle of helping enterprises, and then we're also talking about the average user. So do you think we'll live in a world where people will still have the option to go to your traditional banks, or even with dealing with enterprises with traditional technology? Or do you think that if enterprises adopt blockchain technology or use something like LF0, that naturally the retail users just won't have any choice because they're just going to use the enterprise application? I'm talking B2C here, but yeah, that's my last question.
So I think that it's more going to be a multi-chain world, and then how you can think about it is more infrastructure as a service, right? So you have all these different blockchains that are out there, and what's going to happen is that the on the business side, on the enterprise side, they're just going to adopt a particular solution. And for the most part, a lot of these, all you really need is various standards. And these standards are more about data interoperability than they are about which technology stack that you're using. And then whenever it comes to whether or not retail is going to, actually adopt the same technology stack that the enterprise and corporates do, I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case, because what you're going to see is that you have this sort of multi-chain world, everybody's interconnected, and now retail is just going to use whatever platform and portal to access this sort of interconnected ecosystem that they feel the most comfortable with, right? So that's how I see it. It's more about a question of, where is their comfortability level whenever it comes to, which products that they're familiar with, that they want to support, that they're used to. But then what's going to happen is that on the back end, everybody's going to be communicating, and exchanging data and doing transactions, offloading transactions to a different chain, and so on and so forth. But the end user is just going to use whatever product that they like the best.
I think that's a great way to end things off. Pretty hopeful message, and I think I do agree with you. At the end, users will have most of the control, and I think that's what it's all about. The Web 3.0, users having control. Yeah, tell us how we can. How can people connect with you? How can they connect with your project and get involved?
Yeah, I know, absolutely. You can join us. You can follow us on Twitter. There is our website link is alif0.org. You can also join our Telegram or Discord communities and just sort of follow along.
Awesome. Matthew, thank you so much for being here today. I think we went into a variety of topics. I think it was very interesting speaking to you from an academic perspective and all the interesting things you guys are working on. So really looking forward to having you here again, maybe in a few months.
Wonderful. No, thanks for having me, Roshan.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm your host, Roshan Marashkar, and I'll let you all tune back into Reimagine 2021 version 10. We're bringing you many more interviews, many more workshops, and check out our full YouTube library as well for all of our 500 plus interviews. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, hey there, baby. It's me Elvis Presley. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Airdrop. An airdrop is a method of distributing cryptocurrency in which market participants do not need to exchange their existing assets for a new one, but rather receive it as if it were free money raining from the clouds. Recipients get their airdrops based on some prerequisite factors, such as holding a parallel cryptocurrency, baby. That sounds so good. I think I'm gonna name my next album Airdrop. Oh.
DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousespell. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you a very special edition of our virtual blockchain conference series. This is our 10th anniversary event. We've been bringing you content and community virtually almost every single month since May 2020, and we're just so grateful for all the following you've built and that you all are tuning in. I'm pleased to introduce our next guest, Lynn Dye, the co-founder of Tap Network, general partner at Chainlink Fund, and the CEO and co-founder of a new green NFT platform called One Of. Welcome, Lynn. How are you doing today?
Great. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. So super exciting what you're working on. You have a very interesting background in entertainment and are now working on a green NFT platform. Before we dive too much into One Of, as you know, we have a large university program. For any students who are tuning in, I really encourage you to head over to mousespell.university, sign up for some of our courses, check out our Reimagine 2020 YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button. We're providing education and inspiration for people to go out there and build this technology. Can you tell our viewers a little bit about your entertainment background and how you got into crypto, and for anyone else who has similar passions, how they might be able to do the same?
Yeah, so it's a funny story, and how I got into entertainment in the first place, and it started with kind of my university career. I was a tech nerd. I went to Carnegie Mellon University. So during college, I co-founded my first company out of my dorm, and we were building the first .com 1.0 type of web software. And one of the software we built was a kind of a reimagined digital magazine for teenagers. So like, back in the first .com days, the Reimagine magazine really is very close to what today we will call a social network, right? So we ended up launching that company, immediately attracted millions of teenagers from around the country. We actually eventually took that company public. It was crazy. All started from our dorm room at Carnegie Mellon. So that project really led us to a lot of the entertainment contacts. I mean, we were just college students, and but the content that the audience really want to hear about, back in the first .com, for a teenager, that would be Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Britney Spears. So we kind of went down that rabbit hole of getting to know a lot of the entertainment music companies. So at one point, I spent a little bit of time over at Viacom, MTV, and then eventually I got recruited by the company Alloy. So Alloy owned Gossip Girl, Vampire Diaries, Pretty Little Liars, all the teen kind of IP. So I was there really in charge of building a digital business for kind of what otherwise would have been a traditional media company, right? A very successful one. So we kind of leveraged a lot of these IPs into kind of digital property. We embrace some of the latest developments like YouTube multi-channel networks. So we start developing content as well as working with existing kind of content creators. So that was a very fun experience. And after that, I went over to the music company MS Communication owned a ton of different radio stations, but most notably Hot 97 in New York, and Power 106 in LA, which are kind of legacy, like the legendary hip hop radio stations, of the country. So the same thing, kind of really, helping traditional companies envision how they can get into the digital world. And we did a lot of live stream, did the first ever kind of concert live stream for Summer Jam, the biggest kind of hip hop festival at the time. Launched an app with Funkmaster Flex, which was like super fun. So so I think that eventually led me to kind of the conclusion that like, hey, like, I actually really missed the startup environment, right? So what I have built out of my dorm room, so kind of got back into the startup world, and eventually, on my journey met the VC Bill Tai. So Bill is a prolific investor and early VC in a lot of early blockchain projects. So this was about almost probably 6 years ago. I met Bill kite surfing. So Bill is a great kite surfer. So he was looking to host an kite surfing event in New York in the Hamptons. And then I basically raised my hand to help organize it. And then part of the topic was at that kind of get together was really like, hey, how do we apply blockchain technology to music? So some of the early use cases, was very innovative, but I thought was a little early, right? So timing for technology is really important. A lot of the early kind of vision around how blockchain can help the music entertainment industry is like better management, better transparency around payments to artists, right? Royalty distribution. So I thought that was a pretty ambitious idea, but the existing powers to be, the music record labels, the publishers are going to be very resistant to it, right? So we were always searching for, like, I would say, what is the idea that really is going to be additive to the music industry and not cannibalizing existing business models or revenue streams. So eventually I ended up, instead of building a direct project, I built Tap Network. So I co-founded Tap Network, and Tap is a project where we B2B white label and build white label software blockchain using blockchain technology for some of the biggest companies. So that includes Warner Music Group is one of our client, and Uber is one of our client. The browser company, the privacy browser company, Brave, is one of our clients. So we basically went in there and basically really learned what these companies need and how, kind of working from the inside, how blockchain technology can help improve processes and industries. So now, fast forward to 2.5 years ago, me and Bill were both at this event, the Ocean Gala. So the Ocean Gala raises funds for ocean conservation, which is a big passion point for both myself and Bill. And Bill came up to me and was like super excited. It was like, Lin, you had to take a look at these blockchain cats, right? So we're talking about crypto kitties. So at the time he made an investment in Dapper Labs, which is crypto kitties, and also eventually became, they also launched NBA Top Shot, which is one of the biggest kind of NFT projects recently. So, at the Ocean Gala, they auctioned off a special NFT crypto kitty that is, the cat face and endangered green turtle body. Right. So, and that was auctioned off. And what's interesting is not how much it got auctioned off immediately, but the buyer could have then resold the NFT. And then a part of the resale royalty actually went back also to the foundation. So through the auction and through the NFT exchanging hands, the foundation was able to raise pretty big amount of funds to which actually helped. They spent on helping preserving this green, endangered green turtle nesting grounds and patrolling and make sure there's no poachers or other animals. So that was like really a light bulb moment that we're like, wow, this could be actually a brand new opportunity to create something that is collectible for the music industry, that is not cannibalizing existing streaming revenue, but also provide this opportunity for this secondary resale royalty, right? So if you think about that, like if Michael Jackson before he passed, signed a copy of the album Thriller and sold it to me for $1 million. And said that was the only copy he was ever going to sign, right? And then I resold it years later for $10 million. There is no way the estate of Michael Jackson could actually receive anything from my resale. But that's different for blockchain. You can actually build into the smart contract the concept of a resale royalty. So this applies to music and also fine art as well, right? So a lot of any artists who when they're coming up really sold their earlier works for really pennies on a dollar sometimes, right? So what they're and it kills them to see like years later their work gets auctioned off at like Christie's or Sotheby's for like $10 million and they don't see any part of that. So that was a huge opportunity we thought for music. So we started building, kind of envisioning what NFT for music could look like. So that was almost kind of 2.5 years ago that led us down this path. And from early talks with the pioneers in the space, including the Dapper Lab guys, we thought, we kind of came to a conclusion the existing infrastructure, such as Ethereum, is not really built to optimize for the NFT experience, right? So, primarily for a few reasons, including specifically kind of the high minting costs, right? So the transaction cost on the chain is really high. And then the environmental impact for using kind of older blockchain technology that's based on proof of work, such as Ethereum, is really high. So that led us down the path of actually looking at some newer, innovative blockchain technology to leverage. And fast forward, that's 2.5 years of work and led us to today. We just recently announced oneof.com, which is kind of a new green NFT platform that's envisioned for specifically the music community, for artists and their fans.
Excellent. Well, that's such an amazing story. So if I could tease out some of the things that you said there that might apply to people thinking about starting their own startups. I always think that the most exciting and interesting blockchain ideas come from people who went out into the world or worked in a specific industry and saw that a real problem or gap or need or value add that they could provide, and really thought about how blockchain technology applied to that. And like you said, this kind of pie in the sky, hopefully we'll get there someday, but maybe it's a little too early, idea of being able to program royalties into any piece of content and always make sure that the creators are receiving dividends is kind of the big picture goal, I think, of blockchain, but maybe it's a little early. And so instead of focusing so much on disrupting an industry that has been working this way for decades, really trying to see where you can add value. And waiting for the right opportunity. Like you said, you were inspired seeing this ability to, program in donations or charitable giving into an auctioned item. And I think that's just such a great use case for NFTs that you can create legacy by programming in what you care about into the things that you create and that gets sold. So that's super awesome. So we're going to talk a little bit more about the NFT platform and the fact that you're marketing it as a green NFT platform. Were you always interested in conservation or environmentalism, or is this something that you've always kind of wanted to be able to integrate into your businesses, or what inspired the move to really focus on a green NFT platform?
Yeah. So I want to actually address one of your point earlier. So, and then we'll talk about the green NFT and the genesis for that. So I think it's, like any industry, right? Blockchain is so exciting. It's a brand new, wave of technology that is going to fundamentally change everything we do, right? So just like any kind of wave of technology early on, I think there need to be a healthy mix of, there are going to be some company that is just so bleeding edge and out there, and with the thesis of like just completely disrupting existing industries. I think that's actually healthy, because if you don't have the kind of technology mavericks that thinks they can change the world and do things completely differently, or break a lot of rules, or if you have the early group of technologists that's too concerned about the existing rules, then there's no like new industry to be forged, right? So I think specifically for this project, I mean, we kind of have a little bit of a benefit of the second mover advantage, right? So there are great companies like Dapper that's like out there for like 2.5 years doing this. We learned a lot from their kind of like wins and mistakes, right? So I think we can better formulate, hey, like yes, like the early adopter, the first like 500,000 people that have adopted this technology, what the behavior is, how do we envision the technology for now for mainstream adoption? How do we bring the next 100 million people onto blockchain, right? So now getting back to your question on the green ethos, so that is pretty core to kind of the founding of this company, not only green but also just giving back to the community. So what I've learned a lot from Beltai is really just use your superpower for the good of the world, really like how to and leave a place better off than when you first touched it. So that really resonated with me and my team. So we were always kind of thinking about, like, blockchain in general is very democratizing, right? It's like power, financial power and control of your own assets and destiny, to the people and not by institutions. So part of that is, we were really looking at how, every project we do I think first and foremost, we wanted to give back to the users, to the fans, to the community. So we recently kind of announced a partnership with Right Here, Right Now Alliance of the United Nations Human Rights Organization. So so the whole idea is a part of the platform revenue will go to any could go to any charity of our artist partners, right? So if we announce all partnerships with artists from Whitney Houston to John Legend to G-Eazy to Alesso, Doja Cat, her. Let's say if one of the artists want to donate, to one of their own charities, so we'll basically have a percentage of our platform fee goes towards that charity. But if the artist, doesn't have a specific charity in mind, so we will recommend basically that they support the Right Here, Right Now Climate Alliance, right? So that's a initiative, by the UN Human Rights to really rebrand climate change as a human rights issue, right? So because it disproportionately impacts the lower income countries, much more than kind of developed countries. So that's a huge issue for us. I think earlier versions of blockchain technology relies on kind of this concept of proof of work, which requires computers to solve very complex computational puzzles in order to win a chance to verify the transaction on a blockchain. So why would computer want to do that? When you are the verifier of a transaction, when you get the chance to write the next transaction onto the blockchain, you receive rewards from the blockchain in the form of Bitcoin or Ethereum. So that started kind of an arms race of who can build the most powerful computer or computer farm with very specific hardware requirements and ASIC chips that sucks up a lot of power. It was kind of I don't think the way that how much it has ballooned and the energy consumption was, I think is a little bit beyond kind of most people's earlier estimates, right? So Now, basically, the Bitcoin network and the Ethereum network are sucking up the same amount of annual energy as like small countries or not so small countries. Now, since kind of, 2014, 2015, there are very significant proposals and concrete examples of how newer blockchains can be built on this proof of stake technology, which doesn't require heavy computation, puzzle solving. Instead, it requires kind of the verifier to put up collateral or stake, right? So if you are misbehaving or writing malicious, inaccurate data to the ledger, then your collateral is in jeopardy and could be taken away. So that's a much more energy efficient way of doing this, right? Actually writing verifying a transaction takes very little energy. So we knew this from very beginning, right? So at the time I was getting very involved in blockchain, this difference in technology already exists. So we're kind of aware of this from very beginning. So which was exciting that like even from the very beginning we debated kind of the energy consumption of Bitcoin. So we had this ethos of like, hey, if we're going to build a massive project that's going to impact the entire music and entertainment industry potentially, we need to do it in a responsible way, right? So allowing fans to collect a digital collectible from your favorite artist shouldn't take the electricity that powers your house for 4.25 days, which is like kind of the existing solution. The current platform built on Ethereum technology, just to create an NFT takes the power.
Is that how much energy minting an Ethereum NFT takes?
Yeah, it takes the energy of powering your house for 4.25 days. We basically kind of decided to build our technology on top of Tezos blockchain, which it'll take about the same energy of sending out a tweet to basically mint an NFT. So it's a huge difference. So it's actually 2 million times more energy efficient. So that's basically, from the genesis of our company, we were very kind of focused on this mission. Right. So if blockchain technology can fundamentally change everything we do, we have to do it in a sustainable way. This cannot be like the Industrial Revolution. It's hugely changing people's lives, but like left us with the legacy of carbon pollution that we still don't really have a good way of dealing with yet.
Absolutely. And I agree 100%. I do believe that we use energy for things that we care about and that are important. And there's plenty of energy being used in traditional finance. And it might be valuable enough to have a network like Bitcoin, especially for securing and transferring value, to use that much energy. But for, day-to-day use and things like, if every single artist is going to put an NFT out there and start using this as a tool, we definitely need other solutions. And Tezos is great. We've got some people on the Mouse Belt team who are big fans of Tezos. And actually, the first NFT I ever minted, I was just trying to kind of learn the tools and technology, and was making a funny NFT as a joke for a friend. And I went on to one of the traditional platforms, and it was going to cost me $100 to make a joke. And so our teammate recommended the Tezos network, and I think it cost me like 4 cents or something to mint the NFT. So for any of the blockchain nerds out there, we are, gearing this content towards people new to the space. We want to educate people, but we also have veterans tuning in. Anything else you want to say about the Tezos network, why you chose that, and how the experience has been building on it so far?
Yeah, so it's been great. So we, Tezos, as early as I think 2014 or 2015, published their white paper. So they basically go, we'll get a little more nerdier for the hardcore crypto audience. They basically proposed this idea of a liquid proof of stake, which actually allows them fundamentally to do something no other blockchain can do, which is self-evolve. It's a self-amending blockchain, which means if the network community come to a consensus, right, with 80% or more consensus from the network stakeholders, the entire blockchain can upgrade without a hard fork. So on Bitcoin and on Ethereum, when there is either kind of vulnerability detected or new ideas need to be introduced, usually what ends up happening is the communities are split, right? So it's very personality driven. It's not democracy at all. It's like, two very famous kind of Bitcoin person or very famous Ethereum person arguing with each other, and then says like, hey, I am going to split off a hard fork the network, whoever agrees with me come over to decide of the chain. So that's kind of very problematic for many reasons, but for NFTs it's just like it's an awful concept that like your one token is probably going to become two tokens, right? What something that is supposed to, NFT is supposed to be the single source of like proving the digital authenticity of something. Now you have two things that can equally arguably to be just as authentic. So that doesn't work, right? So Tezos have this ability to self-amend, upgrade the entire chain without leaving anybody behind. It has successfully done so 6 times. It's in the middle of a 7th upgrade right now, which is tremendous, right? So there's no other blockchain that has adopted itself like 7 times and incorporated the latest and the greatest ideas from other blockchains, right? So so the Tezos blockchain really actually had a chance to look at some of the latest innovations in the NFT space, including what the Dapper Labs guys did with Flow, and including some of the needs from that is envisioned for the blockchain ecosystem is like, hey, we really need a low transaction cost, right? So one of the upgrades last year was really to lower the transaction cost, right? Right now, I believe they're working on one or more upgrades that is going to significantly also increase the throughput and number of transactions that can be processed. So on that front, I think Tezos has this little bit of an edge of what I call it's a super chain. It can just basically absorb the best ideas from other chains and always be future proof, which is very important to us. So if all blockchains are Marvel superheroes, so Tezos is like this character Rogue, which is an X-Men that basically she can touch you and take your power. That's kind of what in my kind of mind what Tezos is. But I think as
great
a
analogy.
Platform, yeah, I mean, as a platform, our ethos is very agnostic, right? So we are very inclusive. So we're the first platform that is going to be accepting for purchase of our NFTs, not only Tezos, because we're minting all our NFTs is minted on the Tezos blockchain, to the FA2 standard. But for payment, you can pay with a credit card or debit card using any one of 135 different fiat currencies, right? And you can also pay with Bitcoin, Ethereum, or USDC. So we're not trying to exclude the other blockchains. If you hold coins that has value or hold fiat currency that has value, you're all welcome to kind of really participate in this new platform, right? So that's kind of what we built, is kind of a very inclusive platform, because like I said, our goal is to really onboard the next 100 million users onto kind of the blockchain ecosystem. And the first use case for them need to be something as simple and easy and fun and non-threatening as collecting a collectible from your favorite artist, right? So it shouldn't be, the first use case for blockchain shouldn't be you need to mortgage your house and like triple leverage to buy some coin you don't know what it's doing, right? So so that's kind of what we think is going to actually really onboard and educate a lot of newer users, and that is going to do having 100 million new users onto different blockchain and understand what blockchain can do can certainly do a lot for the ecosystem and the existing kind of price action for everything.
Absolutely. And I think we've seen that when people start to dig in a bit or hear about NFTs, they get excited about the potential of blockchain technology and are learning more. More and more artists are getting involved. We had a huge influx of newbies into the space earlier this year. Back in May, we did an NFT event. So anyone who's just tuning in, this is the Reimagine 2021 virtual conference series. We've got a YouTube channel. Head over there, smash that subscribe button, check out some of our awesome interviews for our NFT event called State of the Art Chain. And yeah, I think it's so great that you are focusing on a technology that you think is future-proof. For anyone who wants to learn more about Tezos, we've also done interviews with some of their the founding team of Tezos and the writers of the white paper. So again, head over to our YouTube and learn more about Tezos. But speaking of all of the new interest in NFTs and artists coming into the space, your background in entertainment has really poised OneUp to be really successful and bring on some really big names. Can you tell our viewers who are some of the people behind this project and what are some of your big announcements for collaboration?
Yeah, so I can't really take credit on the music side of things. So I have two great partners. So basically when we started building this technology on Tezos, other than getting a lot of kind of input from some of the label teams that we have, I called up one of my really good friend, Josh James, who is a successful entrepreneur in his own right. Sold his last company to Billboard, sold the company before that, built a company and sold to Warner Music Group. And I was describing this, and Josh was like, "What is an NFT?" And I explained the whole thing to him, and he's like, "We had to call Adam." So Josh calls Adam, which is our other friend. So Adam Fell is a partner with Quincy Jones and is the president of Quincy Jones Productions. Now, Quincy is a legendary
legend,
a legend in music and champion artist rights and over 70 years. But and people may not know, Quincy's very technology forward. Adam has led Quincy's investment in project, lots of technology company, including Spotify, very early on. So this is kind of a thesis that really got them very interested, right? So Adam's first question was like, "What is an NFT?" And then once we got over that hump, they really kind of immediately saw the potential what this could do for the music industry. So Adam came on board as our third co-founder and really kind of start working with us to kind of educate and bring NFT to major artists. So we have announced kind of partnerships with about a dozen artists, from Whitney Houston to Doja Cat, her. Quincy Jones will have a multiple collections from, you can imagine kind of 70 years of the content that's in his vault, right? We also have John Legend, Alesso, the Kid Laroi, Aurora. So forgetting someone, G-Eazy. So there are tons of artists that represent different genre as well as different stages in their career, right? So it's not just for kind of major artists. Major artists can certainly sell collections for very high prices, but also it's for emerging artists, right? Imagine we all have those moments where we're like, oh, we know that band when before they were famous, right? So I used to say like, hey, the Chainsmokers DJ'd my assistant's birthday party on my rooftop like before they were famous, but like I don't have anything to prove that, right? So like now you can prove you are the true fan. You are one of the first you're you're one of the 50 people that joined that birthday party, and then you bought an NFT, or the artist gave you a free NFT to prove it. So that's kind of what we can talk about. This could be something that technology can apply to artists in the beginning of their career, when they can sell something for $1 or $5, right? That later on, as they keep trading in a secondary marketplace, artists will always receive a percentage of secondary royalty that's in perpetuity paid to an artist. That's a huge innovation for the music vertical.
Absolutely. Oh man, I'm just thinking about some of the bands that I love that are touring now for $300 tickets, and I'm like, dang it, I hate when they get too popular, but good for them.
You could have been there, have their first edition NFT. So this is what we can what we want to democratize, right? We want, and artists want to do this too. Artists want to be on a green platform. They want to be able to sell to their average fan an NFT for $5, $10. Right. So they don't want to just cater to the crypto whales. So we, I think we basically build a technology because the minting cost is pennies. Artists have a full canvas to construct and paint on their vision, and make sure it's kind of accessible to the average fans. Music's always been very democratized, right? Art is always kind of had this like kind of connotation of being very like highbrow and expensive and like not for the masses, but music has always been for the masses. So you can't really apply a technology that really have music collectible to be in the hands of a few, when what we are trying to do is just make sure the technology is in place for so it's accessible by all the fans.
Oh, absolutely. I am such a believer of that. And during our NFT event, it came up a lot that music is kind of the great equalizer. Everybody likes music, and you get such a diversity of people who maybe like the same band, and when you combine that with crypto, it just the potential for adoption just is exponential. So I think it's really great what you're doing at OneOf. Another question I had that I think people might be curious about is the name. So what is OneOf referring to, and how did you come up with the name?
Yeah, we came up with lots of very nerdy names before this. So OneOf is, we wanted a name that like people can easily understand. So in NFT terms, right? So there's our one, you can get an NFT that is a 1 of 1. It could be 1 of 10. It could be 1 of 1,000. So I think OneOf is kind of like, represent that idea. You have a unique item of a collection. So that's kind of what we went with it.
Oh, absolutely. That makes total sense. I have prints from artists that are, the limited prints that they made. So it'll say like 5 of 25 or 1 of, 100.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
great. I love that. Well, that's so awesome. Lots of exciting artists that a lot of people tuning in are probably love and listen to. So check out oneof.com to learn more about what they're doing. And just to wrap up this segment, this is our 10th anniversary event. We launched in May at the height of COVID lockdowns. We had been building community and doing in-person events and education for years. But then suddenly everyone's locked inside, and we thought, how can we continue this, continue to steward the community we've built, and continue to bring content and education to people? So launched a virtual conference series, and we're kind of celebrating our wins from the last year. So want to hear from you, how have you seen, what have you observed in the crypto space, the NFT space? How was the last year for you, and kind of forward looking as well? What do you see the future holds?
Yeah, it's been a very different year, right, than any before. So I think part of this is you really see the technology adoption curve. I don't think NFT could have happened in any other years. I mean, NFT technology existed 2.5 years ago, right? So I think when I was presenting to major label heads in January 2020, there was kind of they were interest, but like definitely wasn't a like let's do this now kind of attitude. I think it wouldn't. It's just collectibles in general. Really had a renaissance, baseball cards, and leading to digital collectibles, and our interactions and how we adopted to work and life is very different now, right? Like we're literally doing this interview on Zoom right now that what wouldn't have happened before. So I think that and what we saw also is a change. What I observe and I'm part of is kind of a change of demographic shift around and geographic shift of people and talent and resources. I'm a 20-year New York veteran, right? So I am a New Yorker. Like if you ask anyone, and I moved to Florida, like half of New York, during the pandemic, and now we basically, have kind of the idea that like we believe that like, hey, Miami is potentially kind of the new crypto city or crypto capital of the U.S. There's just so much attention and company and VCs and other innovative founders moving there. The vibe is completely different, right? Before for New York, it's like Miami. You come down, you vacation for the weekend, and you're like, like there's nothing else. There's no real work being done here, and I'm back. So I think there's a real shift in kind of shuffling of kind of the technology centers, right? So a lot of San Francisco people and LA people are moving to Austin as well. New York is having a very strong comeback, which I'm super happy about. But I think also specifically for where blockchain meets arts meets music, Miami is kind of a very good place to be. So we're setting up a new headquarters in addition to our LA headquarters in Miami as well. So that's kind of a, also, I don't think would have happened if it wasn't for kind of the pandemic situation. I think we would have been a New York / LA company.
Awesome. Well, that's exciting. Yeah, a lot of people moving to Miami. I was just there for the Bitcoin conference, and we've got members on the Mouse Belt team who are interested in sticking our flag there as well. So looking forward to meeting up with you there, especially for Art Basel. We have our own art and media content strategies and things that we're doing at Reimagine and Mouse Belt. So excited about all of the combinations of Hollywood, music, art, Miami, and then I'm here in Denver. So lots of exciting things coming. Thank you so much for telling us all about OneOf and your super interesting background and talking to students about that passion and combining it with crypto. Anything else to add? Where can people find you, and who do you want to hear from?
Yeah, we're definitely check out oneof.com, and if there's any artist that we announce is your favorite artist, just sign up for that wait list. We have actually a lot more artists we haven't announced yet. We're planning over 200 drops in the first 12 months. So there'll be lots of really great collectibles for you. So and if you want to reach me, you can find me on Twitter or Instagram. It's just the points die. So it's like the points guy, but my last name is DAI. So you can shoot me a message there. And also, if you are in the blockchain space, crypto space, if you're a developer, if you are a blockchain BD person, we'd love to hear from you. So we're a very fast growing company and look for we love to connect with talents of all skill levels. So
excellent. Yes. Sure, there's a lot of people passionate about working in that industry that might want to join your team. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you everyone for tuning in to Reimagine 2021 virtual conference series. This is our 10th anniversary event, and we've been speaking with Lynn Dai, the CEO and co-founder of the new green NFT platform, OneOf. Thanks again, Lynn, for joining us.
Thank you.
Stay tuned for more, everybody.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Veyer. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. You know, I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used, the technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project. And this is big. Getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Ooh, hey, well, hello there. Lord Squattington here of the Royal Society of Big Feet with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DAO, also known as the Digital Decentralized Autonomous Organization. Alternatively, the first known example of a DAO was named the DAO. The DAO served as a form of investor-directed venture capital fund, which sought to provide enterprises with new decentralized business models, Ethereum-based. The DAO's code was open source. The organization set the record for the most crowd-funded project in 2016. However, those funds were partially stolen by hackers. The hack caused an Ethereum hard fork, which led to the creation of Ethereum Classic.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you. Be bold and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith from Mousebelt, and today we're bringing you a very special edition of our series. It's our 10th anniversary event. We've been doing this for a little over a year now, almost every month, and we've been able to do this 10 times, and we're just so grateful for the following that we have accrued over that time, and that all of you are tuning in. And today I'm pleased to introduce our next guest. It's Doug Leonard, the CEO of Hi-Fi Finance. Welcome, Doug. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, Ashley.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. Doug is one of our repeat guests, a friend of the pod or the show, as you might say, in the 4 or More Club. So thank you so much for coming back on. Anyone who wants to check out some of his other interviews, head on over to our Reimagine 2020 YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, and check out all of the awesome interviews that we have there and Doug's past interviews. So on this version of the show, I'd like to kind of ask you my favorite question to ask guests. We have a robust university program at Mousebelt. We connect with students at over 100 universities in 24 countries, pointing them towards educational resources and especially our startup school, and just trying to provide advice and education to students and startup founders. I'd like you to tell us a bit about your career change into blockchain. What were you doing before? How did you make that change? And do you have any advice for students or entrepreneurs looking to do the same?
Sure, a lot to unpack there. So I got into blockchain mostly because it was a passion I was pursuing in my free time, something that I was, very opinionated about. I shared a lot of my thoughts and feelings with family members. I was the typical guy you got to get together at Thanksgiving dinner, and I just wanted to spew out about Bitcoin and how it was the future and all this stuff. Even to the point where I think amongst my group of friends, as soon as someone said Bitcoin at a gathering, they would be like, "Oh, here we go again." They would all just roll their eyes. And so it was during my last few years at university that I got into Bitcoin or first came, exposed to it and started to be intrigued by it. And so that interest would grow and grow. And I wanted to take things from more of just a speculation on the future and turn it into something that I did every day. So at the time, I was a mobile developer, and I had been working for some various telecom companies here in Utah, where I live. And so after talking a big talk to my wife one day, saying that I believe that blockchain is going to change the world to the same order of magnitude that the internet has, she said, "Well, if you really believe that, then why aren't you working in blockchain?" And so she pushed me into it, and I'm really grateful for that, because it has led our family down a unique path to essentially we looked at every blockchain company that Utah had to offer us. And because my network was here, I didn't want to leave the state of Utah yet. And we ended up finding 2 finalists. There was a company called Medici Ventures, and then there was Mainframe. And so having ran into the CTO at the time, Carl, at a blockchain conference here in Utah, I followed up with him and ended up deciding, because I had worked my career in startups, that I wanted something that was more of a startup field, less of a corporate field. And so Mainframe would be a good fit for me. And ultimately, that is me just following my passion, my wife being sick of me talking a big talk, and pushing me into this. And so that's what got me into blockchain full time, and transitioned from just a speculation and a hobby to what I do on a day-to-day.
That's excellent. It's so great to hear that your wife was so supportive. And I think that speaks to the importance of, one, talking about your passions and sharing them with the people that you care about, and having supportive people in your corner. So good advice for any entrepreneur or someone looking to change their career. Put your attention there, right? Whatever your intention is, put your attention there. Right. Talk about it with other people. You never know what can happen when you start focusing your attention on your things that you're passionate about, and that it's so important to have passionate people and supportive people around you. So wonderful. I also think that it's great storytelling or advice for entrepreneurs to think about how people built their business and when they might pivot. So people who go to our YouTube channel to check out your other interviews might notice that you used to work at Mainframe, and now it's called Hi-Fi Finance. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. So there's been a big a rebranding and total pivot of the entire business unit. So I guess I'll give a little bit more of a context around. So I originally joined Mainframe as an engineer, and quickly gravitated towards strategy. And as somebody who really used the technology, I had opinions, and the leadership at least put up with those opinions, and we agreed a lot. And so I would end up feeling that Mainframe had what wasn't going to really be the success I had hoped it would be when I joined. And I remember a conversation I ended up having with Mick, the CEO at the time. And I said, Mick, and at the time Mainframe was building a decentralized chat application. And I had joined right as we were entering into a bear market. And so sort of very similar to what we're experiencing today, where we have these huge all-time highs, and then we kind of have a little bit of a sail-off going on. And what I had concluded was that most of the people who had, that were part of our audience had joined for the speculation, and hadn't necessarily wanted to change the world of chat and communication. And I had a background, having worked for some of these local telecom companies, of building chat applications, from a mobile perspective, and so I felt like I was a good fit for that. But as soon as it felt like people were calling us a scam because the token price was going down, yet the fundamental project was only making more and more progress towards the vision that we had sold everybody on. And that gets old after a while, and it does wear on the team internally. And so I ended up having a conversation with Mick where I said, look, man, I think Mainframe doesn't offer me what it once did, and for that reason I think I'm going to bow out. And he said, hey, you should probably talk to your wife, and don't go making a rash decision. And so I went home and I talked to my wife, and she said she said she'd support me in whatever I decided. She liked the blockchain stuff, and she saw how engaged I was with it, But dealing with a community that didn't believe in what you were building, it's hard to go to work every day and believe that what you're going to do is a huge success. And so we took a look around, and I in particular took a look around and said, look, I don't think people are interested in chat. The real utility in the space is in DeFi. This is what people are using, and I had just I had used MakerDAO to borrow against my Ethereum to purchase my minivan for our family. And
wow.
So we'd had that real life experience firsthand, and I said, look, here's some real utility. And so let's see if we can't take the existing technology, and this wasn't just my idea. Mick and others on the team, collectively we came to this idea of like, let's see if we can't take the existing technology that we've built for CHAP and take the decentralized backbone and offer it to other decentralized applications. And we could, we would call it mainframe OS, and we could take that and then, essentially be an app store for, decentralized apps, and we could vet them, and they could have a high reputation score, and we could pivot into that. So we would pivot into that, and but it still just wasn't getting the traction that we had hoped. So I said, I'll step away, and I would go and start another business. And I wouldn't really follow mainframe, but sort of in the peripheral. When I would come back, to meet for Mick one day, and we were discussing another business matter, and he would drop it on me. He said, Doug, I think we'd like you to come and run mainframe. He says, you've seen us go from the chat application to mainframe OS. And he says, I tended, we both saw eye to eye that DeFi was where the whole space was heading, and that's where real utility could be had. And we felt this incredible responsibility with our token and giving our very best effort in driving value back to that token. And of course, our incentives were aligned with that. And he said, I think, you were the guy who really used this technology, and I think you're the guy who we want leading this going forward. And so he stepped down, and he would put me in charge. And I gave him one condition, that was that I wanted full autonomy. I didn't want to be a puppet for somebody else. I didn't want to be, I would need to make my own mistakes, and I would need my own room to grow. And to his credit, he's now chairman of the board. He's done exactly that. They have, Mick has gone off and built a complementary product called Genesis Block, and is helping onboard new users into the crypto space and give them access to DeFi type yields through an app on your phone. Whereas our focus here at HiFi was one to take, Mick had already released an early version of a white paper that talked about fixed rate lending that was built as a derivative of Dan Robinson's work, where he had published the yield space white paper. And so we had taken this model, and I came back and I reworked it a little bit. And then we kind of announced that we would be going into DeFi, we would be acquiring Sablier, and that we would be rebranding into the HiFi brand. That really got everybody's attention, and I think reinvigorated both our community, who got excited that there could be some new utility for our token, and I think everyone was feeling the same thing, in that having a decentralized operating system, nobody really cared in the same way that they didn't care about decentralized chat. It's not life and death. It's not something that you wake up today and you just can't live without decentralized chat or decentralized operating system. But I think it inherently, when you think of like our hierarchy of needs, everybody needs to prepare for tomorrow and needs tools that can help them hedge against different aspects or reach different goals that they have. And so decentralized finance is, a transparent take on an existing system that serves a very narrow set of people. I think in America, we have an incredible amount of privilege in our access to a stable or at least relatively stable economy, that's backed by certain socioeconomic powers. And what decentralized finance does is it levels the playing ground for anybody who has a internet access to the internet and a willingness to learn. And I think maybe there's a little bit of a requirement to understand English, since most of DeFi in particular is westernized right now.
Interesting.
And so you've seen the early successes with Compound and Aave, MakerDAO. These guys have pioneered the entire space, and the whole space is segmented by product types. And so you see Aave with their variable rate lending, Compound, competing on the same mark, MakerDAO stablecoin, and then our distinguishing factors, we would like to play in the fixed rate lending space, which has a massive opportunity, because most of the debt in the world is fixed rate debt. It's parked behind fixed rate instruments. And so I think the variable rate nature of existing lending protocols is lend itself to a hyper reflexive environment in which whenever we have these huge run-ups in price and speculation is ballooning, everyone gets excited because their interest rates are also ballooning, and people are earning 20, 30% APY. But those things come down. I think the last couple of days, we're down below 5% on stablecoin interest rates across most lending platforms, if you negate any sort of incentives on there. And so we want, our thesis is that if the world is going to transition to more transparent and decentralized systems, we need tools that can help us lock in predictability. And so our system will be one of many tools that allows you to lock in a rate and have it guaranteed for some specified set of time. And we're talking about years here. We would like them to be a year, 2 years, and on. And that's going to take some time to bootstrap it and get going. So at this point, I think that with Mick, his whole desire, and I sat with him in the executive meetings, both as somebody who was trying to help steer strategy at Mainframe, and then and still to today, as we talk high level for strategies for both of our companies. His goal has been to drive utility to our token and to follow what the customer wants. As soon as we realized that people were not interested in our decentralized chat and decentralized operating system, the nice thing about crypto users is inherently your participation with DAOs or other organizations is financial in nature. And people aren't quiet when they're losing money. And people aren't quiet when they don't believe in your future. And so the whole world, it felt like was screaming at us that you needed to change, you needed to do something. And so it made it easy because we all agreed we didn't want to be what we were today. And so it's been a longer process, because we, a couple of things that we learned along the way is that just because you can sell people on an idea doesn't mean it's a good idea. People may have ulterior motives, token price go up, and they don't really care what's in your white paper. Whereas, we poured our heart and soul into these white papers and ultimately would abandon them. And so we had to change the way that we approach things, as this is kind of now our third attempt at product market fit. And I see, you compare us to other communities. I felt like my number one job as CEO was I needed to sell confidence to our community. Like, why believe in us for a third time? If we've done you wrong twice, what makes this time around different? And that was kind of the logic behind basically rebuilding our team from the ground up. There's very little overlap to the team that it was when I was an engineer to the team that it is today. And that was by design. We wanted to bring on members to our team who had either worked in the existing financial sector before, And so they have a perspective of how those industries work, or have built and shipped DeFi products. And so every engineer on the team meets at least one of those two criteria. And so we acquired Sablier, which was an acqui-hire of Paul, our lead engineer. And then we went after other individuals that had experiences integrating with DeFi protocols or building them themselves. And so our hope is to sell everyone on confidence in our future, because I don't think we can pivot too many more times. There's really not an option. It's a do or die for us. But because of the excitement and because of the natural cycles we've seen in crypto, Mainframe has been able to perpetuate itself through, just maybe getting lucky, but also, in my mind, I've made very logical investments with the treasury and been able to cash out at good times to where we've got more runway for our team that has grown significantly today than when I took over, 18 months ago. So our, if you just look at probabilities, the probability of our ability to execute on our current vision is we have a higher probability of success today, objectively just looking at the numbers on paper. So when I look at this, I think any advice to other entrepreneurs or early startups, it feels like Mainframe is early, but we've been doing this for almost 5 years, trying to break into the blockchain space and do something useful. It's not been a pretty journey, but the nice thing is we have been educated along the way, and most things that we do today are very, very intentional. One example of that is being very explicit about where we want to experiment. Right now is an excellent time to experiment within the space broadly of DeFi. And so we've chosen to try and experiment specifically around the concept of collateralization of assets and what can be considered collateral. Now, we haven't done anything material about it today. Mostly, we just talk about it because we need to ship the next version of our product before we start shipping exotic collateral types and trying to do experiments that are, in walled gardens so that they can be safe and they can fail in a safe manner. If they fail. And so we talk a lot about it now, but this is a place that we've really been explicit about, where we spend a lot of time in thinking. And a place that we're not interested in experimenting is our token economics. We don't really want to toy and risk something that might have a marginal benefit, but has a larger barrier for people to understand it. And so when we publish our updated token economics, it is basically, we've taken the best, most successful concepts from other DeFi protocols like Aave, Synthetics, Uniswap, and MakerDAO, and tried to put them together in a nice cohesive way to work together as we work to rebootstrap our total token economy and community around our fixed rate lending protocol.
Awesome. That's all such great, real world example for entrepreneurs joining the blockchain space, that it can take 4 or 5 years or 3 different pivots to find product market fit, and the importance of listening to customers and of doing things in the blockchain space that aren't speculation, that are about things that people actually need and actually are going to use. And I think, we get really excited about the promise and power of blockchain, and we're going to put, royalties are going to be controlled by NFTs, and we're going to have, private messaging chat on the blockchain. Might be a little early for some of that.
Very early.
But before we get there, why don't we solidify what blockchain does the best, which is finance, right? It was built, Bitcoin, blockchain does money really, really well.
Well, I disagree there. Blockchain does trust really well. It's one of the most inefficient database schemas we could possibly create. But the thing with money, though, is there is a disproportionately high cost of trust when dealing in financial matters. And so and this is my thesis on Bitcoin, is that it is sufficiently distinct from other types of value that it will remain relevant and interesting for the future. But blockchain itself is very inefficient, and there are a lot better ways to do things. But when you want a system that can penetrate language barriers, barriers of countries, then this is one of the only possible solutions that exist. And so in that way, when it's all you got, it's very cool, unique, and definitely the future. And it's also something that the existing system does not know yet how to manage decentralized organizations or a leaderless organization like Bitcoin. And thus, it is able to sort of revisit ideas within finance that the non-decentralized portions of it can't visit again, because either the laws and the regulations are already set in stone, but you can see a very experimental space where people are trying new things each week. But that's also one of the reasons that it's hard for people to approach, is because with these experiments and a high rate of experimentation comes a high rate of failure, and it also attracts, to a disproportionate degree, scammers. And as we've lowered the barrier to entry for creating tokens and to trying novel ideas, it is easy to take advantage of people, because there is information asymmetry between speculators and those who are building. And even though it is a public ledger, it is difficult to comprehend all of the possible outputs of a system when there's a frenzy of activity, and minutes can cost you thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so you get irrational exuberance, and you get something that is quite entertaining to watch, but can be very real and hurt people if they overextend themselves.
Absolutely. Well, I think another part of your commitment to, building products that make a difference for people and isn't just about speculation is this fixed rate lending versus variable rate lending. Can you explain for viewers who might not understand those concepts, what exactly that is, and what makes Hi-Fi different from competitors, and how your product actually works?
Sure. So first, I'll correct something. You mentioned something there, how it's not just for speculation. This is incorrect. A Hi-Fi is almost explicitly for speculation, and in fact, it is. It puts guardrails around your speculation to give you more predictable speculation. When you look at the financial markets, a lot of people who don't understand them tend to in broad strokes paint, the stock market is just, a casino. You're just playing, but whenever you have either some domain experience or are working towards certain goals, the stock market is one of the most efficient ways that we have to extend opportunity, to certain groups of people within geography. So, the U.S. stock market is typically limited to U.S. investors, and you can invest, but you've got to jump through some hoops if you want to come in from outside. And so the stock market is not just gambling, but you are speculating. You might be making a bet on Apple or an index of assets. And so with Hi-Fi, we have a native solution, a crypto native solution for using assets that have liquid value as collateral. And it allows you to either create leverage or potentially hedge yourself out against certain market events. So you might choose to short the market. For example, let me jump back to my minivan story. Whenever I, pulled out or printed myself debt using MakerDAO, One of my concerns was actually that Ethereum would tank in value, as I believed in Ethereum long term, but I felt like, hey, maybe if it suddenly goes down, I don't want to lose this stack of Ethereum. So what I did is I ended up taking a small leveraged bet so that in the event that there was a sudden downturn in price, I would be covered. And it cost me a little bit of money to buy that highly leveraged, narrowly scoped option. But in doing so, I could sleep at night and not have to wake up in the middle of the night and check the price of Ethereum, because some large portion of my net worth was financing a minivan. And so really what Hi-Fi does is it allows people to speculate with more assurance in the future. So how does it work? So essentially, if people wanted, some of these concepts that I use very easily now were new to me. And so, for example, we have a system that's very similar to a zero coupon bond. And for some people that will mean something, and for others it won't. But I'll try to explain it the best I can. Is that there is a maturity date when your debt comes due, or on the other side of the market, there's a maturity date in which you can collect all the interest earned from lending out your money. And so by having a fixed duration for our debt instrument, we are able to guarantee that users will have a known outcome from lending or borrowing. So that's either exactly how much you're going to pay, or exactly how much you're going to make on the lending side. With Compound and Aave and MakerDAO, these are all leveraged instruments. You have no guarantees. And in fact, if the thing that you have a high conviction on, say Ethereum, this happened with my minivan example, is whenever things start turning bullish, people start to leverage themselves up. And so what will happen in the debt markets is that the interest rates and the amount that people are willing to pay in order to borrow against their assets increases drastically. So in a matter of 3 weeks, when I was borrowing against my minivan, we saw a 70% appreciation in Ethereum's value. And so what ended up happening is I started the month with an interest rate, I think it was below 2 or 3%, very manageable, and it was competitive with what I could get at the banks. I ended that 3-week period with an interest rate that was greater than 15%.
Wow.
That was drastic. And if you look at change in percentages of my interest rate, it's phenomenal. And so nobody wants to see a 100x increase in their interest rate. If the banks did that to you today, people would be up in arms and making a run on the bank, because it would be criminal. But we sign up for that in DeFi, at least with the existing tools that are mature enough for people to trust and have broad adoption within the space. And so the next step is to bring a little bit more sophistication and a little bit more predictability into the tool set that users have, so that if you lock in a 2% loan, that is what you're going to pay on that loan. And if you lock in, if you're going to lend at 2%, that's all you're going to earn. Now, if you're going to lend at 15%, that's guaranteed to be there at your maturity date. So in short, by having a fixed duration on the debt instrument, we're able to guarantee a known outcome in what you're going to earn or what you're going to pay, depending on the side of the market you're on.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, and for us in terms of adoption, like, makes a lot more sense to people. It's more similar to how traditional finance works, right? Your bank is not randomly, or not randomly, but because of some reason 100xing your interest rate. Right. Well, that's awesome. Great developments in the Hi-Fi product. Can you tell people where you are in your roadmap right now?
Sure. And this is a touchy one, and where some people think I do a song and a dance, because I do. And it's intentional, because there are, when you're doing something that has not been done before, you cannot predict the outcome. And so on our website, we put milestones that we're working towards. So the next major milestone is our version 1 release, which includes an improvement on the MVP that we put out on mainnet several months ago. The major improvement is that we're going to allow multi-collateral support for your leveraged position. So you could deposit your wrapped Bitcoin and your wrapped Ethereum into the same vault and be able to get credit extended to you against that. So that's the major innovation that's happening for our next major update. And then we're also preparing the architecture, making sure it's flexible enough to do things with more exotic types of collateral. Most interesting to me is LP tokens or just other DeFi farming type strategies that you could come and borrow against. And then in the future, I think you're going to see us do some very targeted type of, like a DeFi savings account and some other stuff that I won't mention. But in terms of where we're at right now, we're kind of in the hardening phase of our development where most of the code is written, and we now need to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. We're quite particular on making sure we take our time, seeing as it's not a week goes by in DeFi without another DeFi exploit. And so we put a lot of time and attention into the details and making, starting with our code legibility and then our reviews that we do internally with the team. Without giving us a specific idea on what I personally believe when we're actually going to go live with these things, that's the next major milestone that we're working towards. And I think that when we do so, we'll be able to do it with a lot of confidence because of the approach that we've taken.
Absolutely. Well, excellent. Anyone who wants to learn more about that can head over to hifi.finance, HIFI.finance. So talking about community, and I think people who are building stuff in the blockchain space will be interested in this. You've been able to build a community and have them follow you through multiple pivots. And you mentioned that you're kind of focusing on Korea. So just wanted to hear about why that is. We also have built a lot on Icon, which is a Korean blockchain, and I lived there for a couple months. So we see the opportunity there. Want to hear your thoughts on it.
Sure. So when you look at DeFi broadly and kind of our darling DeFi projects, you have MakerDAO, you have Compound, and you've got Aave and Synthetics. Those are kind of like the major protocols, and I'll throw Uniswap in there. I'd probably be remiss if I didn't. But the one thing that most of them have in common is the people that they've accepted money from are almost all at the VC level, Western VC companies. And this is wonderful because it's done them a lot of good. It gave them access to capital. I've seen some of the founders talk specifically about how enabling that money was for them and being able to take the risks that they needed to, and that VCs expect you to with their money. But the trouble is that it ends up also isolating part of the world. Most of these projects, only have an English translation, and so if you don't speak English, well, you're not going to be able to educate yourself to be there, when the getting is good on these protocols. And so, so one of the things that we did early on at Mainframe is that we wanted our token distribution to be very decentralized. And so we actually ended up going all across the world. We did an airdrop tour in Europe, and then we did another airdrop tour in Asia. And along the way, we would host events and educate people about what we were trying to do. And then we would, we would drop tokens and do a literal airdrop of our tokens on people, and they would get the balloons, and they would have a poker chip in them that could be redeemable at our ICO. This was very fun and exciting, and great on the marketing side. What ended up happening is, we ended up making connections and building communities in each of these different places that we went across the world. And I would argue that likely our token is one of the most distributed in the world. And frankly, because we failed and we tried to distribute it early. And so most of the people who bought in as, very, very early on have either given up on us, dumped their tokens. And so you're ended up, by the time we pivoted into DeFi, you only have people who really believed in us as a team. If you believed in the concept, well, you were wrong. Like, frankly, you're bad, just like us, at predicting what is going to make it. But one thing with our team is that we haven't given up. And so making a bet on the team, in my judgment, hasn't been a bad one yet. And so if you take a look, as we created these different communities across the world, we started to plant seeds with them. And one of the seeds that flourished the most was actually our Korean community. We ended up making early connections with Upbit Exchange, and we were listed very early on Upbit. And 30% of our entire token supply sits on the Upbit Exchange. And this is phenomenal. I don't think any other exchange or any other token has this type of profile if you look at them. And so I don't believe that I'm any sort of celebrity in Korea, but I do believe that the people in the community there care about this and make up a large portion of our community. And so we have finally decided that we need to reflect who our audience is today. And so as an organization, every major announcement that we make, it does come out slightly slower because we have to wait for the Korean translation to be finished and approved and run by a committee of Korean-speaking members of our community to make sure that our grammar is proper, for the things that we're sharing, and that way everyone gets the same opportunity of information at the same time. If you look at us, and remember, we have an MVP out. But we are dominating in Korea right now. In terms of DeFi protocols, we are one of the top traded by volume DeFi protocols. And that's absolutely nuts. The only thing you can credit is the community in Korea, in South Korea. And so, that thriving ecosystem that exists there deserves to be a first-class citizen within our protocol. And so everything now gets a Korean translation, and so we continue to invest in that. I hope to make it out there one day, but at this point, the more important thing is that we ship out a product that is usable by them before we try and visit at any point.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully anyone tuning in can get excited about that market and the opportunities there, just as we have. And it's such a good idea to, find where your customers are, look outside of the US and really invest in hiring those translators and trying to reach different communities. So I hope other people will take that to heart. And you're headquartered in Utah right now, but
That's
you
correct.
have a remote first team all over the world. What do you see is going on in blockchain in Utah?
So specific to Utah, there are just a handful of companies that do anything related to blockchain. One is TaxBit, which just had a phenomenal Series A raise that was record-setting, and it goes to show you how big the reach is of blockchain, where people have some serious tax needs. So we've got some sort of business-to-business type companies like TaxBit. you have a couple of research-oriented companies that either professors have started, Sovereign comes to mind, and are working on problems in the identity space. And then you have, kind of a portfolio type of companies where you can go and get a job in blockchain, but you're going to hop from project to project of different portfolio companies that these funds have invested in. And then you have the raw, projects. I think StoreJ is local to Utah. Of course, we're here. And then there's probably a handful more. There isn't necessarily BYU does a blockchain summit. It seemed like every year, not this past year because of COVID. And then there is a blockchain track at every major startup conference. And so we're not quite to the point where the community is hosting its own events yet. But I expect that, if we see continued growth in the space, that's something that will naturally follow as the community flourishes. Because we have such a strong tech presence, lots of the tech entrepreneurs and people in the space have some type of, they're speculators with, their Coinbase app, where they've heard of Dogecoin because of Elon Musk. And so it is not so foreign to the community here, but I think there's a lot of growth, still an opportunity ahead of us.
Well, maybe some enterprising or passionate college student tuning in Utah might want to start a meetup or start a blockchain club at their school. So there's a gap there and an opportunity. Before we wrap up the segment, this is our 10th event. We've been so lucky to be able to kind of, pivot as well. We always were a remote first company, so I feel like we did have an advantage of engaging communities virtually before the pandemic, but we were, heavily investing in student conferences and going to these places in person. So we felt a real responsibility to maintain that community and do this virtual event. And we're just so lucky that we've been able to do this 10 times. And so as we reach our 10th event, just want to hear some of your forward-looking thoughts about what do you see happening in the next year or the next 10 events that we have in the blockchain space?
So so broader themes in blockchain, I think we're coming to a point where it can't be ignored. The IRS, the Internal Revenue Service for the United States, is asking people on their taxes, have they transacted using some sort of cryptocurrency? So it can't be ignored. When I look around, there are more funds that are raising money to go and explicitly invest into blockchain because this is an area of growth. Recently, there was some due diligence that I was a part of, and a group had reached out to one of the big four accounting firms to quote ask if DeFi was something that was going to be around in the next while or not, or if it was just a fad. And even the big four acknowledged that this isn't going anywhere. DeFi is here to stay, and they're deploying resources accordingly. I think more and more accountants are going to have to deal with the headache of dealing with Uniswap trades or other blockchain type transactions. And so really the next year or two is going to be probably a rough and tumble massaging of the existing system with new financial primitives that are being acknowledged, and lots of people banging their heads against the wall trying to figure out how can I honestly represent my blockchain dealings in a way that isn't going to create a liability for me in the future if I am to be audited, and yet minimizes the costs so that we can continue to fund the experimentation and innovation that's happening in the space. You see senators that are piping in and taking hot takes on stable coins, or that are wanting to weigh in on things that they would do well to study more before trying to really take strong opinions. But yeah, I think regulation is coming. And I think the entities that are going to fare the best are entities that have embraced the ethos that Bitcoin introduced to us, which is transparency, surfacing of public knowledge, and consensus. And so I think it's the same thing here. We have to reach consensus with our regulators. We need to transparently surface the types of activities that are happening. And because every interaction in blockchain is financial in nature, there is opportunity that doesn't exist in other industries for either nefarious money laundering or other explicit type of things. But it is much easier to use cash for these nefarious things than it is to use blockchain and broadcast to the world that these transactions are happening between these different parties. And so I think in time, regulators are going to understand to a truth of what is happening. And I think they're incentivized to, because there's a lot of innovation to come to any country that is going to embrace the future and find new innovative ways to integrate it into any system in which there is huge asymmetric up or downside from the lack of trust. So voting comes to mind. Of course, financials were already there. Identity protection is a good one. Credit scores. These are all areas that authentication where blockchain can really have an impact for good. Now, is there going to be a token attached to each of these that you can buy today and make buco bucks on? I certainly hope not. I think that if you're going to have the right incentives, you're going to have to figure out other coordination mechanisms beyond tokens and beyond just pure speculation of price go up. And so I hope that we will see more in the enterprise and government opportunities there. But for us in DeFi, it's going to be one of regulation, and those who are willing to play by the rules are going to fare the best and be able to have a voice at the table in steering that conversation.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Doug, for sharing your thoughts on the blockchain industry, running and pivoting in a startup, and all the exciting updates and community building going on with Hi-Fi. For anyone just tuning in, you are watching Reimagine 2021 Virtual Blockchain Conference Series. This is our 10th anniversary event, and I've been talking to Doug Leonard, CEO of Hi-Fi Finance. Thank you so much for joining us, Doug, and stay tuned for more, everyone.
Thank you, Ashley.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Oh, hi! Felix the Phoenix here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Air gapping. a method for securing computers in which the device does not connect to the internet or any other open networks. Ooh, that sounds fancy.
Michael Blue, founder of Legend.art. I'm happy to be here with Reimagine.
Hello, and welcome everybody to Reimagine 2021. This is actually our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference that we've been hosting every month as part of a series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. So again, thank you all for tuning in. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebell University program. Our main objectives and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. Reimagine kind of sits around all of these concepts and perspectives. And so we're just fortunate to be able to provide you all these interviews and recordings. So today, enough talking on my end. I'm joined here by Michael Blue, founder at Legend.art. Again, Michael, thank you for taking out of the time out of your day to come join us. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you, Adam, for having me on today. This is a real privilege.
Awesome. So, what you've been working on for with your project has kind of been taken off for like the last 6 months, although NFTs in the space, in the art world and the music world have been kind of snowballing for quite some time. And, needless to say that it's kind of blown up this year. But before we get into that, give us a little background you haven't been on the program before. Very happy to have you. Share kind of your path. Everybody that we've talked to has a different journey, goes down this rabbit hole. So we'd love to hear kind of your way into blockchain.
Well, my way into blockchain was if you can't touch it, you don't own it. So I owned a national precious metal brokerage for a number of years, hard metal guy. So I had back in 2011, I had a client ask me, "Hey, what are your thoughts on Bitcoin? I'm thinking about pulling the trigger." And I was like, "Good luck with that. You know, that fantasy internet money. You know, it's like I was a big zero hedge reader, and it was very anti Bitcoin back then. And so I hadn't known a lot about it. I was more just preconditioned by thoughts that I've read. And so I was more like, if you can't touch it, you don't own it, right? That sounded good to me. So fortunately, he didn't heed my warnings. And fortunately, I ran across the Satoshi white paper not too long after that, and I actually read it and was nearly blown away by it, right? And I the little light bulb that goes on for so many of us went on. It was right near the end of me wanting to sell the brokerage and just get out of that. I was done with it. It's it's a fear trade, right? The dollar's crashing. You got to get gold and silver, and I still believe that gold and silver is an amazing hedge. I don't buy the drop gold narrative at all. I think crypto and precious metals are valuable assets in a portfolio. But the white paper did make me have an aha moment to where I took some of those profits and invested in Bitcoin. But it wasn't for about a year and a half after that, maybe 2 years, to when Ethereum came around, and I got to see the smart contract in real time use case that said, okay, the game's on. This is going to change the world. Being able to send value, in a contract form to where you can set the parameters. It's trustless. So that's what the world needed. And after that, I was all in and, sold the brokerage, and I was, full-time crypto investor / student of this new asset class.
That's crazy. Completely going from one end of the spectrum to now being heavily involved in this space, and being successful. And I'm sure a lot of people, right, that are tuning in are probably in the same boat. I come from banking, so I came across Bitcoin in 2013, and somebody was buying $100,000 worth, and I wasn't sure what to do. Didn't quite get it at that point. Obviously had to do some more reading. But would you say that, is Bitcoin like digital gold? Like, are you in that kind of camp that's similar, just kind of new wave of innovation here?
I'm kind of torn. I do see the why they would coin it as digital gold. With that being said, it still can be used peer to peer, right? It just takes 10 minutes or sometimes longer, and the fees can get kind of crazy. So I don't see it as a scalable, mass adoptive solution. You're gonna have to use layer 2 solutions, which why not just use a next generation blockchain to begin with? Because using layer 2 solutions, you're still it's not as good as a next generation blockchain, right? So in my opinion, there's just better technology for mass adoption and for scaling the world. I do still believe that, with that being said, blockchain has a place, Bitcoin has a place, and that I do firmly believe I'm very bullish on it long term. But
so you mean like store of value as opposed to everyday usage?
I see that it's going to be exactly, and that's where the gold comes in. Is it's going to be not heavily transacted upon, but it's going to be sitting in the vault basically, and used in some capacities for DeFi.
And how do you see, like, it's interesting coming from I guess the commodities world, like how do you see blockchain impacting? Maybe a couple minutes here. Your thoughts, I guess, because a lot of people were trying to tokenize gold and silver and kind of, I don't know, digitizing that out. Like, is that, will that kind of disrupt it even more? It won't make it.
Yeah, I think eventually, I think everything is going to be touched by blockchain, right? Whether it's NFTs or smart contracts or just hashing to the blockchain. I think it's going to touch everything. And as far as like securitizing gold and silver and other assets like that to the blockchain, I think that day is coming too. Not necessarily for the use and liquidity, but more the documenting and to the reassurance, the validity of said asset. But I think both will apply.
That's interesting that you bring that up. People are probably wondering, like, why doesn't it be on the blockchain? Relating blockchain to Bitcoin or crypto in general, but you kind of just like hinted on it. It's not necessarily always for the speculation or the liquidity aspect of it, which that's kind of a use case that people are trying to, involve or integrate or implement or make it more efficient. But on the back end of that, you brought up a good point that blockchain, for those watching, like, it's not always about the crypto coin or the token. It's also about track and trace. It's also about records. It's also about security, being able to identify provenance, right? And I think those are important aspects. As you mentioned, it kind of, when you start talking about blockchain and what it does, it may touch everything that we use, that's part of our daily lives. And I think those are critical, important aspects to what blockchain provides.
Well, exactly. Well stated. I talk to people almost on a daily basis that know very little about blockchain, because we're offering, Yoshi Drops is it's Legend Group. Our holdings are legend.art.